The doorbell rang with an insistent, jarring clamour. Tressilian rose from his chair in the pantry and made his way to the front door, his steps measured and slow. The bell sounded again, more aggressively this time, causing the old butler to frown through the frosted glass panel. He could make out the blurred shape of a man in a slouch hat. Tressilian passed a hand across his brow, a strange unease settling over him. It felt as if this moment were repeating itself, a scene he had witnessed before in some half-forgotten dream. Hadn't this exact thing happened already? The sensation was unsettling. He unfastened the latch and opened the door, the feeling dissipating as reality reasserted itself. The man on the step spoke. "Does Mr. Simeon Lee reside here?" "He does, sir." "I'd like to see him." Something in the visitor's tone, a particular cadence, stirred a distant memory in Tressilian from the early days when Mr. Lee first settled in England. The butler shook his head with polite reluctance. "Mr. Lee is in poor health, sir. He receives very few visitors nowadays, if you could." The stranger cut him off, producing an envelope and handing it over. "Please give this to Mr. Lee." "Very good, sir." Simeon Lee took the proffered envelope and extracted the single sheet of paper inside. A look of surprise, then pleasure, crossed his face, his eyebrows lifting. "Well, I'll be," he exclaimed, addressing the butler. He said, "Show Mr. Farr up, Tressilian." "At once, sir." Simeon chuckled to himself. "I was just thinking about old Ebenezer Farr. We were partners out in Kimberley, and now here comes his boy," Tressilian returned, announcing, "Mr. Farr." Stephen Farr entered the room with a hint of nervousness he tried to mask with an air of confident ease. For a moment his South African accent thickened. "Mr. Lee, delighted to meet you. So you're Eb's son?" Stephen's grin was slightly abashed. "First time in the old country, father always said I should look you up if I ever made it over. And quite right too," the old man said. He gestured beside him. "This is my granddaughter, Pilar Estravados." "How do you do?" Pilar said, her manner composed. Stephen noted with a flicker of admiration that she was a cool customer. Only the briefest flash in her eyes had betrayed any surprise at his arrival. He responded with deliberate formality. "It's a great pleasure to meet you, Miss Estravados." "Thank you," Pilar replied. Sit down, Simeon urged. "Tell me all about yourself. Will you be in England long? I don't plan to rush off now that I'm finally here." Stephen laughed, a hearty sound, as he leaned back in his chair. "Excellent," said Simeon. "You must stay here with us for a while." "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose, sir. Christmas is only 2 days away." "Nonsense. You must spend Christmas with us, unless you have other arrangements." "No other plans, but I really wouldn't want to." "Then it's settled," Simeon declared, cutting off any further protest. He turned his head. "Pilar!" "Yes, grandfather. Go and tell Lydia we will have an additional guest. Ask her to come up, please." Pilar left, and Stephen's gaze followed her out. Simeon observed this with a glint of amusement. "You've come directly from South Africa?" he inquired. "More or less," Stephen answered, and the two men fell into conversation about the country. Lydia arrived a short time later. Simeon said, "Lydia, this is Stephen Farr. His father, Ebenezer, was my old friend and partner. He's agreed to spend Christmas with us if we can accommodate him." "Of course we can," Lydia said with a warm smile, her eyes appraising the stranger's sun-bronzed face, bright blue eyes and the confident set of his shoulders. "This is my daughter-in-law," Simeon added. Stephen felt a wave of awkwardness. "I do feel rather like I'm crashing a family gathering." "Consider yourself family, my boy," Simeon insisted. "That's an order." "You're very generous, sir." Pilar slipped back into the room and took a quiet seat by the fireplace. She picked up a handscreen, using it as a fan, tilting her wrist in a slow, rhythmic motion. Her eyes remained modestly lowered, but a subtle, knowing smile played on her lips, a detail not lost on the observant Stephen. Later, Harry Lee tilted his head back, a familiar gesture of his, and posed a question to his father. "Are you quite certain you want me to remain here? I seem to be causing a bit of a stir, you know." "What exactly are you implying?" Simeon asked, his tone suddenly sharp. "Brother Alfred," Harry remarked. Good old Alfred. If I may be frank, he isn't exactly thrilled to have me back under this roof. The devil he isn't, Simeon snapped. I am still the master of this house. Of course, sir, but I imagine you rely on Alfred a great deal. I wouldn't want to cause any. You'll do as I say, his father cut in sharply. Harry gave a lazy yawn, not sure I can adjust to a settled life. Feels rather suffocating for a man who's seen the world. His father suggested, perhaps you should marry and put down roots. Who would I marry? Harry mused. It's a shame one can't marry a niece. Young Pilar is remarkably striking. You've noticed that, have you? Speaking of settling down, portly George has landed himself quite a looker. Who was she, anyway? Simeon shrugged. How should I know? George found her at some fashion show, I believe. She claims her father was a retired naval officer. Harry chuckled. More likely a mate on a coastal freighter. George will have his hands full with her if he isn't careful. George, stated Simeon Lee, is a fool, Harry pressed. Why did she marry him then, for his money? Simeon offered another indifferent shrug. Harry continued, Well, do you think you can smooth things over with Alfred? We'll settle that immediately, Simeon said firmly. He reached for the bell on the table beside him. Horbury entered promptly. Ask Mr. Alfred to come here, Simeon instructed. As Horbury left, Harry drawled, That fellow eavesdrops at doors? Probably, Simeon conceded. Alfred entered quickly, his face tightening at the sight of his brother. He pointedly ignored Harry. You wanted me, father? Yes, sit down. I've been considering we need to reorganize matters now that 2 more will be living here permanently. 2? Naturally, Pilar will make her home here, and Harry is back for good. Harry is moving in? Alfred asked sharply. Why not, old chap? Said Harry. Alfred turned to him, voice strained. I should think you would understand why not. Afraid I don't. After all that occurred, the disgraceful way you behaved, the scandal. Harry waved a dismissive hand. That's all in the past, brother. You treated father abominably after everything he did for you. See here, Alfred, that seems to be father's concern, not yours, if he's willing to forgive and forget.
I am willing,
Simeon interjected. Harry is my son, after all, Alfred.
Yes, but I resent it. For father's sake.
Simeon stated firmly. Harry is staying. I wish it. He placed a hand gently on Harry's shoulder.
I'm very fond of Harry.
Alfred stood and left the room, his face pale. Harry rose as well, following him out with a laugh. Simeon sat chuckling to himself. Then he started and glanced around. Who the devil? Oh, it's you, Horbury. Don't creep about like that. My apologies, sir. Never mind. Listen, I have instructions. I want everyone to come here after lunch, every single person. Very good, sir. There's something else. When they arrive, you come with them. Halfway down the corridor, raise your voice so I can hear you. Any excuse will do, understood? Yes, sir. Horbury went downstairs. He said to Tressilian, If you ask me, we're in for a very Merry Christmas. Tressilian responded sharply. What do you mean by that? Just wait and see, Mr. Tressilian. It's Christmas Eve, and such a lovely festive spirit in the air, or so one might pretend. They entered the room and hesitated by the doorway. Simeon was on the telephone. He gestured to them. Sit down, all of you. I'll only be a moment, he continued, speaking into the receiver. Is this Charlton, Hodgkins and Bruce? Is that you, Charlton? Simeon Lee here? Yes, isn't it? Yes, no. I need you to draft a new will for me. Yes. It's been some time since the last circumstances have changed. Oh, no, no rush. Don't ruin your Christmas. Say the day after or the day after that. Come by, and I'll outline what I want done. No, that's perfectly fine. I'm not planning on dying any time soon, he declared, hanging up the phone before turning to face the 8 family members gathered around him. A dry chuckle escaped him. Why the long faces? You all look like you're at a funeral, Alfred began. You summoned us here? Relax, it's nothing so dramatic. Simeon cut in swiftly. Did you think this was some formal family meeting? I'm just feeling a bit worn out today, that's all. No need for anyone to visit me after dinner. I'm turning in early. I want to be rested and ready for Christmas." He flashed them a sharp grin. George nodded with excessive earnestness. "Absolutely. Of course, Christmas is a grand old tradition," Simeon mused. "Really brings a family together, don't you think, my dear Magdalene?" Magdalene Lee started, her somewhat vacant mouth opening and closing. Oh, yes, I suppose so. As I recall, you grew up with a retired naval man, your father," Simeon said, pausing for effect. "I doubt you had much of a Christmas celebration. It really requires a large family to do it properly." Perhaps it does," she murmured. Simeon's gaze drifted past her. "I hate to bring up anything disagreeable during the holidays, but George, I'm afraid I'll need to reduce your allowance. Running this household is becoming more expensive." George flushed a deep red. "Now see here, Father, you can't possibly do that." "Oh, can't I?" Simeon replied, his voice deceptively soft. "My expenses are already enormous. As it is, I'm barely making ends meet. It requires the strictest budgeting." "Let your wife handle more of it," Simeon suggested dismissively. "Women are good at that sort of thing. They often spot savings a man would never consider. A resourceful woman can even make her own clothes. I remember my wife was handy with a needle. About the only thing she was handy with. A virtuous woman, but painfully dull." David leapt to his feet. His father barked. "Sit down, boy, before you break something. You will not speak of my mother," David began, his voice tight. "Your mother had the intellect of a gnat," Simeon retorted, "and it appears she's passed that magnificent brainpower on to her children." He suddenly straightened in his chair, 2 spots of colour burning on his cheeks, his voice rising to a shrill pitch. "You're not worth a cent, any of you. I'm sick of the lot of you. You're not men. You're a pack of spineless weaklings. Pilar has more spirit in her little finger than all of you combined. I'd wager I have a better son somewhere out in the world than any of you, legitimate or not." "Hold on now, Father, that's enough," Harry interjected, standing up with a frown on his normally cheerful face. "You're no different," Simeon snapped. "What have you ever accomplished? Just written to me for money from every corner of the globe. I tell you, I'm sick of the sight of all of you. Get out!" He sank back into his chair, breathing heavily. One by one they filed out. George red and offended, Magdalene wide-eyed and fearful, David pale and trembling, Harry storming from the room. Alfred departed as if sleepwalking, with Lydia following, her head held high. Only Hilda lingered in the doorway before slowly returning to stand over him. He opened his eyes, startled to find her there, her solid, immovable presence somehow threatening. "What is it now?" he asked irritably. "When your letter arrived," Hilda said, her voice steady, "I believed you. I believed you wanted your family around you for Christmas. I convinced David to come." Simeon shrugged. "So, you did want them here," Hilda continued slowly. "But not for the reason you gave. You wanted them all under one roof, didn't you? Just to set them at each other's throats? God help you, you consider it a form of entertainment." Simeon chuckled. "I've always had a rather specialized sense of humor. I don't expect anyone else to appreciate the joke. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself." She said nothing, and a vague sense of unease crept over Simeon. "What are you thinking?" he demanded sharply. Hilda Lee replied, her words measured and heavy. "I'm afraid." "Afraid of me?" Simeon scoffed. "Not of you," she said. "I'm afraid for you," with the finality of a judge pronouncing a sentence. She turned and walked away. She moved from the room with a slow, heavy tread. Simeon remained seated, his eyes fixed on the door. After a moment he rose and walked to the safe. Under his breath he whispered, "Time to see my treasures." The doorbell chimed just before 8. Tressilian answered it, returning to his pantry to find Horbury already there, lifting the coffee cups from the tray and examining their markings. "Who was it?" Horbury asked. "Superintendent Sugden from the police. Be careful with those." A cup slipped from Horbury's grip and shattered on the floor. "Just look at that," Tressilian lamented. "For 11 years I've washed those without a single break, and now you go handling things you shouldn't. and see what happens. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Tressilian. The valet apologized, his face damp with sweat. I don't know how it happened. Did you say a police superintendent called? Yes, Mr. Sugden. Horbury ran his tongue over his pale lips. What did he want? Collecting for the police orphanage. Oh. The valet's shoulders relaxed. In a more normal tone, he asked, Did he get anything? I took the donation book to Mr. Lee, and he told me to bring the superintendent up and to set out the sherry. Nothing but charity appeals this time of year, Horbury remarked. I'll give the old man this. He can be generous, despite his other faults. With dignity, Tressilian replied. Mr. Lee has always been a very open-handed gentleman. Horbury nodded. It's his best quality, I suppose. Well, I'll be off now. Heading to the cinema. Most likely. Good night, Mr. Tressilian. He disappeared through the door to the servants' hall. Tressilian glanced at the wall clock. He entered the dining room to arrange the rolls in their napkins, and after ensuring everything was in order, struck the gong in the hall. As the final note faded, Superintendent Sugden descended the stairs. The superintendent was a large, handsome man, dressed in a neatly buttoned blue suit and moving with an air of authority. Feels like we might get a frost tonight, he remarked pleasantly. A good thing the weather's been far too mild for the season. Tressilian shook his head. The damp plays havoc with my rheumatism. The superintendent offered a sympathetic comment about the ailment, and Tressilian showed him out the front door. The old butler locked up and returned slowly to the hall, passing a hand over his eyes with a sigh. He straightened his posture as he saw Lydia enter the drawing-room. George Lee was coming down the stairs. Tressilian waited attentively. Once the final guest, Magdalene, had joined the others, he made his entrance, announcing softly, "Dinner is served." In his own way, Tressilian was an expert on ladies' fashion. As he moved around the table with the decanter, he quietly assessed each gown. Mrs. Alfred, he noted, wore her new black and white flowered taffeta, a bold, striking pattern that she carried well. Though it would overwhelm many, Mrs. George's dress was undoubtedly a designer model and must have cost a small fortune. He wondered how Mr. George, who never liked spending money, felt about the bill. As for Mrs. David, she was a pleasant woman but had no notion of how to dress. For her figure, simple black velvet would have been ideal. The figured crimson velvet she chose was a mistake. Young Miss Pilar, however, could wear anything and look well, even in that flimsy, inexpensive little white dress. Still, Mr. Lee would surely see to upgrading her wardrobe soon. He'd taken a wonderful shine to her. It was always the same with elderly gentlemen. A youthful face could get away with anything. Hock or claret. Tressilian murmured deferentially, leaning toward Mrs. George's ear. From the corner of his eye, Tressilian observed Walter, the footman, serving the vegetables before the gravy once more, despite all the instructions he'd been given. Tressilian himself circled the table with the soufflé. Now that his earlier focus on the ladies' attire and his concerns over Walter's mistakes had faded, he became aware of a peculiar stillness in the room tonight. Not exactly silence, of course. The South African gentleman was talking enough for a dozen people. The others spoke as well, but only in fits and starts. There was something distinctly off about them. Mr. Alfred, for instance, looked positively unwell, as if he'd suffered a severe shock. He appeared dazed, merely pushing the food around his plate without eating a bite. The mistress was clearly worried about him. Tressilian could see her stealing quiet glances down the table. Mr. George was flushed, gobbling his meal without tasting it, a habit that would surely lead to trouble one day. Mrs. George wasn't eating at all, probably on another one of her diets. Miss Pilar, however, seemed to be enjoying herself, laughing and chatting with the South African gentleman, who was quite taken with her. They, at least, seemed carefree. Mr. David was another concern. He resembled his mother strikingly and still looked remarkably young, but he was terribly on edge. There he'd just knocked over his wine-glass. Tressilian swiftly cleared the mess. But Mr. David barely noticed, sitting pale and staring blankly ahead. Speaking of pale faces, It was odd how Horbury had reacted in the pantry earlier upon hearing a police officer had come to the house. He had looked almost frightened. Tressilian's thoughts halted abruptly. Walter had fumbled and dropped a pear from the serving dish. Footmen these days were utterly hopeless. They behaved more like stable boys. He continued with the port. Mr. Harry seemed distracted this evening, his gaze frequently drifting toward Mr. Alfred. There had never been any affection between those two, even as children. Mr. Harry had always been their father's favourite, a fact that had long rankled Mr. Alfred, whose own devotion to the old man had never been reciprocated. Now Mrs. Alfred was rising, her taffeta gown sweeping gracefully as she left the table. The cape suited her very well. Tressilian exited to the pantry, shutting the dining-room door on the gentlemen and their port. He carried the coffee tray into the drawing-room where the four ladies sat in what he felt was an uncomfortable, wordless hush. He served the coffee in silence and withdrew. Upon re-entering the pantry, he heard the dining-room door open. David Lee emerged and headed down the hall toward the drawing-room. Alone again, Tressilian gave Walter a stern talking to, which the young man received with near impertinence. Settling wearily into a chair, Tressilian felt a wave of gloom. It was Christmas Eve, yet the atmosphere was thick with strain and tension. He didn't like it one bit. Forcing himself to move, he returned to the drawing-room to collect the coffee cups. The room was empty except for Lydia, who stood partially hidden by the window curtain at the far end, gazing out into the night. From the adjoining room, piano music drifted in. Mr. David was playing, but why? Tressilian wondered with a chill, was Mr. David playing the Dead March? That's unmistakably what it was. Oh, things were very wrong indeed. He walked slowly back along the hall to his pantry. It was then he first heard the commotion from overhead, a shattering crash of china, the sound of furniture being overturned, followed by a series of thuds and cracks. Good heavens, Tressilian thought. What on earth is the master doing? What's happening up there? Then, piercingly clear and horrifyingly high, came a scream, a dreadful wailing shriek that died away into a choked, gurgling silence. For a moment, Tressilian stood frozen. Then he bolted into the hall and up the wide staircase. He wasn't alone. That terrible scream had echoed through the entire house. Others raced up the steps with him, past a shadowy alcove where pale statues stood like silent witnesses, and down the corridor toward Simeon Lee's room. Mr. Farr and Mrs. David were already at the door. She was pressed against the wall, her face pale, while he frantically twisted the doorknob. "It's locked!" he gasped. "The door is locked!" Harry Lee shoved past, grabbing the handle from him. He shook and pulled at it with all his strength. "Father!" he shouted, his voice raw. Father opened the door. He raised a hand, and in the sudden quiet everyone listened. There was no reply, no sound from within. The doorbell chimed downstairs, but nobody moved. Stephen Farr's voice cut through the tension. "We have to break it down. There's no other way." "It won't be easy," Harry said grimly. "These doors are solid oak." He called to his brother. "Alfred, help me." They threw their weight against the wood, but it held firm. Finally, they fetched a heavy oak bench from the hall and used it as a ram. With a final shuddering crash, the hinges gave way and the door sagged inward. The group huddled in the doorway, peering into the room, and the sight that met them would haunt every one of them forever. The room was a scene of violent chaos. A heavy table was overturned, and shattered porcelain from a vase littered the floor. In the center of the hearthrug, before a roaring fire, lay Simeon Lee in a vast, dark pool of blood. Crimson was spattered across the furniture and walls, turning the elegant room into a grisly slaughterhouse. A long, collective sigh escaped the onlookers. Then, strangely, two voices spoke in turn, each uttering a literary fragment. David Lee murmured, almost to himself, "The mills of God grind slowly." A moment later, Lydia's voice came as a trembling whisper. Who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? Superintendent Sugden had rung the bell repeatedly. In frustration, he finally resorted to pounding the heavy knocker. After what felt like an age, A terrified Walter opened the door. "Oh, sir," he stammered, a wave of relief washing over his face. "I was just about to telephone the police station." "What for?" Superintendent Sugden demanded, stepping inside. "What's happened here?" Walter lowered his voice to a horrified whisper. "It's the master, sir, Mr. Lee. He's been murdered." The superintendent brushed past him and took the stairs 2 at a time. He entered the room unnoticed. His sharp eyes took in the scene instantly. Pilar bending to retrieve something from the carpet, David Lee with his hands clamped over his eyes as if to block out the vision, the rest of the family clustered together in a stunned group. Only Alfred Lee had approached the body, standing motionless beside it, his expression utterly vacant. George Lee was speaking with self-important authority. "Nothing must be touched, do you all hear? Nothing whatsoever until the police arrive. That is absolutely vital." "Pardon me?" said Sugden, moving forward and gently steering the women aside. Alfred Lee looked up, recognizing him. "Ah, Superintendent Sugden. You got here very fast." "Yes, Mr. Lee." Sugden offered no explanation. "What's occurred here?" "My father," Alfred said, his voice catching. "He's been killed, murdered." As he spoke, Magdalene broke into sudden, hysterical sobs. Superintendent Sugden raised a commanding hand. "Will everyone please leave the room immediately?" he ordered. "Except for Mr. Alfred Lee and Mr. George Lee." They moved slowly, reluctantly toward the doorway, like confused sheep. As Pilar passed, Sugden stepped smoothly into her path. "Excuse me, miss," he said, his tone deceptively pleasant. "Nothing is to be touched or moved." She stared at him blankly. Stephen Farr spoke up impatiently. "Of course she knows that," still pleasant, but with a new firmness. Sugden continued. "You picked something up from the floor just as I came in, didn't you?" Pilar's eyes widened in apparent disbelief. "I did. Yes, I saw you do it," Sugden said, his gaze steady. "So I'll need you to hand it over. It's in your hand right now." Slowly, reluctantly, Pilar uncurled her fingers. Superintendent Sugden carefully lifted a small coil of rubber and a carved wooden trinket from the drawer. He sealed them inside a plain envelope, tucking it securely into the inner pocket of his coat. "Thank you," he said, his tone flat and professional. As he turned to leave, Stephen Farr watched him, a flicker of surprised admiration in his gaze. It was a look that acknowledged he might have misjudged the superintendent's quiet competence. They filed out slowly, and the last thing they heard was Sugden's voice, assuming its official cadence once more. "And now, if you please, nothing compares to a proper wood fire," declared Colonel Johnson, adding another log to the hearth before settling back into his armchair. He gestured toward the decanter and soda water near his guest. "Help yourself." Hercule Poirot gave a polite, dismissive wave. He inched his own chair slightly closer to the flames, though privately he believed the pleasure of toasting one's feet was entirely negated by the icy draught that crept around one's neck and shoulders. The Chief Constable of Middleshire might champion the rustic charm of an open fire, but Poirot was a steadfast advocate for modern, consistent central heating. That Cartwright affair was truly astonishing, Johnson mused, staring into the blaze. What a character the man was, immensely charming. When he visited here with you, he had everyone utterly charmed. He shook his head slowly. "We'll never see another case quite like it. Fortunately, nicotine poisoning remains a rarity. There was an era," Poirot suggested, "when you would have declared all poisoning to be distinctly un-English, a foreigner's tactic lacking in sportsmanship." "I don't believe we'd go that far," Johnson replied. "There's been plenty of arsenic poisoning over the years, likely far more than we've ever officially suspected." "That is possible, yes." "A poisoning case is always a messy business," Johnson continued. "Expert testimonies conflict, and doctors are notoriously cautious in their statements. It makes for a terribly difficult presentation to a jury. No, if one must endure a murder, heaven forbid, give me a straightforward case, one where the cause of death leaves no room for debate." Poirot nodded. The gunshot, the slashed throat, the shattered skull. These are your preferred scenarios. Now, don't call it a preference, my dear fellow. Don't imagine I enjoy murder cases. I hope I never see another. Besides, we should be perfectly safe while you're visiting us." Poirot began with modest pride, my reputation, but Johnson carried on. "It's Christmas time," he said expansively. "Peace on earth, goodwill toward men, all that goodwill everywhere." Hercule Poirot leaned back, steepling his fingers. He studied his host with a thoughtful air. "It is, therefore, your professional opinion that Christmas is an improbable season for criminal activity." "That's precisely what I said." "But why?" The question gave Johnson a moment's pause. "Why?" "Well, as I just mentioned, it's the season of good cheer," Poirot murmured. "The British, they are so wonderfully sentimental." Johnson responded with hearty conviction. "And what if we are? What if we do cherish the old traditions and festivities? Where's the harm in that? There is no harm. It is all most agreeable. But let us examine the facts for a moment. You state that Christmas is a season of good cheer. This implies, does it not, a great deal of eating and drinking? In fact, it encourages overindulgence. And with overindulgence comes indigestion, and with indigestion comes considerable irritability. Crimes, Colonel Johnson stated firmly, are not committed simply because one is irritable. I am not entirely convinced. Consider another point. This Christmas spirit of goodwill becomes, as you say, the thing to do. Old arguments are hastily mended. People who have been at odds all year suddenly agree to get along, even if only for the holiday. Johnson nodded. "Bury the hatchet, exactly." Poirot pressed his theme. "And families who have been scattered all year, they gather together once more under a single roof. My friend, you must agree that such circumstances create a significant strain. Individuals who are not feeling particularly kind-hearted are forcing themselves to act as if they are. The Christmas season fosters a great deal of hypocrisy, a noble hypocrisy, undertaken for a good cause, to be sure, but hypocrisy all the same." "I wouldn't phrase it quite that way myself," Colonel Johnson replied with some hesitation. Poirot smiled warmly at him. "Naturally, that is my phrasing, not yours. I am merely illustrating that under this pressure of mental stress and physical discomfort, mild dislikes and trivial disagreements can rapidly intensify into something far more severe. The effort to portray oneself as more generous, forgiving, and virtuous than one truly feels eventually has the opposite effect. It makes a person act in a manner more disagreeable and ruthless than their normal character. If you block the natural flow of human behavior, my friend, the dam will eventually break, and a catastrophe follows." Colonel Johnson eyed him skeptically. "I can never tell when you're being serious or just having a bit of fun," he muttered. Poirot's smile widened. "I'm not being serious in the slightest, yet what I say holds truth. Artificial conditions provoke a natural and often violent reaction." At that moment, the Colonel's manservant entered. "Superintendent Sugden is on the telephone for you, sir." "Right, I'll take it." With a brief apology, the chief constable left the room. He returned a few minutes later, his expression grave and troubled. "Confound it all!" he exclaimed. "A case of murder! And on Christmas Eve of all times!" Poirot's eyebrows rose. "It is definitely murder, you say?" "Oh, no other possibility. It's perfectly clear. Murder, and a brutal one at that." "Who is the victim?" "Old Simeon Lee, one of the wealthiest men in the county. He made his original fortune in South Africa. Diamonds, I believe, not gold. He later invested a massive sum into manufacturing a specialized piece of mining machinery, his own invention. It paid off enormously. They say he's a millionaire several times over." Poirot asked, "Was he well liked?" Johnson answered slowly, "I don't think anyone particularly liked him. He was a peculiar sort of man. He's been an invalid for several years now. I don't know a great deal about him personally, but he was certainly one of the most prominent figures around here." "So this case will cause quite a stir?" "Absolutely. I need to get over to Longdale immediately." He hesitated, glancing at his guest. Poirot responded to the unspoken question. "You would like me to accompany you?" Johnson said somewhat awkwardly. It seems a shame to ask, but you know how it is. Superintendent Sugden is an excellent man. Thorough, careful, and completely reliable. But he isn't what you'd call imaginative. I would greatly value your advice, since you're here." He ended his statement a bit abruptly. Poirot responded promptly. "I would be delighted. You can count on my assistance in any way possible. We must be careful not to offend the superintendent. This is his case, not mine. I'm merely an unofficial consultant." Colonel Johnson said with genuine appreciation, "You're a good man, Poirot." With that commendation, the two men set out. It was a uniformed constable who opened the front door for them and saluted. Superintendent Sugden came forward down the hall to meet them. "Glad you're here, sir," he said. "Shall we use this room on the left, Mr. Lee's study? I'd like to outline the main facts. The whole affair is very strange." He showed them into a small room to the left of the hall, furnished with a telephone, a large desk strewn with papers, and walls lined with bookcases. The chief constable said, "Sugden, this is Monsieur Hercule Poirot. You may have heard of him. He happened to be staying with me, superintendent." Sugden acknowledged the introduction with a stiff nod, his sharp eyes fixed on Hercule Poirot. Poirot returned the gesture with a slight inclination of his head, his own gaze drifting not to the man's face, but to the magnificent chestnut mustache that dominated it. The superintendent was a tall, broad-shouldered figure with an almost military posture, an aquiline nose, and a jaw that suggested a man not easily swayed. That mustache, however, was truly a spectacle of its own. "Naturally, I've heard of you, Mr. Poirot," Sugden stated. "You were involved in a case around here some years back, if I recall correctly. Sir Bartholomew Strange, a poisoning with nicotine. Not my jurisdiction at the time, but one hears things." Colonel Johnson cut in, his tone impatient. "All right, Sugden, let's have the details. You indicated it was straightforward." "It's murder, sir, without a doubt," the superintendent affirmed. "Mr. Lee's throat was cut, the jugular severed, according to the doctor. But the circumstances surrounding it are peculiar, to say the least." "In what way?" "I think it's best if you hear the account from the beginning, sir," Sugden replied. He drew a steadying breath and launched into his official report. "This afternoon, around 5 o'clock, I received a telephone call from Mr. Lee himself at the Adelsfield station. He sounded strained, insistent. He requested I come to see him at precisely 8 o'clock this evening, and was very specific about the time. Furthermore, he instructed me to tell the butler I was collecting donations for a police charity, the Orphans Fund, I believe. The chief constable's head came up, so he needed a believable excuse to get you into the house." "Precisely, sir. Given Mr. Lee's standing, I complied. I arrived just before 8, presented the story about the charity to the butler, and was shown up to Mr. Lee's room on the first floor, directly above the dining room." Sugden paused, gathering his thoughts. Mr. Lee was seated in an armchair by the fireplace, wearing a dressing gown. Once the butler had withdrawn and closed the door, Mr. Lee asked me to take a seat nearby. He then began, somewhat hesitantly, to report a robbery. When I inquired what was taken, he stated he believed uncut diamonds worth several £1,000s had been stolen from his safe. "Diamonds!" Colonel Johnson exclaimed. "Yes, sir." I proceeded with the standard questions, but his manner was evasive, his answers oddly vague. Finally he said, "You must understand, Superintendent. I could be mistaken in this," I replied. "I'm afraid I don't follow, sir. Either the diamonds are missing or they are not," he said. "The diamonds are certainly gone, but it is just possible their disappearance is merely a foolish prank. That struck me as very strange," he continued. "It's difficult to explain fully, but the situation is this. As far as I can determine, only 2 people could possibly have taken them. One might have done it as a joke. If it was the other, then they have been stolen outright." I asked him what he wanted me to do. He responded quickly, "I want you to return here in a little over an hour, say 9:15. By then I should be able to tell you definitively whether I have been robbed or not." I was puzzled, but I agreed and left. Colonel Johnson frowned. "Most peculiar. What's your take, Poirot?" Hercule Poirot turned his attention from the splendid moustache to the superintendent's face. "A question, if I may. What was your own personal assessment of the situation at that moment?" Superintendent Sugden rubbed his chin thoughtfully before answering. "Several theories crossed my mind, but weighing it all, I settled on the most logical conclusion. There was no practical joke. The diamonds had been stolen. That was the only scenario that fit the man's evident anxiety and the elaborate secrecy of the summons. The old gentleman, however, remained uncertain of the culprit's identity. I believe he was being truthful when he indicated the thief was likely one of two individuals, either a household servant or a member of his own family." Poirot gave an approving nod. "Very good, that clarifies his position perfectly. This explains his request for my later return," the superintendent continued. "In the meantime, he intended to confront the person privately. His plan was to inform them that the police were already aware of the situation, but that if the stolen items were returned immediately, he could still arrange for the matter to be quietly dropped." Colonel Johnson raised an eyebrow. "And if the suspect refused, then," Sugden replied, "he was fully prepared to hand the investigation over to us officially." The chief constable frowned, thoughtfully twisting his moustache. He seemed sceptical. "Why not just involve us from the start? Why the private confrontation first?" "You have to see the strategy, sir," Superintendent Sugden explained, shaking his head. "If he had simply threatened to call the police, it could have been dismissed as a bluff. The person might think the old man would never actually involve the authorities, but by stating the police had already been there, that the superintendent had just left, the threat becomes real. The thief could check with a servant, like the butler, who would confirm my visit. Suddenly, the suspect knows the gentleman is serious, and the pressure to return the property becomes immediate and intense." "I understand the reasoning now," Colonel Johnson conceded. He then leaned forward. "Do you have any suspicions, Sugden, regarding which family member might be involved?" "None at all, sir. Not even a hint. None whatsoever." Johnson sighed and motioned for him to proceed. "Very well, carry on with your report." Resuming his formal tone, Superintendent Sugden continued. "I returned to the house at precisely 9:15. As I approached the front door, a piercing scream erupted from within, followed by shouts and general uproar. I rang the bell repeatedly and used the knocker with force. It took nearly 4 minutes before a footman finally answered. The man was in a state of utter shock, trembling so violently he could barely stand. He managed to gasp out that Mr. Lee had been murdered. I rushed upstairs immediately. He described the scene he encountered. The bedroom was in complete disarray, clear evidence of a violent struggle. Overturned furniture, shattered vases, and scattered ornaments littered the floor. Mr. Lee himself was lying before the fireplace, his throat cut in an expanding pool of blood. Could it have been self-inflicted? Colonel Johnson asked sharply. "Impossible, sir," Sugden stated firmly. "The state of the room alone rules it out. Furthermore, no weapon, no razor or knife was found at the scene." The chief constable nodded slowly. "That does seem conclusive. Who was present when you arrived?" Most of the family were already gathered in the corridor, just standing there in a stunned silence. Colonel Johnson's voice was sharp. "Initial impressions, Sugden?" "It's a dreadful situation, sir," the superintendent said gravely. "The evidence points strongly to someone inside the house. I cannot see how an outsider could have committed the act and escaped in time." "What about the windows?" "There are two. One was securely locked. The other was open, a mere few inches at the bottom, but it was fixed in place by a burglar-proof screw and was practically sealed shut from years of paint and disuse. The exterior wall is smooth stone, devoid of any ivy or climbing vines. Escape that way was not feasible, and the door— Only one, the room is at the end of a hallway, and that door was locked from the inside. The sound of the struggle and the old man's final cry brought everyone running. They had to force the door open to get inside. Johnson's voice cut through the tension. "Who was in the room?" Superintendent Sugden's reply was somber. "No one, sir? Only the victim who had been killed mere minutes before we entered?" Colonel Johnson stared at the superintendent, his face a mask of disbelief. After a long moment, he finally sputtered, "Are you seriously telling me this is one of those ridiculous locked-room mysteries from a cheap detective novel? A man killed by ghosts." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Sugden's lips. "I wouldn't go that far, sir." "It has to be suicide, then," Johnson insisted. "Where is the weapon?" Sugden countered calmly. "No, sir. Suicide doesn't fit the facts." "Then, how did the killer leave through the window?" Sugden shook his head firmly. "I'd stake my career on it. He didn't go out the window. The door was locked from the inside." The superintendent produced a key from his pocket and placed it on the table. "No fingerprints," he announced. "But examine the key closely, sir. Use that magnifying glass." Poirot leaned in, and he and Johnson studied the key together. The chief constable let out a low whistle. "I see it now. Those tiny scratches on the end of the barrel. You see them, Poirot?" "Indeed I do," Poirot confirmed. "This indicates the key was turned from outside the door using a special tool inserted through the keyhole to grip the barrel. A simple pair of pliers could have accomplished it." Sugden gave a confirming nod. "It's entirely possible," Poirot mused. "The intention, then, was to make the death appear a suicide since the room was locked from within with no other person present." "That was undoubtedly the plan, M. Poirot," Sugden agreed. Poirot shook his head, his expression skeptical. "But the state of the room, the chaos alone contradicts suicide. Any competent murderer would have first tidied the scene." Here Sugden's tone shifted from grave to almost impatient, a hint of sarcasm coloring his words. "He didn't have the time, Mr. Poirot. That's the glaringly obvious point he overlooked. Let's assume he expected to take the old gentleman by surprise. That didn't happen. There was a violent struggle, audible in the room directly below, and the victim shouted for help. The entire household came rushing up the stairs. The murderer's only option was to dart out and lock the door from the outside. A neat plan utterly ruined by a loud, inconvenient fight. So much for criminal genius." "That is a valid point," Poirot conceded. "Your murderer may have bungled the situation. But why, I ask you, did he not at least leave the weapon behind? Without a weapon, suicide is immediately ruled out. It was a catastrophic error." Superintendent Sugden replied with stolid professionalism. "Criminals make mistakes. It's the one constant in our line of work." Poirot sighed softly. "Yet despite his errors, this criminal has for the moment vanished." "I wouldn't say he's vanished entirely." "You believe he is still within the house?" "Where else could he be? This was an inside job." "Tout de même," Poirot pointed out gently. "He has escaped in the most crucial sense. You do not know his identity." Superintendent Sugden replied with quiet confidence. "I rather fancy we will know very soon. We have not yet begun questioning the household." Colonel Johnson interjected. "One thing occurs to me, Sugden. Whoever turned that key from the outside must have had some expertise, probably criminal experience. Those tools aren't easy to handle for an amateur. You're suggesting it was a professional job, sir?"
That's exactly what I mean. It does point that way, Sugden admitted.
"Following that logic, it suggests a professional thief among the staff. That would explain the missing diamonds, and the murder would be a tragic but logical consequence." "Well, does anything contradict that theory? It's what I first believed myself, but the details make it difficult to reconcile." A sudden, unexpected detail came to Sugden's mind. A small, polished button from a uniform jacket, found not in the study but caught in the thorny branches of a rose bush outside the library window, suggesting a frantic alternative escape route no one had yet considered. The household staff consists of 8 individuals, 6 are women, and 5 of those have served in the home for over 4 years. The remaining staff includes the butler and a footman. The butler's tenure is remarkable, nearing 4 decades, a notable record by any measure. The footman is a local man, the gardener's son practically raised on the estate, which makes it difficult to view him as a typical professional servant. The final member is Mr. Lee's personal valet. He is a more recent addition, but he was not in the house at the time. He had left just before 8 o'clock and has not yet returned. Colonel Johnson requested a complete list of everyone present in the house. Superintendent Sugden produced his notebook, having obtained the information from the butler. He read aloud the names Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Lee, Mr. George Lee, a Member of Parliament, and his wife, Mr. Henry Lee, Mr. and Mrs. David Lee, Miss Pilar Estravados, and Mr. Stephen Farr. The servant roster followed: Edward Tressilian, the butler, Walter Champion, the footman, Emily Reeves, the cook, Queenie Jones, the kitchen maid, Gladys Spent, the head housemaid, Grace Best, the second housemaid, Beatrice Moscombe, the third housemaid, Joan Kench, the between maid, and Sidney Horbury, the valet. "That's everyone, then," Johnson confirmed. "That's everyone, sir," Sugden replied. Regarding locations at the time of the crime, the superintendent had only a general outline, having deferred formal questioning. According to Tressilian, the gentleman had remained in the dining room, while the ladies retired to the drawing room. The butler had just served coffee and returned to his pantry when a commotion upstairs, followed by a scream, sent him and others rushing into the hall and up the stairs. Colonel Johnson clarified who were permanent residents versus guests. Only Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Lee lived there permanently. The others were visitors. All were currently waiting in the drawing room to give statements. With that established, Johnson indicated they should proceed upstairs to examine the scene. The superintendent led the way up the grand staircase and along the corridor. Upon entering the room, Johnson inhaled sharply at the sight. "Quite a horrific scene," he remarked, taking in the overturned furniture, shattered porcelain and blood-stained wreckage. A slender, older man rose from beside the body and greeted him. "Evening, Johnson. A bit of a mess, isn't it?" "That's an understatement." "Have you found anything for us, Doctor?" The doctor offered a slight shrug and a grim smile. "I'll save the technical details for the inquest. The cause is straightforward. His throat was cut deeply. He would have bled out in under a minute. The weapon is missing." Hercule Poirot moved to the windows. One was securely shut and bolted. The other was open a mere 4 inches at the bottom, secured by an old-fashioned anti-burglar screw. Sugden explained that, per the butler, this window was never fully closed regardless of weather. A linoleum mat was placed beneath it to catch any driven rain, though the overhanging roof offered significant protection. Poirot nodded thoughtfully and returned to the body. The old man's face was contorted, lips pulled back from pale gums in a grimace resembling a snarl, his fingers curled like talons. "He does not appear to have been a physically powerful man," Poirot observed. The doctor responded he was surprisingly resilient. "I understand he'd pulled through several serious illnesses that would have finished off most men." "I did not refer to his health," Poirot clarified. "I meant his stature, his physical strength." "No, he was rather slight and frail," the doctor conceded. Poirot turned his attention from the corpse. He bent to inspect a large overturned mahogany chair. Nearby lay a round mahogany table and the broken remnants of a substantial china lamp. Adding to the picture of violent disorder, 2 smaller chairs were overturned nearby, along with the shattered remains of a decanter and 2 glasses. A heavy glass paperweight remained intact, while several books lay scattered. A large Japanese vase was broken into fragments, and a bronze statuette of a nude girl rounded out the chaotic scene. Hercule Poirot examined each item carefully, his expression grave and thoughtful, but he deliberately avoided touching anything. He furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled. The chief constable inquired, "Notice anything significant, Poirot?" With a sigh, Poirot murmured, "Such a frail, shrunken old man, and yet all this destruction." Johnson appeared confused by the remark. Turning to the sergeant, who was diligently working, he asked, "What about fingerprints?" "Plenty of them, sir, all over the room and the safe. No use there. The only prints on the safe belong to the old gentleman himself." Johnson then addressed the doctor. "What about bloodstains? Surely the killer would have gotten blood on themselves." The doctor responded uncertainly, "Not necessarily. The bleeding was primarily from the jugular vein. It wouldn't spurt like an artery." True, but there still seems to be an excessive amount of blood here, Poirot interjected. Indeed, there is a great deal of blood. It is quite striking, an abundance of blood. Superintendent Sugden asked respectfully, Does that suggest anything particular to you, Mr. Poirot? Poirot glanced around the room, his expression one of deep perplexity. He said slowly, There is a presence here of sheer violence. He paused briefly before continuing, Yes, that is it, violence and blood, an almost deliberate emphasis on blood. There is, how should I phrase it, there is an excess of blood. Blood on the chairs, on the tables, on the carpet. Is it a blood ritual? A sacrificial act, perhaps? Such a frail old man, so thin, so withered, so diminished, and yet in his death so much blood. His voice trailed off. Superintendent Sugden, staring at him with wide, astonished eyes, said in an awed tone, That's odd. That's exactly what she said. The lady, Poirot responded sharply. Which lady? What did she say? Sugden answered. Mrs. Lee, Mrs. Alfred. She stood over there by the door and half whispered it. It didn't make much sense to me at the time. What were her words? Something about who would have thought the old gentleman had so much blood in him, Poirot said softly. Who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? Those are the words of Lady Macbeth, she said that. Ah, that is very interesting indeed. Alfred Lee and his wife entered the small study where Poirot, Sugden, and the chief constable were waiting. Colonel Johnson stepped forward. How do you do, Mr. Lee? We haven't met formally, but as you know, I'm the chief constable of the county. My name is Johnson. I can't express how deeply distressed I am by this tragedy. Alfred, his brown eyes reflecting the pain of a wounded animal, replied hoarsely, Thank you. It's horrific, absolutely horrific. This is my wife, Lydia said in her calm, measured voice. This has been a dreadful shock to my husband, to all of us, but especially to him. Her hand rested reassuringly on her husband's shoulder. Colonel Johnson said, Please sit down, Mrs. Lee. Allow me to introduce Monsieur Hercule Poirot. Hercule Poirot bowed politely, his keen eyes moving with interest from husband to wife. Lydia gently pressed Alfred's shoulder. Sit down, Alfred. Alfred complied, murmuring, Hercule Poirot, now who? He passed a hand over his forehead in a dazed gesture. Lydia Lee said, Colonel Johnson will need to ask you several questions, Alfred. The chief constable looked at her with approval, grateful that Mrs. Alfred Lee was proving to be such a sensible and composed woman. Alfred replied, Of course. Of course. Johnson thought to himself, the shock seems to have completely overwhelmed him. I hope he can gather himself a bit. Aloud, he said, I have a list here of everyone who was in the house tonight. Perhaps you could confirm for me, Mr. Lee, if it is accurate. He gave a slight nod to Sugden, who produced his notebook and once again recited the list of names. The methodical, business-like approach seemed to help Alfred Lee regain a semblance of his usual composure. Alfred had composed himself, his gaze steady and focused once more. He gave a slow nod as Sugden concluded. That's correct, he affirmed. Could you elaborate on your other guests? I understand Mr. and Mrs. George Lee and Mr. and Mrs. David Lee are family. They are my younger brothers and their wives. They are visiting solely for the holiday. Yes, they joined us for Christmas. Mr. Henry Lee is another brother. That's right. And your remaining guests, Miss Estravados and Mr. Farr. Miss Estravados is my niece. Mr. Farr is the son of my father's former business partner from South Africa. Ah, an old family friend, Colonel Johnson noted. Lydia smoothly corrected him. Actually, we had never met him before yesterday. I see yet you extended an invitation for him to stay. Alfred paused, glancing at his wife. She answered with clarity. Mr. Farr arrived quite unexpectedly. He was travelling through the area and paid a call on my father-in-law. Upon learning he was the son of his old partner, my father-in-law insisted he remain with us for the holiday. That clarifies the household, Johnson said. Regarding the staff, Mrs. Lee, do you consider them all dependable? Lydia took a moment, her expression thoughtful. Yes, I believe they are fundamentally reliable. Most have been with the family for many years. Tressilian, the butler, served here when my husband was a boy. The only newer additions are the between-maid Joan and Horbury, the nurse valet who attended my father-in-law. What is your impression of them? Joan is a bit flighty, but harmless. As for Horbury, he has been here just over a year. He was competent in his duties, and my father-in-law expressed no complaints. Poirot interjected keenly. But you, madame, were not entirely content. Lydia offered a slight shrug. It was not my concern. Horbury was my father-in-law's personal attendant, not under my direct supervision. I understand, Poirot replied. Colonel Johnson guided the conversation forward. We must now discuss the events of this evening. This will be difficult, Mr. Lee, but I need your account of what occurred. Of course, Alfred said, his voice subdued. Begin by telling us when you last saw your father. A flicker of pain crossed Alfred's features. It was after tea. I spent a short while with him. I said good night and left him at approximately 5:45, Poirot observed. You said good night. You did not anticipate seeing him again that evening. No. His supper was always brought at 7 after that. He might retire early or remain in his chair, but he did not typically receive family unless he specifically summoned them. Did such summons occur often? Occasionally when he wished? But it was not the usual routine. No. Please continue, Mr. Lee. Alfred drew a steadying breath. We dined at 8 after the meal. My wife and the other ladies retired to the drawing room. His voice began to waver, his eyes losing focus. We men were still at the table when suddenly from above came the most dreadful cacophony. Chairs toppling, furniture shattering, glass and china breaking, and then, oh God! He shuddered, hands trembling. I can still hear it. My father's scream, a prolonged, horrifying cry of a man in mortal agony. He covered his face with his hands. Lydia reached out, her touch light on his arm. Colonel Johnson prompted gently. And then Alfred's voice was fractured. For a moment we were utterly paralyzed. Then we rushed from the room and up the stairs to his door. It was locked. We couldn't enter. We had to force it open. And when we finally did, his words trailed off into a heavy silence. Johnson spoke up swiftly. Let's not dwell on that, Mr. Lee. Going back a bit earlier, to when you were in the dining room. Who was with you when you heard the shout? Who was there? Well, we were all. Wait, let me think. My brother was there, my brother Harry. No one else, no one else. Where were the other men? Alfred sighed, rubbing his temple as he tried to recall. It feels like ages ago now. What exactly happened? Oh, right, George had stepped out to make a phone call. Then we started talking about family business, and Stephen Farr mentioned something about us needing privacy, so he excused himself. He was quite polite about it. And your brother David? Alfred frowned. David, was he there? No, he wasn't. I'm not sure when he slipped away. Poirot interjected softly. So you had family matters to discuss? Yes. Meaning you had matters to discuss with just one family member? Lydia cut in. What are you implying, Mere Poirot? He turned to her promptly. Madame, your husband states that Mr. Farr left because he saw they had family affairs to discuss. But it wasn't a full family meeting, since Mr. David was absent and Mr. George was not present. Therefore, it was a discussion between only two members of the family. Lydia replied, My brother-in-law, Harry, had been overseas for many years. It was natural for him and my husband to have things to catch up on. Ah, I understand. It was like that. She gave him a brief, sharp look before turning away. Johnson continued, All right, that seems clear enough as you rushed upstairs to your father's room. Did you notice anyone else? I can't be sure. People were coming from different directions, but I was so startled by that awful cry, I didn't really take note. Colonel Johnson shifted topics. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Now, another matter. I understand your father had some valuable diamonds in his possession. Alfred looked surprised. Yes, that's correct. Where did he keep them? In the safe in his bedroom. Can you describe them? They were rough diamonds, uncut stones. Why did your father keep them there? It was a peculiar habit of his. He brought those stones back from South Africa. He never had them cut. He just liked having them close. As I said, it was a whim. I see, said the chief constable, though his tone suggested he didn't quite understand. He pressed on. Were they very valuable? My father estimated they were worth around £10,000. So they were quite valuable stones, yes. It seems odd to keep such items in a bedroom safe. Lydia stepped in. My father-in-law, Colonel Johnson, was a rather unconventional man. His ways weren't always typical. Handling those stones genuinely brought him pleasure. Perhaps they reminded him of the past, Poirot offered. She gave him an appreciative nod. Yes, I believe they did. Were they insured? Johnson asked. I don't think so. Johnson leaned forward, his voice dropping. Did you know, Mr. Lee, that those stones had been stolen? What? Alfred stared at him in disbelief. Your father said nothing to you about them going missing. Not a word. You were unaware that he had summoned Superintendent Sugden and reported the theft. I had no idea whatsoever. The chief constable turned to Lydia. What about you, Mrs. Lee? Lydia shook her head. I heard nothing about it. As far as you knew, the diamonds were still in the safe. Yes. She paused, then asked quietly, Is that why he was killed for those stones? Colonel Johnson replied firmly, That's what we intend to discover, he continued. Do you have any notion, Mrs. Lee, who might have carried out such a theft? She shook her head again. None at all. I'm certain the staff are all trustworthy. Besides, accessing that safe would have been very difficult. My father-in-law was almost always in his room. He never came downstairs. Who took care of the room? Horbury. He made the bed and dusted. The second housemaid went in each morning to clean the fireplace and lay the fire, but Horbury handled everything else, Poirot asked. So Horbury would have had the best opportunity. Yes. Do you believe he might have taken the diamonds? It's possible, I suppose. He certainly had the chance. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. Colonel Johnson continued, Your husband has given us his account of the evening. Would you do the same, Mrs. Lee? When was the last time you saw your father-in-law? We were all in his room this afternoon before tea. That was the last time. You didn't go up later to say good night? No. Poirot inquired, Was it your custom to bid him good night? Lydia replied sharply, No. The chief constable pressed on. Where were you when the crime occurred? In the drawing room? Did you hear the struggle? I think I heard something heavy fall. Of course, my father-in-law's room is above the dining room, not the drawing room, so I wouldn't have heard as much. But you heard the cry? Lydia shuddered. Yes, I heard that. It was horrible, like a soul in torment. I knew immediately something dreadful had happened. I hurried out and followed my husband and Harry up the stairs. Who else was in the drawing room at the time? Lydia frowned. Truly, I can't recall. David was next door in the music room, playing Mendelssohn. I think Hilda had gone to join him. And the other two ladies? Lydia said slowly. Magdalene went to make a telephone call. I'm not certain if she had returned. I don't know where Pilar was, Poirot said gently. So, in fact, you may have been quite alone in the drawing room. Yes, I believe I was. Colonel Johnson shifted topics. Concerning these diamonds, we ought to be certain about them. Do you know the combination to your father's safe, Mr. Lee? I see it's a somewhat older model. You'll find it written in a small notebook he kept in the pocket of his dressing gown. Good, we'll look presently. It may be better first to speak with the other members of the house party. The ladies may wish to retire. Lydia stood. Come, Alfred. She turned to the officers. Shall I send them in to you? One at a time, if you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Lee. Certainly. She moved toward the door, Alfred following. Suddenly, at the threshold, he swung around. Of course, he said, hurrying back to Poirot. You are Hercule Poirot. I don't know where my wits have been. I should have realized at once. He spoke quickly in a low, urgent voice. Your being here is an absolute godsend. You must uncover the truth, Mem Poirot. Spare no expense. I will be responsible for any cost. But find out. My poor father killed by someone, killed with such brutality. You must find out. My father must be avenged. Poirot answered quietly, I can assure you, Mr. Lee, I am prepared to do my utmost to assist Colonel Johnson and Superintendent Sugden. Alfred Lee insisted, I want you to work for me. My father must be avenged. He began to tremble violently. Lydia had returned. She went to him and took his arm. Come, Alfred, she said, we must fetch the others. Her eyes met Poirot's. They were inscrutable, unwavering. Poirot said softly, Who would have thought the old man? She cut him off. Stop, don't say that. Poirot murmured, You said it, madame. She breathed softly. I know, I remember it was so horrible then. She went abruptly from the room, her husband beside her. George Lee was solemn and correct. A terrible business, he said, shaking his head. A terrible, terrible business. I can only conclude it must have been the work of a lunatic. Colonel Johnson said politely, Is that your theory?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
A homicidal maniac, clearly. It's the only explanation that makes any sense. Superintendent Sugden interjected, And how do you propose this individual managed to enter and then exit the house, Mr. Lee? George Lee shook his head firmly. That, he declared, is a matter for the police to determine. Sugden responded. We conducted an immediate search of the premises. Every window was secured and barred. Both the front and side doors were locked. No one could have departed through the kitchen areas without being observed by the staff. Preposterous? George Lee exclaimed. Are you suggesting my father wasn't murdered at all? He was most certainly murdered. Superintendent Sugden confirmed. There is no question of that. The chief constable cleared his throat and resumed the questioning. Where exactly were you, Mr. Lee, when the crime occurred? I was in the drawing room, George stated. It was shortly after dinner. Yes, I had just finished placing a telephone call to the Conservative agent in my constituency regarding some urgent matters. That's when I heard the scream. A visible shiver passed through him. It was a dreadful, chilling sound that seemed to end in a kind of strangled gasp. He mopped his brow with a handkerchief. A terrible affair. I went upstairs immediately afterward. Did you encounter your brothers, Alfred or Harry, on the way? No, they must have gone up just before me. When did you last see your father alive? This afternoon, when we were all with him. I did not see him again after that. The chief constable paused before continuing. Were you aware your father kept a collection of valuable uncut diamonds in his bedroom safe? George nodded with an air of superiority. A most imprudent practice. I advised him against it on numerous occasions. It was an invitation for robbery, or worse. He caught himself flustered by his own words. Colonel Johnson cut in, Are you aware those diamonds are now missing? George's mouth fell open, his eyes bulging. So he was killed for them. The chief constable said slowly, He reported the theft to the police several hours before his death. George stammered, utterly bewildered. But then, I don't comprehend. Hercule Poirot murmured gently, We too are in the dark. Harry Lee entered the room with a confident stride. For a moment Poirot studied him, a faint frown on his face. He had a peculiar sense of having seen this man somewhere before. He noted the distinctive features, the pronounced nose, the arrogant tilt of the head, the strong jawline. He realized that while Harry was a larger man, the resemblance to his father of average height was unmistakable. He also perceived something else. Beneath the bravado, Harry Lee was tense. The swagger was a performance. The underlying anxiety was genuine. Well, gentlemen, Harry said. What would you like to know? Colonel Johnson replied. Any insight you can provide into tonight's events would be helpful. Harry spread his hands. I'm afraid I can't shed any light. The whole thing is horrifying and completely unforeseen. Poirot inquired. You have only recently returned from abroad. I understand, Mr. Lee. Harry turned to him quickly. Yes, I arrived back in the country just a week ago. Poirot pressed. You had been absent for a considerable time. Harry threw back his head and laughed, a note of defiance in it. "You may as well hear it from me. The gossip will reach you soon enough. I'm the prodigal son. It has been nearly 2 decades since I last crossed this threshold. But you returned now. May we ask why?" Poirot asked with the same appearance of candour. Harry answered readily. "It's the same old story. I grew weary of living on scraps. I started imagining how good the fatted calf might taste. When my father wrote and suggested I come home, I decided to heed the call. So here I am." A flicker of something unreadable, regret perhaps, or simple wariness, passed behind his eyes as he said it. "That's all," he concluded. Poirot inquired, "Was your visit intended to be brief or something more permanent?" "I came home for good," Harry declared. "With your father's approval?" The old man was thrilled. Harry laughed, his eyes crinkling pleasantly. It must have been dreadfully dull for him here with just Alfred. Alfred is a solid, worthy sort, but hardly exciting company. My father had enjoyed a rather lively past himself. He was looking forward to having me around. "And your brother and his wife?" Poirot asked, a slight lift in his brow. "Were they pleased by your decision to reside here?" "Alfred? Alfred was absolutely furious. As for Lydia, I'm not sure. She was probably annoyed on Alfred's behalf initially, but I suspect she'd have come around. I always liked Lydia. She's a charming woman. We would have gotten along well. Alfred, however, was a completely different story." He laughed again. "Alfred has always been insanely jealous of me. He's the dutiful stay-at-home son, the predictable one. And what was his reward for all that goodness? Exactly what the good boy in the family often gets, a swift kick. Take my word for it, gentlemen, virtue is its own reward, and often the only one." He looked between them. "I hope my frankness doesn't shock you, but you're after the truth, and you'll drag all the family secrets into the light eventually. I might as well show you mine up front. I'm not exactly heartbroken over my father's death. I hadn't laid eyes on the old devil since I was a boy, but he was still my father, and he was murdered. I want the person who did it found and punished." He stroked his jaw, watching them. "We Lees have a long memory for wrongs. I intend to see my father's murderer caught and hanged. You can trust us to pursue that end diligently, Mr. Lee," Whodunit assured him. "If you don't," Harry Lee stated, "I'll handle it myself." Chief Constable Johnson said sharply, "Do you have any thoughts on who the murderer might be?" Harry shook his head slowly. "No, I don't, and it's rather a shock because I've been thinking it over. It doesn't seem possible it was an outsider." "Indeed," Whodunit nodded. "And if that's the case," Harry continued, "then someone in this house killed him. But who on earth could it be? The servants are hardly likely. Tressilian has been here forever. The footman is half-witted. Horbury is a cool customer, but Tressilian says he was at the movies. So where does that leave us, setting aside Stephen Farr? Why would a man come all the way from South Africa to murder a stranger? We're left with the family, and for the life of me, I can't picture any of them doing it. Alfred adored father. George hasn't the nerve. David is a dreamer. He'd faint at the sight of his own blood. The wives, women don't typically slit a man's throat in cold blood, so who does that leave? I'm blessed if I know, but it's deeply unsettling." Colonel Johnson cleared his throat officiously. "When did you last see your father this evening?" "After tea. He just had a row with Alfred about me, as it happens." The old man was terribly pleased with himself. He always enjoyed stirring up trouble. In my opinion, that's why he kept my arrival a secret from the others. He wanted to see the fireworks when I walked in unexpectedly. That's also why he brought up changing his will. Poirot stirred softly. "So your father mentioned his will, yes, in front of everyone. He watched us all like a hawk to see our reactions. Just told the lawyer to come see him about it after the holidays." Poirot asked, "What changes did he have in mind?" Harry grinned. "He didn't tell us that. Trust the old fox, I imagine, or perhaps I hoped the change would be to my advantage. I expect I'd been written out of any previous wills entirely. I suppose I was meant to return. a bitter disappointment for the rest of them. Pilar as well, he'd grown quite fond of her. She was in line for something substantial, I'd wager. You haven't met her yet. My niece from Spain. She's a striking girl, Pilar, carrying all the passionate fire of the South, along with its merciless edge. A pity I'm merely her uncle. You mentioned your father was taken with her. Harry gave a nod. She had a knack for charming the old man, spent hours up there with him. I've no doubt she knew exactly what she wanted. Well, he's gone now. No wills can be changed to benefit Pilar, nor me, more's the pity. He fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening, then continued in an altered tone. But I'm straying from your question you asked when I last saw my father alive. As I said, it was after tea, perhaps a little past 6. He seemed in good spirits then, though perhaps a bit weary. I left him with Horbury. That was the final time. And where were you when he died? In the dining room with my brother Alfred. It wasn't a pleasant conversation. We were right in the thick of a rather heated disagreement when we heard the commotion overhead. Sounded like a full-on brawl. Then came Father's cry, a horrible shrill sound like an animal. It seemed to freeze Alfred where he sat, his mouth hanging open. I had to jolt him back to awareness before we both rushed upstairs. The door was locked. We had to force it open, which took considerable effort. How that door came to be locked is beyond me. The room was empty, except for Father, and I'll be damned if anyone could have escaped through those windows. Superintendent Sugden interjected. The door was locked from the outside. What? Harry stared, incredulous. But I could have sworn the key was on the inside. Hercule Poirot murmured. So you observed that detail? Harry Lee replied sharply. I make a habit of noticing things. His gaze shifted warily between the two men. Is there anything else you require, gentlemen? Chief Inspector Johnson shook his head. Not at present, Mr. Lee. Perhaps you could send in the next family member? Of course. He exited without a backward glance. Once the door closed, the three men exchanged looks. Colonel Johnson said, Well, Sugden, what's your read? The superintendent frowned thoughtfully. He's hiding something. I wonder what it is. Magdalene Lee made a deliberate pause in the doorway, one slender hand lightly touching her gleaming platinum hair. Her leaf-green velvet dress draped her slender frame. She appeared youthful and slightly apprehensive. For an instant, the three men were arrested by her entrance. Colonel Johnson's eyes registered a flash of surprised admiration. Superintendent Sugden's held no spark, only the impatience of a man focused on his duty. Hercule Poirot's gaze was appreciative. She noted this, but his appreciation seemed less for her beauty and more for her skillful presentation of it. She did not realize he was thinking, a pretty mannequin, the little one. But she has hard eyes. Colonel Johnson was thinking, a remarkably attractive woman. George Lee will have his hands full if he isn't careful. She certainly has an eye for male attention. Superintendent Sugden was thinking, a vain, empty-headed piece of work. Let's get this over with quickly. Please sit down, Mrs. Lee. You are Mrs. George Lee. She accepted the chair with a warm, grateful smile that seemed to say, You're a man and a policeman, but perhaps not so intimidating after all. A flicker of that smile included Poirot. Foreigners were often so susceptible. Superintendent Sugden. She ignored, wringing her hands in a show of pretty distress. She murmured, It's all so dreadful. I feel quite terrified. Now, Mrs. Lee, said Colonel Johnson, his tone kind but businesslike. It's been a shock, I understand. But the worst is over. We simply need your account of what happened tonight, the chief constable said. She let out a sob. But I don't know anything, truly I don't. For a moment the chief constable's eyes narrowed slightly. He replied gently, No, of course not. We only got here yesterday, George insisted. We come for Christmas. I wish we hadn't. I don't think I'll ever feel the same after this. Very distressing, I'm sure. I hardly know George's family, you understand. I've only met Mr. Lee a couple of times at our wedding and once after. I've seen Alfred and Lydia more, but honestly, they're all still strangers to me. Once more that wide-eyed, frightened child expression appeared. Hercule Poirot observed it with appreciation, thinking to himself once again how skillfully she played her part. "Yes, yes," Colonel Johnson said. "Now just tell me about the last time you saw your father-in-law, Mr. Lee, alive." "Oh, that was this afternoon." "It was awful." Johnson leaned forward. "Awful. Why? They were all so furious." "Who was furious?" "Pretty much everyone, except George, I suppose. His father didn't say anything directly to him, but all the others." "What happened exactly?" "Well, when we all went in, he was on the telephone, speaking to his lawyers about his will. Then he told Alfred he looked terribly gloomy. I think that was because Harry had come back to live here. Alfred was really upset about that, from what I gather. Harry did something quite terrible years ago. And then Mr. Lee said something about his late wife. She's been gone a long time, but he claimed she had the brains of a louse. David jumped up then and looked as if he wanted to kill him. "Oh," she stopped abruptly, her eyes wide with alarm. "I didn't mean that literally. Not at all," Colonel Johnson said soothingly. "Quite, quite. Just a figure of speech." Hilda, David's wife, calmed him down and, well, I think that was all. Mr. Lee said he didn't want to see anyone else for the rest of the evening, so we all left, and that was the last time you saw him. "Yes. Until she shivered." Colonel Johnson nodded. "Yes, quite. Now, where were you when the crime occurred?" "Oh, let me think. I believe I was in the drawing room." "Are you certain?" Magdalen's eyes flickered, her lids lowering. "Of course. How silly of me. I'd gone to make a telephone call. It's all so confusing. You were telephoning, you say, in this room?" "Yes, that's the only telephone downstairs besides the one upstairs in my father-in-law's room," Superintendent Sugden asked. "Was anyone else in the room with you?" Her eyes widened. "Oh, no, I was completely alone. Were you there long?" "Well, a little while. It takes some time to get a call through in the evening." "So it was a long-distance call? Yes, to Westringham?" "I see. And then there was that horrible scream, and everyone running, and the door being locked and having to break it down. Oh, it was like a nightmare. I'll never forget it." "No, no," Colonel Johnson said, his tone mechanically kind. He continued, "Did you know your father-in-law kept a number of valuable diamonds in his safe?" "No, really." Her tone was openly thrilled. "Actual diamonds," Hercule Poirot added. "Diamonds worth approximately $10,000. "Oh!" It was a soft, gasping sound, full of unmistakable feminine desire. "Well," said Colonel Johnson, "I think that's all for now. We won't trouble you further, Mrs. Lee."
"Oh, thank you."
She stood up, offering a grateful little girl smile from Johnson to Poirot, then walked out with her head held high, her palms slightly turned outward. After she closed the door, Colonel Johnson turned back to the table. "Well," he said, "what do you make of that? We're starting to piece it together now. Did you notice? George Lee was on the telephone when he heard the scream, and his wife was telephoning when she heard it. That doesn't line up. It doesn't line up at all," he continued. "What's your take, Sugden?" The superintendent replied thoughtfully. "I don't mean any disrespect to the lady, but I'd say she's the type who's excellent at persuading a gentleman to part with his money. However, I don't believe she's the type who'd slit a gentleman's throat. That simply wouldn't be her style." "Ah, but one can never be certain, my friend," Poirot murmured. The chief constable turned to him. "And you, Poirot, what is your opinion?" Hercule Poirot leaned forward. He adjusted the blotter before him and flicked an almost invisible speck of dust from a candlestick. He responded, "I would suggest that the character of the late Mr. Simeon Lee is starting to become clear to us. It is there, I believe, that the entire significance of this case resides, in the character of the deceased man." Superintendent Sugden looked at him with a confused expression. "I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Poirot. What exactly does the character of the victim have to do with his murder?" Poirot said dreamily. "The character of the victim always has something to do with his or her murder. Desdemona's frank and trusting nature was the direct cause of her demise. A more cautious woman would have recognized Iago's schemes and thwarted them far sooner. Marat's own corruption directly invited his end in a bath from the temper of Mercutio's mind sprang his death by the sword. Colonel Johnson tugged at his moustache. "What exactly are you driving at, Poirot? I'm telling you that because Simeon Lee was a certain kind of man, he set certain forces in motion, and those forces ultimately brought about his death. You don't think the diamonds had anything to do with it?" Then Poirot smiled at the honest bewilderment on Johnson's face. "My dear fellow," he said, "it was because of Simeon Lee's peculiar character that he kept £10,000 worth of uncut diamonds in his safe. Not every man would do such a thing." "That's very true, Mr. Poirot," said Superintendent Sugden, nodding with the air of a man who finally understands where his conversational partner is headed. "He was a strange one, Mr. Lee was. He kept those stones there so he could take them out, handle them, and feel the past come alive again. Mark my words. That's why he never had them cut." Poirot nodded vigorously. "Precisely? Precisely. I see you possess considerable insight, Superintendent." The superintendent looked slightly uncertain about the compliment, but Colonel Johnson interjected. "There's something else, Poirot. I don't know if it has occurred to you." "But of course," said Poirot, "I know what you mean, Mrs. George Lee. She let the cat out of the bag more than she realized. She provided us with quite an impression of that last family gathering. She indicates, oh so naively, that Alfred was furious with his father, and that David looked as though he could murder him. Both of those statements, I think, were true, but from them we can construct our own understanding. Why did Simeon Lee summon his family? Why did they arrive just in time to hear him telephoning his lawyer? Good heavens, that was no accident. He wanted them to hear it. The poor old man, sitting in his chair, having lost the amusements of his youth, invents a new diversion for himself. He amuses himself by playing upon human cupidity and greed, yes, and on its emotions and passions too. But from that arises one further conclusion. In his game of stirring the greed and emotion of his children, he would not leave anyone out. He must logically and necessarily have taken his dig at Mr. George Lee as well as at the others. His wife is carefully silent about that. At her too he may have launched a poisoned arrow or two. We shall discover, I think, from others what Simeon Lee had to say to George Lee and George Lee's wife. He stopped speaking. The door opened and David Lee entered the room. He approached them, pulled a chair closer, and sat down, his expression serious and questioning as he faced Colonel Johnson. The glow from the electric lamp caught the light-colored hair at his forehead and accentuated the fine lines of his cheekbones. He appeared remarkably young to be the son of the frail old man who now lay dead upstairs. "What would you like to know, gentlemen?" he asked. "Colonel Johnson began, Mr. Lee. We understand there was a family gathering in your father's room earlier today. That's correct, though. It was very informal, not any sort of official meeting. Can you describe what happened?" David Lee replied calmly. "My father was in a difficult state, given his age and his health. We all made allowances, but he seemed to have called us there simply to vent his frustration on everyone. Do you recall his exact words?" David paused, then said quietly, "It was rather childish, really. He claimed none of us were any good, that there wasn't a real man among us. He said Pilar, my niece from Spain, was worth more than any two of us combined." David hesitated. Poirot gently pressed. "If you can, Mr. Lee, the precise phrasing would help." Reluctantly, David continued. "He used coarse language, said he hoped he had better sons somewhere in the world, even if they were born out of wedlock." A flicker of discomfort crossed his face. Superintendent Sugden leaned forward, suddenly attentive. "Did your father say anything specific to your brother George? To George?" "I think so, yes." "He told George he'd need to cut back on spending, that his allowance would be reduced. George became quite agitated, his face flushed. He argued he couldn't manage with less. My father replied coolly that he'd have to, and suggested George get his wife to help him economize. It was a pointed remark, since George is the frugal one, always watching every penny Magdalen. On the other hand, enjoys finer things and tends to spend more freely. Poirot noted. So she was upset as well, certainly. My father also made a rather crude comment about her background, mentioning she'd lived with a naval officer. He meant her father, of course, but it came out sounding improper. Magdalene turned bright red. I don't blame her. Poirot shifted the subject. Did your father refer to your late mother? A deep flush spread across David's temples. His hands tightened on the table, trembling slightly. Yes, he said. His voice low and strained. He insulted her. Colonel Johnson asked what did he say. David answered abruptly. I don't remember the details. It was a slighting remark. Poirot spoke softly. Your mother passed away some time ago. When I was a boy, David replied shortly. Was she unhappy here, perhaps? David gave a bitter laugh. Who could be happy with a man like my father? My mother was a saint. She died heartbroken. Then, as if catching himself, he added, But you should know I hadn't seen my father in nearly 20 years before this visit. I can't tell you much about his daily life or who might have wished him harm. Colonel Johnson asked, Were you aware your father kept valuable diamonds in his bedroom safe? David shrugged indifferently. Was he? That seems an unwise thing to do. Could you outline your own movements last night? After dinner, I left rather quickly. Sitting around over port bores me, and I could see Alfred and Harry were heading for an argument. I avoid confrontations. I went to the music room and played the piano for a while. Poirot inquired, The music room is adjacent to the drawing room, correct? Yes, it is. I was at the piano for a while, until it all went wrong. What exactly did you hear? Well, a distant racket from upstairs, like furniture being shoved around. Then a truly horrible scream. He tightened his fists once more. It sounded like pure agony. Honestly, it was chilling, Johnson asked. Were you by yourself in the music room? What? No, my wife Hilda was with me. She'd just come in from the other room. We hurried upstairs with everyone else, he added hastily, almost defensively. You don't need me to describe what we found up there, do you? Colonel Johnson replied, No, that won't be necessary. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Just one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to harm your father? David Lee answered with a bitter laugh. I'd guess plenty of people, but no one specific comes to mind. He left quickly, the door closing with a sharp bang behind him. No sooner had Colonel Johnson drawn a breath to speak than the door opened again and Hilda Lee entered. Hercule Poirot observed her with keen interest. He had to concede that the women the Lee brothers had married presented a fascinating contrast. There was Lydia's sharp intellect and elegant poise, Magdalene's rather theatrical charm, and now Hilda's substantial, reassuring presence. She was, he noted, younger than her practical hairstyle and modest clothing suggested. Her plain brown hair showed no grey, and her calm hazel eyes, set in a round, gentle face, radiated a steady kindness. He decided she was a genuinely good person. Colonel Johnson adopted a sympathetic tone. This must be a terrible strain for all of you, he began. I understand from your husband that this is your first visit to Gorston Hall? She nodded. Had you ever met your father-in-law, Mr. Lee, before this visit? Hilda answered in her warm, even voice. No, David and I married shortly after he left home. He always preferred to keep his distance from the family. We hadn't seen any of them until now. What led to this visit, then? My father-in-law wrote to David. He emphasized his age and his wish to have all his children with him for Christmas. And your husband agreed to that request. Hilda said his agreement was largely my doing. I'm afraid I completely misread the situation. Poirot leaned forward. Madame, would you be so kind as to elaborate? I believe your perspective may be very helpful. She turned to him readily. At the time, I had never met the old man. I didn't understand his true motive. I simply assumed he was a lonely old man who genuinely wanted to make peace with his family. And what do you believe his true motive was? Hilda paused, choosing her words. I have no doubt whatsoever that what my father-in-law really wanted was not to make peace, but to create conflict. In what way? She lowered her voice. He took a kind of wicked delight in it, in bringing out the worst in everyone. There was a mischievous, almost devilish quality to him. He wanted to pit every single member of the family against each other. Johnson asked pointedly, "And did he succeed?" "Oh, yes," Hilda Lee said quietly. "He succeeded perfectly," Poirot said. "We have heard about a rather heated discussion that occurred this afternoon, madame." It was more than heated, she admitted. It was explosive. "Would you describe it for us as accurately as you can?" She thought for a moment. "When we entered the room, my father-in-law was on the telephone, speaking to his lawyer, I believe. Yes, he was insisting that a Mr. Charlton, was it, should come over right away because he intended to change his will." Poirot leaned forward, his voice low and intent. "Consider carefully, madame. In your judgment, did your father-in-law arrange for you all to hear that exchange, or was it merely an accident of proximity?" Hilda Lee's response was measured. "I am nearly certain he intended for us to overhear, with the aim of sowing discord and uncertainty among the family. Yes, then it is possible he never truly intended to change his will at all." She hesitated, then shook her head slightly. "No, I believe that aspect was sincere. He likely did wish to draft a new will, but he took distinct pleasure in emphasizing the point." Madame Poirot continued, "I hold no official position, and my inquiries may differ from those of an English policeman, yet I am most curious to hear your personal view on what form that new will might have taken. I ask not for facts, but for your impression. Women, thank heavens, are seldom slow to form an opinion." A faint smile touched Hilda's lips. "I don't mind sharing what I think. My husband's sister, Jennifer, married a Spaniard named Juan Estravados. Their daughter, Pilar, has only just arrived. She is a strikingly lovely girl and, naturally, the sole grandchild. The old man was utterly charmed by her. He took a powerful liking to her presence. In my opinion, he wished to leave her a substantial portion in the new document. The old will probably granted her little or nothing at all. Did you ever meet your sister-in-law?" "No, our paths never crossed. I understand her Spanish husband died under tragic circumstances not long after the wedding. Jennifer herself passed away a year ago, leaving Pilar orphaned. That is why Mr. Lee summoned her to live with him here in England. And the rest of the family, did they welcome her arrival?" Hilda replied quietly. "I believe everyone liked her. It was refreshing to have someone so young and full of life in the house. Did she seem content to be here?" Hilda spoke slowly, weighing her words. "It's difficult to say for a girl raised in the warmth of Spain. This must feel bitterly cold and strange." Superintendent Johnson interjected. "Spain isn't exactly a picnic spot these days either. Now, Mrs. Lee, we'd like your account of the conversation this afternoon." Poirot murmured an apology for his digression. Hilda Lee continued, after he finished the telephone call. "My father-in-law looked around at all of us and gave a short laugh, remarking how glum we appeared. Then he announced he was tired and planned to retire early. He insisted that no one disturb him for the rest of the evening. He said he needed to be in good spirits for Christmas Day, something along those lines." She paused, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think," he added, "that you had to come from a large family to truly appreciate Christmas, and then the talk turned to money. He complained that running the house would cost more in future. He told George and Magdalene they would need to economize. He even suggested Magdalene should make her own clothes, a rather quaint, old-fashioned notion, I'm afraid. No wonder it irritated her. He mentioned that his own wife had been clever with a needle. Poirot asked gently, was that all he said about her? Hilda flushed. He made a rather disparaging remark about her intellect. My husband was deeply devoted to his mother, so that stung him badly, and then, quite suddenly, Mr. Lee began shouting at everyone. He worked himself into a real state. I can understand, of course, how he felt. Poirot gently interrupted. How did he feel? She met his gaze with calm eyes. He was disappointed, naturally, because there are no grandchildren, no boys, I mean, no Lees to carry on the name. I can see how that must have festered for years, And suddenly he couldn't contain it any longer and lashed out at his sons, calling them a pack of spineless old women, or words to that effect. In that moment, I actually felt sorry for him. I realized his pride had been profoundly wounded. And then, Hilda said slowly, we all left the room. That was the last time you saw him. She inclined her head in silent affirmation. Where were you when it happened? Poirot asked. I was downstairs with my husband in the music room, Hilda Lee replied. He was playing the piano for me. And then we heard a terrible commotion from the floor above, the sound of furniture being knocked over, something shattering, a violent struggle, and then that scream. The awful sound when his throat was cut. Poirot considered her words. Was it truly so awful? Did it sound, he paused, searching like a soul condemned to hell? Hilda's voice dropped to a whisper. It was worse, explain, please. It was empty, as if it came from someone with no soul left at all. It was an animal sound, inhuman. She shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself as if suddenly cold in the warm room. Poirot studied her intently. So, in that moment, you formed your judgment of him, madame. A look of acute distress crossed her face. Her gaze fell to the patterned rug beneath her feet, unable to meet his eyes. Later, Pilar Estravados entered the study with the cautious steps of a creature sensing a snare. Her dark eyes darted around, less fearful than profoundly mistrustful. Colonel Johnson offered her a seat. You do speak English, Miss Estravados? Pilar's expression brightened. Naturally, my mother was English. I'm actually very English myself. She announced this with a definitive nod. Colonel Johnson's lips twitched as he observed her glossy black hair, proud dark eyes and vividly red mouth. Very English was a decidedly odd description for Pilar. Mr. Lee was your grandfather. He asked you to come from Spain, and you arrived only a few days ago, correct?
Yes,
Pilar said, her hands animated. It was a big adventure getting out. There was an airplane, a bomb, the driver was killed, so much blood where his head had been. I cannot drive, so I had to walk for miles and miles. I hate walking my feet. They hurt terribly. She made a pained face. I see. Did your mother ever speak to you about your grandfather? Pilar nodded cheerfully. Oh yes, she said he was a dreadful old devil. Hercule Poirot allowed himself a small smile. And what was your own impression upon meeting him, mademoiselle? He was very, very old, Pilar admitted. He had to sit in his chair all the time, and his face was like wrinkled paper, but I liked him. I think when he was young, he must have been very handsome. She turned her head suddenly toward Superintendent Sugden, her eyes lighting up with frank appreciation. Handsome like you. Sugden's normally impassive face flushed a deep red. Colonel Johnson coughed to cover a laugh. But of course, Pilar added with sincere regret, he could never have been so big and tall as you are. Poirot sighed quietly. You have a preference, then, for large men, senorita? Oh, yes, Pilar agreed with enthusiasm. A man should be tall with very broad shoulders. He should look very strong. Colonel Johnson steered the conversation back. Did you spend much time with your grandfather after you arrived? I went to sit with him, Pilar said. He told me stories that he had been a very wicked man, about all the things he did in South Africa. Did he mention having diamonds in the safe in his bedroom? Yes, he showed them to me, but they were not pretty. They looked like dull little pebbles, very ugly things. Superintendent Sugden leaned forward. He showed them to you, did he? Yes. He didn't give you any of them. Pilar shook her head, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. No, I thought maybe if I was very nice and visited him often, he might. Old gentlemen, they enjoy the company of young girls, don't they? The diamonds have been stolen, Colonel Johnson stated bluntly. Stolen? Pilar's eyes widened. Yes. Do you have any idea who might have taken them? Pilar nodded immediately, her expression turning shrewd. Oh, yes. It would be Horbury, the valet. Why him? Because he has the face of a thief, she declared. His eyes move like this. She demonstrated with a quick side-to-side glance. And he walks so quietly, listening at doors. He is like a cat, and all cats are thieves, you know." "I see," said Colonel Johnson, exchanging a glance with Sugden. "We'll note that. Now I realize the whole family was gathered in your grandfather's room earlier today, and that some rather heated words were exchanged." Pilar nodded, a smile playing on her lips. "Yes," she confirmed. "It was quite entertaining. Grandfather made them absolutely furious. So you found it amusing, did you?" "Very much. I enjoy watching people lose their temper. I find it fascinating. But here in England, it's not the same as in Spain. Back home, they pull out knives. They shout curses. Here they do nothing. They just turn a deep shade of red and clamp their mouths shut." "Can you recall what was actually said?" Pilar appeared thoughtful, a little uncertain. "I'm not entirely sure Grandfather told them they were worthless, that they hadn't produced any children. He said I was better than all of them. He was very fond of me." "Did he mention money or his will?" "His will? No, I don't believe so. I don't remember that." "What happened after the argument?" "They all left except for Hilda, the plump one. David's wife, she stayed behind." "Did she, now?" "Yes." David looked rather strange. He was trembling and terribly pale. He looked as if he might be ill. "And then I went to find Stephen. We danced to some records." "Stephen Farr?" "Yes. He's from South Africa, the son of Grandfather's old business partner. He's very handsome, very tan and tall with lovely eyes." Johnson inquired, "Where were you when the crime took place?" "You want to know where I was?" "Exactly. I had gone into the drawing room with Lydia. After that I went up to my room to freshen my makeup. I was planning to dance with Stephen again. Then from a distance I heard a scream and everyone was running, so I ran too. They were trying to break down Grandfather's door. Harry and Stephen did it together. They're both very strong." "Go on." "And then crash. The door gave way and we all looked inside. What a scene. Everything was broken and knocked over, and Grandfather was lying in a great deal of blood, his throat cut right here." She made a sharp, dramatic gesture across her own neck, just below the ear. She paused, having clearly relished telling the story. Johnson asked, "The sight of all that blood didn't make you feel unwell?" She stared at him, puzzled. "No, why should it? There's usually blood when someone is killed. There was so much of it, all over the place." Poirot interjected. "Did anyone say anything noteworthy?" Pilar replied. "David said something very odd. What was it?" "Oh, yes, the mills of God. That's what he said." She repeated the phrase slowly, emphasizing each word. "The mills of God? What does that mean? Mills are for grinding flour, aren't they?" Colonel Johnson said, "I think that will be all for the moment, Miss Estravados." Pilar rose obediently. She flashed a quick, charming smile at each man in turn. "I'll go now, then." She left the room. Colonel Johnson remarked, "The mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceeding small, and David Lee is the one who said that." As the door opened again, Colonel Johnson glanced up. For a second he mistook the entering figure for Harry Lee, but as Stephen Farr stepped fully into the room, he recognized his error. "Sit down, Mr. Farr," he said. Stephen sat. His eyes, cool and intelligent, moved from one man to the other. He began, "I'm not sure how helpful I can be, but ask me anything you think might be useful. Perhaps I should start by explaining who I am. My father was Ebenezer Farr. He was Simeon Lee's partner in South Africa many years ago. Over 4 decades now." He paused. "My dad often spoke to me about Simeon Lee. What a character he was. He and my father did quite well for themselves together. Simeon Lee returned to England with a fortune, and my father didn't do badly either. Dad always told me that when I came to this country, I should look up Mr. Lee. I once said it was so long ago that he probably wouldn't remember me. But Dad just laughed at the idea, he said. When 2 men have been through what Simeon and I went through, they don't forget. Well, my father passed away a couple of years ago. This was my first trip to England, so I decided to follow my father's suggestion and pay a visit to Mr. Lee. He smiled faintly as he continued. Honestly, I was a bit anxious walking up to the house, but it turned out I had nothing to worry about. Mr. Lee welcomed me warmly and insisted I spend Christmas with the family. I felt like I was intruding, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. He added with a touch of shyness, "Everyone has been incredibly kind, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Lee especially. It's awful that all this has happened to them." Colonel Johnson asked, "How long have you been staying here, Mr. Farr? Since yesterday? Did you see Mr. Lee at all today?" "Yes, we spoke this morning. He was in good spirits, asking all sorts of questions about people and places back home." "Was that the last time you saw him?" "It was. Did he mention keeping uncut diamonds in his safe?" "No, he didn't." Farr paused, then added before Johnson could speak again, "Are you saying this was a robbery and a murder?" "We're still determining that," Johnson replied. "Now, regarding this evening, could you describe your movements in your own words?" "Of course, after the ladies left the dining room, I stayed for a glass of port. Then it became clear the family had matters to discuss privately, and my presence was in the way, so I excused myself." "What did you do then?" Stephen Farr leaned back, his forefinger tracing his jawline. He answered somewhat stiffly, "I went to that large room with the parquet floor, the ballroom, I believe. There's a gramophone there with dance records. I put a few on," Poirot inquired gently. "Perhaps you were hoping someone might join you." A faint, knowing smile touched Farr's lips. "It was a possibility, yes. One always hopes then." He grinned openly. Poirot observed, "Miss Estravados is quite beautiful." "She's easily the loveliest sight I've seen since arriving in England," Farr replied. "Did Miss Estravados join you?" Johnson pressed. Stephen shook his head. "I was still there when I heard the commotion. I rushed out into the hall and ran as fast as I could to see what was wrong. I helped Harry Lee break the door down." "Is that everything you can tell us? I'm afraid so." Hercule Poirot leaned forward, his voice soft but intent. "Yet I believe Mr. Farr, you could tell us much more if you chose to." "What do you mean?" Farr asked sharply. "You can provide something vital to this case. The character of Mr. Lee? You say your father spoke of him often. What kind of man did he describe?" Stephen Farr answered slowly, "I see where you're going. You want to know what Simeon Lee was like in his youth. Well, you want me to be honest, I assume. Please, to start, I wouldn't call Simeon Lee a model of virtue. I don't mean he was outright criminal, but he certainly skirted the edges. His personal morals weren't something to admire, yet he had tremendous charm and was wildly generous. Anyone with a hard-luck story could count on him. He drank moderately, was very attractive to women, and had a sharp sense of humor. But he also carried a strange, vengeful streak. They say an elephant never forgets. Well, Simeon Lee never forgot either. My father told me about several instances where Lee waited years to settle a score with someone who'd crossed him. Superintendent Sugden interjected. Then perhaps someone else was playing the same game. Do you know of anyone, Mr. Farr, whom Simeon Lee might have wronged in the past? Something from long ago that could explain what happened here tonight?" Stephen Farr shook his head. "He had enemies. Naturally, a man like him would. But I don't know of any specific case." Besides, his expression grew sharp. "I've learned, in fact I've been speaking with Tressilian, that there haven't been any outsiders in or around the house tonight," Hercule Poirot observed, "with the exception of yourself, Mr. Farr." Stephen Farr turned quickly toward him. "Ah, so that's the angle, the suspicious newcomer. Well, you won't uncover any dramatic backstory here. There's no tale of Simeon Lee wronging my father, Ebenezer Farr, with his son arriving for vengeance. Nothing of the sort," he shook his head. "Simeon and Ebenezer parted on decent terms. I came, as I've said, out of simple curiosity, and besides, I'd think a gramophone provides a rather solid alibi. I was playing records the entire time. Someone must have heard them. A single record wouldn't give me nearly enough time to dash upstairs. These hallways feel a mile long, cut an old man's throat, clean up and return before everyone came running. The whole notion is absurd. Colonel Johnson replied, "We're not making any accusations against you, Mr. Farr." Stephen Farr said, "I didn't care for the tone in Mr. Hercule Poirot's voice." "That," said Hercule Poirot, "is regrettable." He offered a benign smile. Stephen Farr shot him an angry look before Colonel Johnson swiftly intervened. "Thank you, Mr. Farr. That will be all for now. You will, of course, remain in the house?" Stephen Farr gave a curt nod. He rose and left the room with a loose, confident stride. Once the door closed, Johnson remarked, "There goes our unknown variable. His account seems straightforward enough. Still, he's the wild card. He could have stolen those diamonds, might have fabricated a story just to get inside. Better get his fingerprints, Sugden, and see if he's in the system." "I've already taken them," the superintendent replied with a thin smile. "Good work. You miss very little. I assume you're covering all the obvious angles?" Superintendent Sugden ticked them off on his fingers. "Verify those telephone calls, times and details. Check on Horbury what time he left, who saw him go. Examine all entrances and exits. Review the staff generally. Look into the financial situations of each family member. Contact the lawyers and examine the will. Search the house for the weapon and for bloodstains on clothing, and possibly for the diamonds hidden somewhere." "That seems to cover everything," Colonel Johnson said approvingly. "Can you suggest anything, Poirot?" Poirot shook his head. "I find the superintendent admirably thorough," Sugden said gloomily. "Searching this house for missing diamonds won't be any picnic. I've never seen so many ornaments and knick-knacks in my life." "The potential hiding places are certainly plentiful," Poirot agreed. "And there's truly nothing you would add, Poirot?" The chief constable looked faintly disappointed, like a man whose dog has refused to perform its trick. Poirot said, "Will you permit me to pursue a line of my own?" "Certainly," said Johnson, just as Superintendent Sugden asked rather suspiciously, "What line?" "I would like," said Hercule Poirot, "to converse repeatedly and at length with the members of the family." "You mean you'd like to question them again?" asked the colonel, somewhat puzzled. No, not to question, to converse. Why?" pressed Sugden. Hercule Poirot made an emphatic gesture. In conversation, details emerge. If a person converses extensively, it becomes impossible for them to entirely avoid the truth, Sugden said. "So you think someone is lying?" Poirot sighed. "My dear fellow, everyone lies in portions like the curate's egg. The trick is to separate the harmless untruths from the vital ones," Colonel Johnson said sharply. "Even so, it's incredible. Here we have a particularly crude and brutal murder, and who are our suspects? Alfred Lee and his wife, both charming, well-bred, quiet people. George Lee, a member of Parliament, the picture of respectability. His wife? She seems merely an ordinary, modern sort of lovely woman. David Lee appears to be a mild-mannered individual, and we have his brother Harry's assurance that he is deeply unsettled by blood. His wife strikes one as a pleasant, down-to-earth sort of person, rather ordinary. That leaves the Spanish niece and the gentleman from South Africa. Fiery tempers are often attributed to Spanish beauties. Yet I find it hard to picture that alluring young woman calmly cutting the old man's throat, particularly since the emerging details suggest she had every motive to keep him breathing, at least until he signed a new will. Stephen Farr remains a possibility. He could very well be a professional criminal who came here for the diamonds. If the old man discovered the theft, Farr might have silenced him permanently. That scenario could fit. The alibi involving the gramophone is hardly airtight. Poirot shook his head. "My dear colleague, consider the physical contrast between Mr. Stephen Farr and old Simeon Lee. Had Farr resolved to murder the old man, he could have accomplished it in an instant. Simeon Lee would have been utterly incapable of mounting such a resistance against him. Is it credible that this frail, elderly gentleman and that paragon of vitality wrestled for minutes, knocking over furniture and shattering porcelain? To entertain such a notion is absurd." Colonel Johnson's gaze sharpened. "Are you implying," he said, "that Simeon Lee was killed by someone physically weak?" "Or a woman?" interjected the superintendent. Colonel Johnson glanced at his watch. There's little more I can accomplish here for now. You have matters well in hand, Sugden. One final point. We should speak with the butler again. I know you've already questioned him, but our understanding has evolved. Securing confirmation of everyone's claimed whereabouts at the time of the murder is crucial. Tressilian entered slowly. The chief constable invited him to sit. Thank you, sir. I will, if it's all the same. I've been feeling quite unwell, truly dreadful. My legs, sir, and my head. Poirot said gently, You have suffered a severe shock, indeed. The butler shuddered. Such a violent act to occur in this house, where everything has always proceeded so quietly. Poirot inquired. It was a well-regulated household, yes, but perhaps not a joyful one. I wouldn't care to say that, sir. In earlier times when all the family resided here, was it happy then? Tressilian responded slowly. It wasn't. Perhaps what one would describe as entirely harmonious, sir. The late Mrs. Lee was something of an invalid, I believe. Yes, sir, she was in very poor health. Were her children devoted to her? Mr. David was utterly devoted, more like a caring daughter than a son. After she passed, he cut ties entirely. He couldn't bear to remain here any longer. Poirot continued. And Mr. Harry, what was his nature? Always a rather spirited young gentleman, sir, but kind at heart. Oh, it gave me quite a start, it did, when the doorbell rang, and then again so impatiently, and I opened it to find a stranger, and then I heard Mr. Harry's voice say, Hello, Tressilian, still here, are you? Just the same as he always was, Poirot said with sympathy. It must have felt eerily familiar, yes, truly. A faint flush coloured Tressilian's cheek. It sometimes seems, sir, as if the past isn't truly past. I recall a play in London about a similar notion. There's truth in it, sir, there really is. A feeling comes over you as though you've lived the moment before. It just seems to me that when the bell rings and I go to answer, and there's Mr. Harry, even if it turns out to be Mr. Farr or someone else. I'm telling myself, but I've done this before, Poirot said. That is most intriguing, most intriguing. Tressilian looked at him gratefully. Johnson, growing somewhat impatient, cleared his throat and resumed control. We simply need to verify the timing of events accurately, he stated. Now, when the commotion upstairs began, my understanding is that only Mr. Alfred Lee and Mr. Harry Lee were in the dining room. Is that correct? I really couldn't say for certain, sir. I had served coffee to all the gentlemen in the library, but that was perhaps 15 minutes earlier. Mr. George Lee was making a telephone call. Can you verify that? The officer asked. I believe someone did use the telephone, sir. The bell in my pantry gives a faint ring whenever a receiver is lifted to dial. I recall hearing that sound, but I paid it little mind. Can you be more precise about the time? I'm afraid not, sir. It was only after I had brought in the coffee service. That's the only anchor I have. Do you know where any of the ladies were around that time? When I retrieved the coffee tray, Mrs. Alfred was in the drawing-room, sir. That was mere moments before the terrible cry came from upstairs. Poirot leaned forward. What was she doing? She was standing near the far window, holding the curtain slightly aside and looking out into the night. The butler replied. Were any of the other ladies present? No, sir. Do you have any notion of their whereabouts? I could not say, sir. What of the others? Do you know where anyone else was? I believe Mr. David was in the music room adjacent to the drawing room. I heard him playing. Playing what exactly? Poirot inquired. The old servant shivered. It was the Dead March, sir? It felt like an omen afterwards. Even in the moment it sent a chill right through me. An interesting choice indeed, Poirot murmured. The chief constable shifted focus. Now, concerning the valet, Horbury, are you absolutely certain he had left the house by 8 o'clock? Oh, yes, sir. It was just after Superintendent Sugden's arrival. I remember distinctly because he broke a coffee cup. Poirot's eyes sharpened. Horbury broke a cup. Yes, sir. One of the old Worcester set. In 11 years of washing them, I'd never broken one until tonight. What was he doing with the coffee service? Poirot pressed. He had no business handling it, of course. He was holding one up, admiring it, I suppose. And I happened to mention that Mr. Sugden had called. That's when he dropped it. "Did you say Mr. Sugden?" Poirot asked carefully. "Or did you use the word police?" The butler looked thoughtful. "Now that you mention it, sir, I believe I said the police superintendent had called, and Horbury dropped the cup," Poirot concluded. "Seems rather telling," remarked the chief constable. "Did he ask any questions about the superintendent's visit?" "He did, sir. Wanted to know what he was doing here. I told him he'd come collecting for the police orphanage and had gone up to see Mr. Lee." "Did Horbury appear relieved by that? You know, sir, now that you say it, his whole manner changed. He became almost dismissive, called Mr. Lee a generous old fellow rather disrespectfully, I thought, and then he left." "Which way did he go?" "Out through the door to the servants' hall." Superintendent Sugden confirmed. "That checks out, sir. He was seen passing through the kitchen by the cook and the maid, and then he went out the back door." "Think carefully, Tressilian," said the chief constable. "Is there any possible way Horbury could have re-entered the house without being seen?" The old man shook his head. "I can't see how, sir. All the doors are locked from the inside and bolted too. But he has a key to the back door for his return. All the servants use that entrance, sir, but he couldn't have come back through the kitchen without being noticed. It's occupied until well past 9:30. Colonel Johnson nodded. "That seems definitive. Thank you, Tressilian." The butler bowed and withdrew, but returned a few minutes later. "Horbury has just come back, sir. Would you like to see him now?" "Yes, please, send him in immediately." Sidney Horbury, when he entered, did not make a favourable first impression. Sidney Horbury entered the room, his hands rubbing together nervously as his eyes darted from one person to the next. His demeanour was overly smooth and ingratiating. Colonel Johnson addressed him directly. "You're Sidney Horbury?" "Yes, sir. You served as valet to the late Mr. Lee." "That's correct, sir. It's a dreadful shock, isn't it?" "I was absolutely stunned when Gladys told me." "The poor old man," Johnson interrupted him. "Just answer the questions, please." "Of course, sir. Absolutely, sir. What time did you leave the house tonight, and where did you go?" "I stepped out just before 8, sir. I went to the superb cinema, only a 5-minute walk from here. The feature was Love in Old Seville." "Can anyone verify your presence there?" "The young lady at the ticket window knows me, sir." "So does the doorman. And well, to be perfectly honest, I was meeting a young lady there. We had arranged it beforehand."
I see. What is her name?"
"Doris Buckle, sir. She's employed at the Combined Dairies on Markham Road, number 23. "Fine. We'll confirm that. Did you return directly home?" "I escorted Miss Buckle to her door first, sir. Then I came straight back." "Everything will check out, sir. I had nothing to do with this terrible business." "I was simply—" Colonel Johnson said sharply. "No one is accusing you at this moment." "No, sir. Naturally not, sir. But it's an awful feeling having a murder occur in the house where you work." "I'm sure it is now. How long were you employed by Mr. Lee?" "Just over a year, sir." "Were you satisfied with the position?" "Yes, sir. The wages were good. Mr. Lee could be difficult on occasion, but I'm accustomed to caring for invalids." "You have prior experience in this line?" "Oh, yes, sir. I previously worked for Major West and for the Honourable Jasper Finch. You can provide those details to Inspector Sugden later. What I need to know is this. When did you last see Mr. Lee alive this evening?" "It was around 7:30, sir. Mr. Lee had a light supper brought to him at 7 each evening. I would then help him prepare for bed. Afterward, he would sit in his dressing gown by the fire until he felt ready to retire." "What time was that usually?" "It varied, sir. Some nights, if he was especially tired, he might go to bed as early as 8. Other nights he would stay up until 11 or later." "What was the procedure when he decided to retire?" "He would generally ring for me, sir, and you would assist him?" "Yes, sir. But this was your regular evening off. You always have Fridays."
That's right, sir. Friday is my standing night out. In that case, who attended to Mr. Lee if he needed help going to bed?"
"He would ring the bell and either Tressilian or Walter would respond. He was not completely immobile, he could move about? Yes, sir, though not without difficulty. He suffered from rheumatoid arthritis, sir. Some days were worse than others. Did he ever go into another room during the day? No, sir. He preferred to remain in the one room. Mr. Lee wasn't one for luxury. It was a large, well-lit room with plenty of fresh air. You mentioned his supper was at 7. Yes, sir. Afterward, I cleared the tray and placed a decanter of sherry and 2 glasses on the bureau as instructed. Why did you do that? Those were Mr. Lee's orders. Was that a common practice sometimes? The standing rule was that no family member visited Mr. Lee in the evening unless specifically invited. Some evenings he preferred solitude. On others he would send word asking for Mr. Alfred or Mrs. Alfred or both of them to come up after dinner. But to your knowledge he had not issued such an invitation for this evening. He had not sent a message through you requesting anyone's company. He sent no message by me, sir. So he was not expecting any family members, as far as you knew. He could have asked one of them personally during the day, sir. Of course. Horbury continued, I made sure everything was in order, wished Mr. Lee good night and left the room. Poirot interjected with a question.
Did you tend to the fire before you departed?
The valet hesitated briefly. It wasn't required, sir. The fire was burning steadily. He paused, a flicker of something, perhaps irritation or a buried memory crossing his face. Funny, the things you remember. Just as I was leaving, he asked me to adjust the clock on the mantel. It was gaining a few minutes, he said. Always particular about time, he was. The structure was quite solid. Do you think Mr. Lee could have managed that on his own? Oh, certainly not, sir. I would assume Mr. Harry Lee was responsible.
Was Mr. Harry Lee with him when you entered the room before supper?
Yes, sir. He left shortly after I arrived. From what you observed, how would you describe their interaction? Mr. Harry Lee appeared to be in excellent spirits, sir. He was laughing heartily and seemed quite jovial. And Mr. Lee himself? He was much quieter, sir, and seemed rather preoccupied. I understand now, Horbury. There is another matter. What can you tell us about the diamonds Mr. Lee stored in his safe? Diamonds, sir? I never saw any diamonds. He kept a collection of uncut stones there. You must have seen him with them. Those odd little rocks, sir. Yes, I recall him handling them once or twice. I had no idea they were valuable gems. He was actually showing them to the young foreign lady just the other day. Was it yesterday or the day before? Colonel Johnson interjected sharply. Those stones have been stolen. Horbury exclaimed, I sincerely hope you don't suspect me, sir. I am not accusing anyone at this time, Johnson stated. Now, is there anything at all you can recall that might be relevant to this theft or to the murder? Both matters, sir. Yes. Horbury paused, his tongue darting over his pale lips. After a moment, he looked up, his eyes shifting slightly. I don't believe so, sir. Poirot's voice was gentle. Nothing you might have overheard, perhaps, while performing your duties that could shed some light? The valet's eyelids fluttered briefly. No, sir. I don't think so, although there was a certain tension between Mr. Lee and some members of the household. Which members specifically? I gathered there was some displeasure regarding Mr. Harry Lee's return. Mr. Alfred Lee seemed to resent it. I believe he and his father exchanged words on the subject, but it was nothing more than that, Mr. Lee never suggested for a moment that Mr. Alfred had taken the diamonds. I'm quite sure he wouldn't do such a thing. Poirot responded swiftly, yet that conversation with Mr. Alfred occurred after he had discovered the diamonds were missing, did it not? Yes, sir, it did. Poirot leaned forward, his tone deceptively soft. A moment ago, Horbury, you claimed you were unaware of the theft until we informed you. How then do you know Mr. Lee had discovered the loss prior to speaking with his son? Horbury's face flushed a deep red. No use lying about it now. Out with the truth, Sugden demanded. When did you find out? Horbury replied sullenly. I overheard him on the telephone discussing it. You weren't in the room? No, I was outside the door. I couldn't hear much. Just a word here and there. And what exactly did you hear? Poirot inquired pleasantly. I caught the words robbery and diamonds. and I heard him say, "I don't know who to suspect." He also mentioned something about 8 o'clock that evening. Superintendent Sugden gave a curt nod. "That was me he was speaking to, lad. Around 5:10, was it?" "That's correct, sir. And when you went into his room afterward, did he seem disturbed?" "A bit, sir. He seemed distracted and anxious, like he had something heavy on his mind. So anxious that it made you nervous, is that it?" "Now see here, Mr. Sugden, I won't have you implying things like that. I never touched those diamonds, and you can't prove otherwise. I am not a thief, Superintendent." Sugden, unmoved, replied, "That has yet to be determined." He glanced at the chief constable, received a nod, and continued, "That will be all for now. We won't need you again tonight." Horbury exited with palpable relief. Sugden remarked with appreciation, "A neat piece of work, M. Poirot. You cornered him as neatly as I've ever seen. Whether he's a thief or not, the man is undoubtedly a first-class liar." "A most disagreeable individual," Poirot observed. "A nasty piece of work indeed," Johnson agreed. "The question is, what do we make of his testimony?" Sugden concisely outlined the situation. "It seems to me we have 3 possibilities. 1. Horbury is both a thief and a murderer. 2. Horbury is a thief, but not the murderer. Or 3. Horbury is an entirely innocent man. There is a certain amount of circumstantial evidence pointing to the first option. He had eavesdropped on the telephone conversation and realized the theft was already known. From the old man's behavior, he gathered suspicion was falling on him. He laid his plans in response. At 8 o'clock, he made a show of leaving the house and established an alibi. Slipping out of a movie theater and returning unnoticed would be simple enough. Of course, he'd need to be very confident in the girl that she wouldn't betray him. I intend to see what I can learn from her tomorrow. But how did he get back into the house? Poirot inquired. Sugden conceded that was trickier. There could be ways perhaps one of the maids unlocked a side door for him. Poirot's eyebrows rose skeptically. So he stakes his life on the silence of 2 women. With one, it is already a great gamble. With 2, well, I find that risk utterly unbelievable. "Some criminals believe they're invincible," Sugden countered. He continued, "Let's examine the second possibility. Horbury stole the diamonds. He removed them from the house tonight and likely handed them to an accomplice. That's straightforward and highly plausible. Now we must consider that someone else entirely chose this same night to murder Mr. Lee, someone completely unaware of the stolen jewels. It's possible, yes, but it feels like quite a coincidence. Then there's the third scenario. Horbury is innocent. Another person both took the diamonds and killed the old man. There we have it. Our task is to uncover the truth." Colonel Johnson stifled a yawn and checked his watch once more before standing. "I think we should call it a night," he said. "But let's just check the safe before we go. Wouldn't it be something if those blasted diamonds were there all along?" The diamonds, however, were not in the safe. They located the combination where Alfred Lee had indicated in the small notebook from the dead man's dressing gown pocket. Inside the safe, they discovered only an empty chamois bag. Among the papers, one item stood out, a will dated roughly 15 years prior. After several specific legacies, its main provisions were clear. Half of Simeon Lee's fortune was left to Alfred Lee. The remaining half was to be divided equally among his other children, Harry, George, David, and Jennifer. Part 4. December 25th, beneath the crisp, bright sun of Christmas Day, Poirot strolled through the gardens of Gorston Hall. The house itself was a substantial, sturdy building without particular architectural flair. On the south side, a broad terrace was bordered by a trimmed yew hedge. Small plants sprouted between the stone flags, and at intervals along the terrace, stone sinks had been arranged as miniature gardens. Poirot observed them with quiet approval, murmuring to himself, "That is cleverly done." In the distance he spotted 2 figures walking toward an ornamental pond about 300 yards away. Pilar was easily recognizable. He first thought her companion was Stephen Farr, but then saw it was Harry Lee. Harry seemed exceedingly attentive to his charming niece. He would throw his head back in laughter before leaning in to speak to her again. "Clearly, here is one who does not grieve," Poirot remarked under his breath. A soft step behind him made him turn. Magdalene Lee stood there, also watching the retreating pair. She turned her head and offered Poirot a dazzling smile. "It's such a glorious, sunny day," she said. "One can hardly believe all the horrors of last night happened, can you, M. Poirot?" "It is indeed difficult, madame." Magdalene sighed. "I've never been caught up in anything so tragic before. I suppose I stayed a child for too long. That isn't always a good thing, is it?" She sighed again. "Pilar, on the other hand, seems so remarkably composed. I imagine it must be the Spanish influence. Isn't it all rather strange?" she asked. "What do you find strange, madame?" The manner of her arrival appearing so suddenly from nowhere. Poirot responded, "I have discovered that Mr. Lee had been attempting to locate her for some time. He had exchanged letters with the consulate in Madrid and with the vice-consul in Aliquara, where her mother passed away." "He was terribly secretive about the entire affair," Magdalene remarked. "Alfred was completely unaware. Lydia knew nothing either." "Indeed," said Poirot. Magdalene stepped closer. He caught the scent of her expensive perfume. "You see, Mem Poirot, there is a certain story regarding Jennifer's husband, Estravados. He died very shortly after the wedding, and there is some mystery surrounding it. Alfred and Lydia are privy to the details. I believe it was something rather shameful, that," Poirot stated, "is truly unfortunate," Magdalene continued. "My husband feels, and I must agree that the family should have been informed more thoroughly about the girl's background. If her father was involved in criminal activity, after all—" She paused, but Hercule Poirot remained silent, appearing to admire the stark winter scenery of the Gorston Hall grounds. Magdalene added, "I cannot shake the feeling that the nature of my father-in-law's passing is somehow meaningful. It was so very un-British." Hercule Poirot turned slowly. His solemn eyes met hers with an air of polite curiosity. "Ah," he said, "you are thinking of a Spanish influence, perhaps." "Well, they can be a brutal people, can't they?" Magdalene spoke with a contrived, naive appeal. "All those bullfights and such spectacles." Hercule Poirot said amiably, "You are suggesting then that, in your opinion, Señorita Estravados slit her grandfather's throat?" "Oh no, Mim Poirot," Magdalene was vehement, genuinely shocked. "I never implied anything of the sort. Truly, I did not." "Very well," said Poirot. "Perhaps you did not." A sudden sharp curiosity flickered behind his calm expression as he leaned in slightly. "But you observed something else." "But I do think her behavior is suspicious." Magdalene pressed on, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "The secretive way she snatched something from the floor in that room last night, for example." A new, alert tone entered Hercule Poirot's voice. He asked sharply, "She retrieved an object from the floor last night?" Magdalene nodded, a spiteful curve touching her lips. "Yes. The moment we entered, she shot a quick look around to see if she was observed, then pounced on it. Thankfully, that superintendent saw her and made her hand it over. Do you know what the object was, madame?" "No, I was not close enough to see." Her voice held a note of genuine disappointment. "It was something quite small." Poirot frowned, murmuring to himself, "That is most interesting." Magdalene said quickly, "I thought you should be aware. We know so little of Pilar's upbringing and her past life. Alfred is perpetually wary, and dear Lydia is far too casual." Then she added, as if an afterthought, "Perhaps I should go and see if Lydia requires any assistance. There may be correspondence to manage." She left him, a smile of satisfied malice on her lips. Poirot remained on the terrace, plunged in thought. December 22nd. Stephen turned up his coat collar as he strode quickly along the train platform. A thick, yellowish fog hung in the station vault, dimming the lights. Great locomotives hissed powerfully, expelling vast clouds of steam into the biting air. Everything was layered in grime and soot, Stephen thought with disgust. What a wretched country, what a hideous city. His initial thrill at London, its bustling shops, its restaurants, the elegant, well-dressed women, had utterly faded. He now saw it as a gaudy piece of costume jewellery set in filth. What if he were back in South Africa now? A swift, acute homesickness struck him. Sunshine, endless blue skies, vibrant gardens, cool blossoms of blue plumbago, vines of morning glory clinging to every simple fence. And here, only filth, smoke, and the ceaseless, jostling crowds, human ants scurrying tirelessly about their mound. For a fleeting moment, he thought, I wish I had never come. Then he recalled his purpose, and his mouth set into a hard, determined line. No, by God, he would see it through. He had planned this for years, and a chance encounter with a talkative stranger on the voyage over had only solidified his resolve, feeding him a new bitter detail about the past he intended to confront. He had always intended to carry out his plan, and he would see it through. That brief hesitation, that sudden internal debate, questioning the purpose, wondering if it was truly worthwhile to dig up the past, was nothing more than a moment of weakness. He was no impressionable youth, easily swayed by a passing mood. At 40, he was a man of resolve, certain of his direction. He would proceed, he would accomplish what he had travelled to England to do. Boarding the train, he moved along the corridor, searching for a seat. He had refused a porter's help and carried his own sturdy suitcase. Peering into compartment after compartment, he found the train was packed. It was only 3 days until Christmas. Stephen Farr surveyed the crowded carriages with distaste. People endless, countless people, and all so remarkably dull. They seemed cut from the same cloth, he thought. Some had the placid, vacant faces of sheep, others the nervous, twitching look of rabbits. A few chattered incessantly, while the heavy-set middle-aged men merely grunted, more like pigs, really. Even the young women, with their slender frames, pale oval faces, and bright red lips, struck him as monotonously similar. A sudden sharp longing for the open, sun-baked veldt, vast and empty, swept over him. Then, abruptly, he stopped, his breath catching as he looked into one carriage. This girl was different. Her hair was black, her complexion a rich cream, and her eyes held the deep, dark mystery of night. They were the sad, proud eyes of the South. It felt entirely wrong to see her here, on this train surrounded by such drab, ordinary people, all wrong that she should be travelling into England's grey, industrial heartland. She belonged on a balcony, a rose between her lips, a lace mantilla draping her proud head, with dust and heat and the thrilling scent of the arena in the air. She deserved a setting of grandeur, not this cramped corner of a third-class carriage. He was a perceptive man. He noted the worn fabric of her little black coat and skirt, the cheap material of her gloves, the flimsy shoes, and the defiant flash of a bright red handbag. Yet, despite all that, what he associated with her was splendor. She was splendid, fine, utterly exotic. What on earth was she doing in this land of fog and chill and industrious, hurrying ants? The thought struck him with force. I have to find out who she is and why she's here. I must know. Pilar sat pressed against the window, thinking how strangely the English smelled, that had been her strongest impression so far. The difference in scent. There was no garlic, no dust, very little perfume. Here in the carriage the air was cold and stale, tinged with the sulphurous smell of the train, the odour of soap, and another unpleasant scent she traced to the fur collar of the stout woman beside her. Pilar sniffed delicately, inhaling the reluctant odour of mothballs. What a peculiar fragrance to choose to wear, she mused. A whistle blew, a loud voice called out, and the train jolted slowly out of the station. They were off, she was on her way. Her heart beat a little quicker. Would it be all right? Could she really accomplish what she had come to do? She had planned it all so carefully, prepared for every possibility. Oh yes, she would succeed. She had to. The curve of Pilar's red mouth lifted. It became suddenly cruel, that mouth, cruel and greedy, like the mouth of a child or a kitten, aware only of its own desires and as yet untouched by pity. She looked around with the open curiosity of a child. All these people, 7 of them, how funny the English were. They all seemed so wealthy, so prosperous, their clothes, their boots. Yes, England was clearly a rich country, just as she had always heard. But they were not at all cheerful. No, decidedly not cheerful. That man standing in the corridor was handsome, she thought. She liked his deeply tanned face, his high-bridged nose, his broad shoulders. For a fleeting moment she imagined him not here, but back home, under a fierce afternoon sun, his silhouette sharp against a dusty plaza, a thought that made this grey journey feel even more absurd. Pilar noticed the man's admiration far more swiftly than any English girl might have. Without ever meeting his gaze directly, she was acutely aware of how often his eyes had lingered on her, and the exact nature of his look. She catalogued these observations with little interest or feeling, having come from a place where men openly and naturally looked at women. She wondered about his nationality, deciding he was not English. He is too vibrant, too substantial to be English, Pilar concluded, yet he is fair. Perhaps he is American. He reminded her, she thought, of the rugged figures from Western films she had seen. An attendant's voice cut through the corridor. "First lunch now? First lunch? Please proceed to the dining car." All 7 passengers in Pilar's compartment held tickets for the first seating. They rose together, leaving the carriage suddenly quiet and empty. Pilar promptly closed the window, which the stern, grey-haired woman opposite had lowered a few inches. Settling back comfortably, she gazed out at London's northern outskirts. She didn't turn when the doors slid open, knowing perfectly well it was the man from the corridor, and that he had come in specifically to speak to her. She kept her thoughtful eyes on the passing scenery. Stephen Farr asked, "Would you prefer the window open?" On the contrary, Pilar replied demurely, "I have just shut it." Her English was flawless, yet carried a soft, melodic accent. In the pause that followed, Stephen thought, what a delightful voice. It holds sunlight warm as a summer evening, Pilar considered. I like his voice. It is robust and sure. He is appealing, yes, very appealing. The train is quite crowded, Stephen remarked. Oh, yes, indeed. People are fleeing London, I suppose, because it is so grim there now. Pilar had not been raised to think conversing with a stranger on a train was forbidden. She could handle herself as well as anyone, unburdened by rigid social rules. Had Stephen been English, he might have felt awkward striking up a chat with a young woman, but he was a naturally friendly person who found it easy to talk to anyone. He smiled without hesitation. London's rather dreadful these days, isn't it? Oh, yes, I do not care for it at all, neither do I. You're not English, no? Pilar inquired. I'm British, but I'm from South Africa. Ah, I see. That explains it. Have you travelled from far away? Pilar nodded. I come from Spain. Stephen was intrigued. From Spain, really? So you're Spanish? I'm half Spanish. My mother was English. That is why my English is so good. What do you make of the war there? Stephen asked. It is very terrible. Yes, and very sad. There has been much damage done, quite a lot. Which side are you on? Pilar's political views were somewhat vague. She explained that in her village most people hadn't paid the war much mind. It never came near us, you see. The mayor, of course, being a government official, supports the government. The priest is for General Franco, but most people are occupied with the vineyards and the land. They haven't time for such questions. So there was no fighting near you, Pilar said there had not been. But then I travelled by car, she explained, right across the country and saw much destruction. I even watched a bomb fall. It blew up an automobile. Yes, and another destroyed a house. It was terribly exciting. Stephen offered a slightly wry smile. So that's how it seemed to you? It was also a nuisance, Pilar added practically, because I wished to continue my journey, and the driver of my car was killed. Stephen studied her. That didn't distress you. Pilar's large, dark eyes opened wide with a matter-of-fact clarity. "Everyone must die someday. That is true, is it not? It is simply how things are. If death arrives swiftly from the heavens, a sudden, sharp puff, then it is as good a way as any. A person lives for a while. Yes, and then they are gone. That is simply how things are in this world." Stephen Farr chuckled. "I wouldn't call you a pacifist. You would not call me a what?" Pilar appeared confused by a term she had never heard before. "Do you pardon those who wrong you, señorita?" Pilar shook her head. "I have no one who wrongs me, but if I did, well." He watched her, captivated once more by that sweet, cruel curve of her lips. Pilar stated with grave seriousness, "If I had an enemy, if someone despised me and I despised them in return, then I would slit my enemy's throat, just like this." She illustrated with a swift, brutal motion. The gesture was so sudden and raw that Stephen Farr was momentarily startled. He said, "You're a fierce young woman." Pilar inquired in a perfectly practical tone, "What would you do to your enemy?" He flinched, stared at her, then burst out laughing. "I wonder," he said. "I truly wonder," Pilar remarked with disapproval. "But surely you must know." He stopped laughing, drew a sharp breath, and said quietly, "Yes, I know, then." Shifting his manner abruptly, he asked, "What brought you to England?" Pilar answered with a touch of demureness, "I am to stay with my family, with my English relatives." "I see." He leaned back, studying her, imagining what these English relatives she mentioned might be like, picturing how they would receive this Spanish stranger. He tried to envision her amid some staid British household at Christmas time. Pilar asked, "Is it pleasant, South Africa?" He began to tell her about South Africa. She listened with the delighted focus of a child hearing a tale. He enjoyed her naive yet perceptive questions and amused himself by weaving an almost fantastical narrative. The return of the other passengers ended their conversation. He stood, smiled into her eyes, and stepped back into the corridor. Pausing in the doorway to let an elderly woman pass, his glance fell on the label of Pilar's distinctly foreign straw suitcase. He read the name with interest, Miss Pilar Estravados. Then, as his eyes caught the address, they widened in disbelief and a flicker of something else. Gorston Hall, Longdale, Adelsfield. He turned slightly, staring at the girl with a new expression, puzzled, resentful, suspicious. He moved out into the corridor, lit a cigarette, and stood frowning to himself. In another part of the house, Hercule Poirot was joined by Superintendent Sugden. The police superintendent looked grim. He said, "Good morning, Mr. Poirot. Merry Christmas. Hardly feels appropriate today, does it? My dear colleague, I certainly observe no merriment upon your face. Had you offered the seasonal greeting, I would not have replied, and many more of them." "I don't want another Christmas like this one. That's the truth," stated Sugden. "You have made progress, yes. I have verified several points Horbury's alibi continues to hold. The attendant at the movie theatre saw him enter with the young woman and leave with her after the show. He is quite certain Horbury did not and could not have slipped out and returned during the film. The girl herself swears unequivocally that he was beside her the entire time." Poirot's eyebrows rose. "Then I hardly see what more can be said." The cynical Sugden replied, "Well, one never knows with young women. They'll lie themselves blue in the face for a man's sake." "That does credit to the heart," remarked Hercule Poirot. Sugden grumbled. "That's a foreign viewpoint. It obstructs justice." Hercule Poirot said, "Justice is a peculiar thing. Have you ever pondered it?" Sugden stared at him. "You're an odd one, Mr. Poirot." "Not at all. I merely follow a logical progression. But let us not debate the point now. So you believe the young woman from the dairy shop is being truthful?" Sugden shook his head. "Not exactly. In fact, I'm inclined to think she is telling the truth. She strikes me as a straightforward sort of person, and in my experience, if she were spinning a web of lies, I'd likely notice." Poirot observed, "You have the expertise for such judgments, yes? That's precisely it, Mr. Poirot. After a career spent recording statements, one develops a sense for when someone is being dishonest and when they are not. No, I believe the girl's account is sincere, which means Horbury could not have been the one to kill Mr. Lee. That forces us right back to the individuals inside the house. He took a deep breath. One of them is responsible, Mr. Poirot. One of them. But which one? Do you have any new information? I've had some success tracing the telephone calls. Mr. George Lee placed a call to Westringham at 2 minutes before 9. That conversation lasted less than 6 minutes? Aha! Just so. Furthermore, no other call was placed from the house, not to Westringham or anywhere else. Very interesting, said Poirot with approval. Mr. George Lee claims he had just finished telephoning when he heard the commotion upstairs, yet in reality he concluded his call nearly 10 minutes prior. Where was he during that interval? Mrs. George Lee states she was making a call, but no call was ever placed. Where was she? Sugden noted. I saw you speaking with her, Mr. Poirot. His tone held a question, but Poirot corrected him. You are mistaken, eh? I was not speaking to her. She was speaking to me. Oh, Sugden seemed ready to dismiss the distinction, impatiently, then paused as its meaning settled. She was speaking to you, you say? Most assuredly. She came out here specifically for that purpose. What did she wish to discuss? She was eager to emphasize several points: the un-British nature of the crime, the possibly questionable background of Miss Estravados on her father's side, and the fact that Miss Estravados had discreetly retrieved something from the floor last evening. She told you that, did she? Said Sugden with interest. Indeed. What was it that the young lady picked up? Sugden sighed. I could give you 300 guesses. I'll show it to you. It's the sort of clue that wraps up the entire case in detective novels. If you can make sense of it, I'll hand in my resignation from the force. Show me. Sugden retrieved an envelope from his pocket and poured its contents into his palm. A faint smile touched his lips. There you are. What do you make of this? On the superintendent's broad hand lay a small triangular piece of pink rubber and a tiny wooden peg. His smile widened as Poirot picked up the items and studied them with a frown. Can you deduce anything from them, Mr. Poirot? This small piece of material might have been cut from a sponge bag. It was. It comes from a sponge bag in Mr. Lee's room. Someone with sharp scissors snipped a little triangular section out of it. Mr. Lee might have done it himself, for all I know. But it utterly baffles me why Horbury has no insight on the matter. As for the peg, it's roughly the size of a cribbage peg, though those are usually ivory. This is just crude wood whittled from a bit of pine, I'd say. Most remarkable, murmured Poirot. Keep them, if you like, said Sugden generously. I have no use for them, my friend. I would not dream of depriving you. They mean absolutely nothing to you. I must confess, nothing at all. Splendid, said Sugden with heavy sarcasm, returning them to his pocket. We are making magnificent progress, Poirot asked. Mrs. George Lee recounted that the young lady stooped and picked up these trifles in a furtive manner. Would you say that description is accurate? Sugden considered the point. No, he said hesitantly. I wouldn't go quite that far. She didn't appear guilty, nothing like that, but she did act rather quickly and quietly, if you catch my meaning. And she certainly didn't realize I had seen her do it. Of that I'm quite sure. She flinched as I turned sharply toward her. Poirot considered this carefully. So there was a motive behind her reaction, but what possible motive could exist? That small piece of rubber tubing is completely new. It hasn't been used for any purpose. It should hold no significance at all, and yet, Sugden responded with clear impatience. You can puzzle over that if you wish, Mr. Poirot. I have more pressing matters to attend to, Poirot then inquired. In your view, where does the investigation currently stand? Sugden retrieved his notebook. Let's focus on the facts. First, we identify those who could not have committed the crime. We'll eliminate them immediately. Who are they? Alfred Lee and Harry Lee. They possess a solid alibi. Mrs. Alfred Lee is also clear, as Tressilian saw her in the drawing-room barely a minute before the commotion began upstairs. Those three are out of the picture now for everyone else. Here is a list I've compiled for clarity. He passed the notebook to Poirot. It detailed locations at the time of the murder. George Lee was unaccounted for. Magdalene Lee's whereabouts were uncertain. David Lee was reportedly playing the piano in the music room, a claim supported by his wife. Hilda Lee was also said to be in the music room, confirmed by her husband. Pilar Estravados stated she was in her bedroom without corroboration. Stephen Farr was in the ballroom playing a gramophone, which several staff members in the servants' hall attested to hearing. Poirot returned the list.
"And your conclusion?" "My conclusion," stated Sugden, "is that George Lee could have done it, Magdalene Lee could have done it, Pilar Estravados could have done it, either David or Hilda Lee could have done it, but not both simultaneously. You do not accept their shared alibi, then?" Superintendent Sugden shook his head firmly. "Absolutely not. They're a devoted couple."
They could be partners in this, or if one is guilty, the other would gladly swear to a false alibi. Here is my perspective. Someone was in the music room playing the piano. It might have been David Lee, and likely was given his musical skill. But there is no proof his wife was present except their own word. Equally, it could have been Hilda playing while David slipped upstairs to kill his father. No, this is entirely different from the two brothers in the dining room. Alfred and Harry Lee share no affection. Neither would lie to protect the other. What about Stephen Farr? He remains a possibility because that gramophone alibi is somewhat fragile. Ironically, however, it's the sort of alibi that often proves more reliable than a perfectly constructed one, which is usually fabricated in advance. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. "I understand your meaning. It is the alibi of a man who did not anticipate needing to provide one." "Precisely. And intuitively, I don't believe an outsider is involved in this affair." Poirot agreed swiftly. "I concur. This is a family matter. It is a poison that flows in the blood, intimate and deep-seated. Here, I sense, there is hatred and intimate knowledge." He gestured vaguely. "It is perplexing." Superintendent Sugden had listened respectfully, but remained pragmatic. "Quite so, Mr. Poirot. But we will uncover the truth through elimination and logic. Never fear. We have our pool of suspects, those with opportunity. George Lee, Magdalene Lee, David Lee, Hilda Lee, Pilar Estravados, and I'll include Stephen Farr. Now we examine motive. Who wanted the old man dead? Here, too, we can eliminate certain individuals. Miss Estravados, for instance. As the will currently stands, she inherits nothing. Had Simeon Lee died before her mother's share would have passed to her, but since Jennifer Estravados died first, that legacy returns to the rest of the family. Therefore, it was decidedly in Miss Estravados' interest to keep the old man alive. He had taken a liking to her. It's almost certain he would have left her a substantial portion in a new will. She had absolutely nothing to gain and everything to lose from his death.
We can agree on that, can't we, completely?
Now, one could argue she might have lashed out in a sudden, violent argument, but that strikes me as very improbable. For starters, they were on excellent terms, and she hadn't been in the house long enough to nurse any serious resentment. So it appears highly unlikely Miss Estravados is involved, unless you subscribe to the notion, as your acquaintance Mrs. George so delicately put it, that slitting a man's throat is rather un-English. "Please do not refer to her as my acquaintance," Poirot interjected quickly, "or I shall be forced to mention your own friend, Miss Estravados, who finds you so remarkably dashing." He delighted in watching the superintendent's professional composure crack once more. The officer flushed a deep crimson. Poirot observed him with mischievous glee, a wistful tone entering his voice. "It is undeniable that your moustache is magnificent. Tell me, do you apply a special ointment to maintain it?" "Ointment? Good heavens, no. What is your method, then? Method?" "There isn't one? It simply grows," Poirot sighed enviously. "Nature has favored you?" He tenderly stroked his own luxurious black moustache before sighing again. "No matter the cost of the preparation," he murmured, Restoring the natural colour does unfortunately compromise the hair's quality. Superintendent Sugden, having no interest in grooming dilemmas, ploughed ahead stolidly. Regarding motive, we can likely eliminate Mr. Stephen Farr. It's remotely possible there was some shady business between his father and Mr. Lee, where the elder Farr came out worse. But I doubt it Farr's demeanour was too relaxed and self-assured when the topic came up. He seemed genuinely confident. It didn't feel like an act. No, I don't think we'll find anything there. I'm inclined to agree, said Poirot. Then there is another person with a motive to keep the old gentleman alive, his son Harry. True, he benefits under the will, but I seriously doubt he was aware of that fact. He certainly couldn't have been sure of it. The prevailing assumption was that Harry had been thoroughly disinherited when he broke away, but now he was on the verge of being welcomed back into the fold. It was entirely in his interest for his father to draft a new will. He wouldn't be such a fool as to kill him now, and as we know, he physically couldn't have done it. You see, we are making progress. We are eliminating quite a few individuals. How true. At this rate, we will soon have no suspects left. Sugden gave a wry grin. We're not moving that fast. We still have George Lee and his wife, and David Lee and Mrs. David. They all profit from the death. From what I can gather, George Lee is particularly grasping about money, and his father was threatening to cut off his funds. So we have George Lee with both motive and opportunity.
Go on,
Poirot urged. Then we have Mrs. George. She's as fond of money as a cat is of cream, and I'd wager she's deeply in debt right now. She was visibly jealous of the Spanish girl. She was quick to notice the other was gaining influence over the old man. She'd heard him say he was sending for his lawyer, so she may have decided to act swiftly. One could build a case. It is possible. Next, David Lee and his wife. They do inherit under the current will, but somehow I don't believe the financial motive would be particularly strong for them. No. David Lee strikes me as a bit of a dreamer. Not the mercenary type, but he is peculiar. As I see it, we have three potential motives for this murder. The business with the diamonds, the will, and, well, sheer, unadulterated hatred. Ah, you perceive that, do you? Sugden nodded. Naturally, it's been in the back of my mind all along. If David Lee killed his father, I don't believe it was for money, and if he was the culprit, it might explain the excessive violence of the act. Poirot looked at him with appreciation. Yes, I wondered when you would factor that into your considerations. Mrs. Alfred's words echoed in the air, a stark observation about the sheer volume of blood. It felt primitive, she suggested, like something from an old ritual, a blood sacrifice, a terrible anointing. Sugden frowned, considering this. Are you saying the killer was insane? My dear fellow, Poirot replied. Humanity harbours profound, hidden instincts. The thirst for blood, the ancient call for a sacrifice. These things lie dormant in the soul. Sugden remained sceptical. David Lee seemed so quiet, so harmless on the surface. Ah, but you misunderstand the psychology entirely, Poirot countered. David Lee is a man anchored in the past, a man whose mother's memory is a living, breathing force within him. He stayed away for years, unable to forgive his father's cruelty toward her. He came here, perhaps, to finally grant that forgiveness. But could he truly manage it? We know one thing for certain. Standing over his father's body, some deep wounded part of him was finally soothed. The mills of God grind slowly, as they say, retribution, a debt paid in full, a wrong expunged by the ultimate expiation. A visible shudder ran through Sugden. Please, Mr. Poirot, don't talk like that. You're giving me chills, it might be, as you say. If it is, then Mrs. David knows, and she'll shield him with everything she has. I can absolutely picture her doing that. On the other hand, I just can't see her as a murderess. She's so ordinary, a comfortable, homely sort of person. Poirot studied him, a curious glint in his eye. Is that how she strikes you? A homely body? Exactly, Sugden affirmed. Well, I understand your meaning perfectly, Poirot said, his tone now shifting to one of dry, almost sarcastic amusement. How wonderfully convenient it must be for a criminal to be perceived as merely comfortable and commonplace. It is the perfect camouflage, is it not? The last person anyone would ever suspect. But then the most dangerous predators are often the ones who blend seamlessly into the landscape. Sugden met his gaze. All right, Mr. Poirot, you've clearly got your own ideas about this. Let's hear them. Poirot's expression turned serious again. I have thoughts, yes, but they are still forming. First, let me hear your own summary of the facts. Right, Sugden began. 3 motives: hatred, financial gain, and the business with the diamonds. Chronologically, at 3:30, the family meeting. Everyone overhears the phone call to the lawyer. The old man tears into them all, and they scatter like frightened mice. Hilda Lee stayed behind, Poirot noted. She did, but not for long. Then around 6, Alfred has his unpleasant interview. Harry is to be brought back into the fold, and Alfred is furious. Alfred, logically, is our top suspect. He had the strongest motive. Next, Harry arrives in high spirits, feeling he's won. But crucially, before these meetings, Simeon Lee had already discovered the diamonds were missing and had telephoned me. He didn't mention the theft to either son. Why? Because in my view he was certain neither was responsible. They weren't under suspicion. I've always believed he suspected Horbury and one other. I'm also sure of what he planned. Remember, he insisted he didn't want company that evening. He was clearing the stage for 2 events, my visit and a visit from that other suspected person. He asked someone to see him right after dinner. Who? It could have been George Lee, but it was far more likely to have been his wife. And this brings another person back into focus. Pilar Estravados. He'd shown her the diamonds, told her their value. What if that girl is a thief? We've heard vague hints about her father's disgrace. Perhaps he was a professional criminal who ended up in prison, Poirot said slowly. So Pilar Estravados returns to the picture, yes, as a thief. It's the only way it fits. She might have panicked when confronted, flown into a rage and attacked him. It is a possibility, Poirot conceded. Superintendent Sugden looked at him keenly. But that's not what you believe, is it? Come on out with it. Poirot leaned forward. I always return to the same starting point, the essential character of the dead man himself. One must understand the architect of the drama to comprehend its final violent act. What kind of man was Simeon Lee? There's not much of a mystery there, Sugden replied, his gaze steady. Tell me anyway, give me the local perspective on what people knew of him. Superintendent Sugden rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looking uncertain. I'm not from around here originally. I'm from Reeveshire, just over the border in the next county, but naturally old Mr. Lee was a prominent figure in these parts. I've heard plenty about him. Go on. And what did that hearsay say? Well, he was a shrewd operator. Not many could outsmart him, yet he was free with his money, generous to a fault. It puzzles me how Mr. George Lee can be the complete opposite and still be his father's son. But there are 2 distinct lines in that family. Alfred, George, and David resemble, at least on the surface, their mother's side. I was examining some portraits in the gallery earlier today. He had a fierce temper, Sugden continued, and of course in his younger days he had quite a reputation with women. He's been an invalid for many years now, but even in those situations he was always generous. If there was any trouble, he paid up handsomely and usually saw to it the young woman was married off. He might have been a scoundrel, but he wasn't stingy. He treated his wife poorly, chasing after others and neglecting her. They say she died of a broken heart, a convenient phrase, but I believe she was truly miserable. Poor woman. She was often unwell and kept mostly to herself. No doubt about it, Mr. Lee was a peculiar character. He had a vindictive streak, too. If anyone crossed him, they say he always paid them back, and he was willing to wait as long as it took. The mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceeding small, Poirot murmured. Superintendent Sugden responded gravely. Mills of the devil, more like there was nothing saintly about Simeon Lee, the sort of man you'd say sold his soul to the devil and enjoyed the bargain, and he was proud, too, proud as Lucifer. Proud as Lucifer, Poirot echoed. What you say is quite suggestive. Superintendent Sugden looked puzzled. You don't mean he was murdered because of his pride? I mean, said Poirot, that there is such a thing as inheritance. Simeon Lee passed that pride on to his sons. He stopped speaking. Hilda Lee had emerged from the house and was standing on the terrace looking their way. I was hoping to find you, Poirot. Superintendent Sugden excused himself and went back inside. Watching him go, Hilda remarked, I didn't realize he was with you. I thought he was speaking with Pilar. He seems a decent man, quite thoughtful. Her voice was pleasant with a low, soothing quality. Poirot asked, You said you wished to see me. She nodded. Yes, I believe you can help me. I would be delighted to do so, madame. You are a very perceptive man, Poirot. I saw that last night. There are things you will understand quite easily. I want you to understand my husband, of course, madame. I wouldn't speak like this to Superintendent Sugden. He wouldn't grasp it, but you will. Poirot gave a slight bow. You honour me, madame. Hilda continued calmly. My husband, for many years, ever since I married him, has been what I can only describe as a mental cripple. Ah, when one suffers a great physical injury, there is shock and pain, but slowly it mends. The flesh heals, the bone knits. There may be a slight weakness, a small scar, but nothing more. My husband, M. Poirot suffered a profound mental hurt at a very vulnerable age. He adored his mother and watched her die. He believed his father was morally responsible for that death. From that shock he has never fully recovered. His resentment toward his father never faded. It was I who persuaded David to come here this Christmas to seek reconciliation with his father. I wanted it for his sake. I wanted that inner wound to finally heal. I see now that coming here was a terrible error. Simeon Lee took a cruel pleasure in reopening that old injury. It was an incredibly reckless thing to do. Poirot asked quietly, Are you suggesting, madame, that your husband murdered his own father? I am telling you, M. Poirot, that he was perfectly capable of it. But I will also tell you this, he did not. When Simeon Lee died, his son was at the piano, playing a solemn funeral march. The desire to kill was in his soul. It flowed out through his hands and dissolved into the music. That is the absolute truth. Poirot considered this for a long moment before speaking again. And you, madame, what is your own judgment of that old tragedy? You refer to the death of Simeon Lee's wife? Precisely, Hilda replied thoughtfully. I have lived long enough to understand that you can never judge a situation by its surface appearance. To any outside observer, Simeon Lee was entirely at fault, and his wife was treated disgracefully. Yet I sincerely believe there exists a certain passivity, a willingness to play the martyr, which brings out the very worst in a particular kind of man. I think Simeon Lee would have respected strength and defiance. He was only aggravated by endless patience and weeping. Poirot gave a slow nod. Your husband remarked last night, my mother never complained. Was that accurate? Hilda Lee responded with visible irritation. Of course it wasn't. She complained constantly to David. She loaded the entire weight of her misery onto his young shoulders. He was far too young, much too young, to carry the burden she forced upon him. Poirot studied her carefully. She coloured under his steady look and caught her lip between her teeth. He said simply, I understand. What is it you understand? She asked sharply. He replied, I understand that you have been required to be a mother to your husband when you would have much rather been solely his wife. She turned away. Just then David Lee emerged from the house and walked along the terrace toward them. His voice held a clear, almost musical note of happiness. Hilda, what a magnificent day. It feels almost like spring, doesn't it? Instead of deep winter. He drew closer. His head was held high, a strand of light hair falling across his brow, his blue eyes bright. He looked astonishingly young and vibrant, radiating a carefree, boyish eagerness, Hercule Poirot felt his own breath catch for a second. "Let's walk down to the lake, Hilda," David suggested. She smiled, slipped her arm through his, and they moved off together. As Poirot watched them go, he saw her glance back at him swiftly. He caught a fleeting glimpse of urgent concern. Or was it, he wondered, something closer to fear? Slowly, Hercule Poirot walked to the far end of the terrace. He murmured to himself, "As I have always said, I am like the father confessor, and since women come to confession more often than men, it is women who have sought me out this morning. I wonder, will there be another visitor very soon?" As he turned at the terrace's end and began to pace back, he had his answer. Lydia Lee was approaching him. "Good morning, M. Poirot," Lydia said. "Tressilian mentioned I might find you out here. I'm glad to see you alone. My husband has been talking about you. I know he is very eager to speak with you." "Ah, is that so? Shall I go to him now?" "Not just yet. He scarcely slept at all last night. Eventually I gave him a strong sedative. He is still resting, and I don't wish to wake him. I comprehend completely. That was very sensible. I could see last night that the shock had profoundly affected him." She said gravely, "You see, M. Poirot, he truly cared far more than any of the others did." "I perceive that." She asked then, "Have you or the superintendent formed any idea of who could have committed this dreadful act?" Poirot chose his words with care. "We have formed certain conclusions, madame, regarding who did not do it," Lydia said with a hint of impatience. "It all feels like a bad dream, so utterly bizarre. I can't believe it is real." She paused, plucking at a piece of evergreen hedge. Her face grew a shade paler. "What about Horbury? Was he truly at the cinema as he claimed?" "Yes, madame. His account has been verified. He was telling the truth." Lydia stopped walking, her fingers still worrying the foliage. "But that is dreadful. It only leaves the family," Lydia exclaimed. "Precisely," Poirot replied. "Monsieur Poirot, I cannot accept that." "Madame, you can, and you do accept it." She opened her mouth to argue, then gave a small, self-deprecating smile. "How hypocritical we can be," she admitted. He nodded. "If you were to be entirely honest," he said, "you would confess it seems almost natural to you that a member of his own family would wish to murder your father-in-law." Lydia's tone turned sharp. "That is a truly outrageous thing to suggest." "Perhaps, but your father-in-law was a truly outrageous man." A sigh escaped her. "Poor old soul, I can afford to pity him now when he was alive. He irritated me beyond all measure." "So I gathered," Poirot murmured. He turned his attention to the miniature stone landscapes. "These are quite clever. Very charming. I'm pleased you think so. It's a hobby of mine. Do you care for this Arctic scene with the penguins? Delightful. And this one here, what does it represent?" "Oh, that's meant to be the Dead Sea, or it will be. It's still unfinished, so pay it no mind. Now, this is Piana in Corsica. The cliffs are a remarkable pink where they meet the blue water, and this desert vista is rather amusing, don't you agree?" She guided him along. At the far end, she checked her watch. "I must see if Alfred is awake." Once she departed, Poirot slowly retraced his steps to the unfinished Dead Sea garden. He studied it with keen interest, then scooped a handful of the small stones, letting them trickle through his fingers. Abruptly, his expression altered. He brought the pebbles close to his eyes. "Mon Dieu," he whispered, "this is unexpected now. What on earth does this signify?" Colonel Johnson and Superintendent Sugden stared at Poirot with frank disbelief. The detective carefully poured a stream of tiny pebbles from a small cardboard box onto the desk between them. "Indeed," Poirot confirmed, "they are the diamonds, and you discovered them where exactly?" "In a garden," Johnson asked. "In one of the miniature gardens created by Mrs. Alfred Lee." "Mrs. Alfred?" Sugden shook his head, sceptical. "That doesn't sound right," Poirot understood. "You mean, I presume you find it improbable that Mrs. Alfred slit her father-in-law's throat." Sugden was quick to clarify. "We know she didn't commit that act. I meant it seems unlikely she was the one who stole these diamonds. One would not readily believe her a thief." "No," Poirot agreed. "Anyone could have hidden them there," Sugden pointed out. That is accurate. It was convenient that this particular garden representing the Dead Sea contained pebbles, so similar in size and appearance. Sugden considered this. Are you implying she arranged it in advance, prepared the spot? Colonel Johnson reacted with heat. I don't believe that for a second. Not for 1 second. Why would she take the diamonds in the first place? Well, as to that, Sugden began slowly, but Poirot interjected. There is a conceivable answer. She may have taken them to fabricate a motive for the murder. In other words, she knew the crime was to occur, though she played no active role in the violence itself. Johnson frowned. That theory leaks like a sieve. You're painting her as an accomplice, but whose? Only her husband's. And since we have established he too is innocent of the killing, the entire idea collapses. Sugden rubbed his chin thoughtfully. True enough, he conceded. No, if Mrs. Lee took the diamonds, and that's a significant if, it was simple theft. She might have prepared that garden as a hiding place until the search died down. Another possibility is mere chance, that garden with its similar stones might have struck the actual thief as a perfect spot to stash them. Poirot gave a small conceding gesture. That is entirely possible. I am always willing to allow for one coincidence. Superintendent Sugden, however, continued to look doubtful, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Poirot turned to the superintendent. What is your view on the matter? The superintendent chose his words carefully. Mrs. Lee appears to be a respectable woman. It seems improbable she would be involved in anything unsavory. Still, one can never be entirely certain. Colonel Johnson responded with some irritation. Regardless of the truth about the jewels, her direct involvement in the murder is impossible. The butler confirmed her presence in the drawing room at the precise moment of the crime. You recall that detail, Poirot? I had not forgotten it, Poirot replied. The chief constable shifted his attention back to his subordinate. Let's proceed. What is your latest report? Any new developments? There are a few points, sir. First, concerning Horbury. We've uncovered a reason he might fear the police. Previous theft? Not exactly, sir. More like pressuring people for money through intimidation, a form of low-level blackmail. The evidence wasn't strong enough to convict, so he walked free, but I suspect he's gotten away with similar schemes before, with a guilty conscience. He likely assumed we were investigating that angle when Tressilian mentioned a police officer last night, which explains his panic. The chief constable nodded.
I see. And what else?
The superintendent cleared his throat. It's about Mrs. George Lee, sir. We've gathered information about her life prior to her marriage. She was residing with a Commander Jones, presented as his daughter, though she was not, from what we've learned. Old Mr. Lee had her accurately pegged. He was shrewd about people, especially women, and recognized a problematic character when he saw one. His little experiment in the dark, that probing remark, evidently struck a nerve. Colonel Johnson considered this. That provides her with an additional motive separate from the financial one. She may have believed he possessed concrete information and intended to reveal it to her husband. Her account of the telephone call that evening remains highly questionable. She did not make any call, Sugden proposed. Why not speak to them together now, sir, and address the telephone issue directly? Let's see what we uncover. An excellent suggestion, Colonel Johnson agreed. He rang the bell. Tressilian answered. Please ask Mr. and Mrs. George Lee to join us here. At once, sir. As the butler began to leave, Poirot interjected. The date on that wall calendar, has it been left as it was since the murder? Tressilian turned back. Which calendar, sir? The large one on the wall over there. The three men were once again in Alfred Lee's sitting room. The calendar in question was a substantial one with tear-off pages, each displaying a prominent date. Tressilian peered across the room, then moved slowly closer until he was a few feet away. Pardon me, sir, but the leaf has been torn off. Today is the 26th. I apologize. Who typically removes the page? Mr. Alfred Lee does so every morning, sir. He is a very methodical gentleman. I understand, thank you. After Tressilian departed, Sugden looked puzzled. Is there something significant about that calendar, Mr. Poirot? Have I overlooked a clue? Poirot gave a slight shrug. The calendar holds no importance. It was merely a small experiment I was conducting. Colonel Johnson moved on. The inquest is tomorrow. It will be adjourned, naturally. Yes, sir, Sugden confirmed. I've spoken with the coroner and everything is arranged. George Lee entered the room with his wife. Colonel Johnson began. Good morning, please sit down. There are a few questions I need to ask you both concerning a point that remains unclear to me. I shall be happy to provide any assistance possible, George stated, with a touch of self-importance. Magdalene offered a faint, certainly. The chief constable gave a slight nod to Sugden, who took over. Regarding the telephone calls made on the night of the crime, you stated you placed a call to Westringham. Correct, Mr. Lee. George replied coolly, Yes, I did, to my agent in the constituency. I can provide his reference, and Superintendent Sugden raised a hand. Quite so, Mr. Lee, we are not disputing that fact. The call connected precisely at 8:59, the superintendent stated. Well, I couldn't possibly be certain about the exact time. Ah, but we can, Sugden replied. We verify these matters with great care, extreme care. The call began at 8:59 and ended at 9:04. Your father was killed around 9:15. I must ask you again to account for your whereabouts. I've told you I was on the telephone. No, Mr. Lee, you were not. That's absurd. You must be mistaken. All right, perhaps I had just finished the call. I believe I was considering making another, weighing whether it was worth the expense when I heard the commotion from upstairs. You would hardly debate a telephone call for a full 10 minutes. George's face flushed a deep purple. He began to sputter. What are you implying? What on earth do you mean this is outrageous impudence? Are you questioning my word? Doubting the word of a man in my position? Why should I have to account for every single minute? Superintendent Sugden replied with an admirable, stolid calm. It's standard procedure. George turned angrily to the chief constable. Colonel Johnson, do you sanction this? This unprecedented treatment? The chief constable answered crisply. In a murder investigation, Mr. Lee, questions must be asked and answered. I have answered them. I had finished telephoning and was contemplating a further call. You were in this room when the alarm was raised upstairs? I was. Yes, I was. Johnson turned to Magdalene. Mrs. Lee, I believe you stated you were telephoning when the alarm sounded and that you were alone in this room at the time. Magdalene became flustered. She caught her breath, glanced sideways at George, then at Sugden, before settling an appealing look on Colonel Johnson. Oh, really, I don't know. I can't recall what I said. I was so terribly upset, Sugden interjected. It's all in the official record, you know. She turned her full attention on him, wide, imploring eyes, a trembling mouth. She met only the rigid detachment of a sternly respectable man who clearly disapproved of her. She said uncertainly, of course I telephoned. I just can't be absolutely sure of the exact moment. She stopped. George cut in. What is all this? Where did you telephone from? It wasn't in here. Superintendent Sugden pressed on. I suggest, Mrs. Lee, that you made no telephone call at all in that case. Where were you, and what were you doing? Magdalene glanced around distractedly and burst into tears. She sobbed. George, don't let them bully me. You know, if anyone frightens me and hammers questions, my mind goes completely blank. I don't remember what I said that night. It was all so dreadful, and I was so distressed, and they're being so horrid to me. She jumped up and ran sobbing from the room. Springing to his feet, George Lee blustered. What is the meaning of this? I will not have my wife bullied and frightened half to death. She's extremely sensitive. It's disgraceful. I shall have a question raised in Congress about the police's disgraceful strong-arm tactics. Absolutely disgraceful. He strode out, slamming the door. Superintendent Sugden threw his head back and laughed. We've got them properly rattled. Now we'll see some progress, Johnson said with a frown. Extraordinary business. It looks suspicious. We must get a clearer statement from her. Sugden said easily, "Oh, she'll be back in a moment, once she's decided what her story will be." "Right, Mr. Poirot." Poirot, who had been sitting as if in a dream, gave a start. "Pardon? I said she'll be back." "Probably, yes, possibly, oh indeed." Sugden stared at him. "What's the matter, Mr. Poirot?" "Seen a ghost," Poirot said slowly. "You know, I'm not entirely sure that I have not done exactly that," Colonel Johnson said impatiently. "Well, Sugden, anything further?" Sugden replied, "I've been working to establish the precise order in which everyone arrived at the murder scene. The sequence of events is becoming quite clear." After the crime, when the victim's final cry had raised the alarm, the killer made their escape, securing the door with a tool like pliers before blending into the crowd rushing toward the scene moments later. The challenge is that people's recollections of who they saw and when are notoriously unreliable in such chaotic moments. The butler, Tressilian, recalls seeing Harry and Alfred Lee cross the hall from the dining room and dash upstairs, which clears them not that we suspected them to begin with. From what I can gather, Miss Estravados arrived among the last. The general consensus points to Farr, Mrs. George, and Mrs. David being the first on the scene. Each of those three claims one of the others was just ahead of them. This is the real puzzle. It's nearly impossible to tell a deliberate falsehood from a genuine, foggy memory. Everyone agrees they all ran there, but pinning down the exact order is where things get murky. Poirot responded thoughtfully. "You consider that detail significant?" Sugden insisted. "It's all about the timing. The window of opportunity was incredibly narrow." Poirot nodded. "I concur. The element of time is paramount in this case." Sugden continued. "What complicates it further are the two staircases. There's the main one here in the hall, roughly the same distance from the dining room and drawing room doors. Then there's another at the far end of the house. Stephen Farr used that one. Miss Estravados came along the upper landing from that same end. Her room is way over there. The others state they used this main staircase." Poirot murmured, "It is a tangle, yes." The door opened and Magdalene Lee entered swiftly, her breath quick and two bright spots of colour high on her cheeks. Approaching the table, she said in a hushed tone, "My husband believes I'm resting." I slipped away quietly. "Colonel Johnson," she appealed to him with wide, distressed eyes, "if I tell you the truth, you'll keep it confidential, won't you? You don't have to make everything public, do you?" Colonel Johnson replied, "I assume you mean something unrelated to the crime, Mrs. Lee." "Yes, entirely unrelated. It's a private matter concerning my personal life." The chief constable advised, "You should tell us everything, Mrs. Lee, and allow us to be the judges." Magdalen's eyes welled up. "Very well, I will trust you. You seem kind. You see, it's like this. There is someone," she hesitated. "Yes, Mrs. Lee, I needed to telephone someone last night, a man, a friend of mine, and I didn't want George to know. I understand it was wrong, but that's how it was. So after dinner, when I thought George would still be in the dining room, I came here to call. But I heard him already on the telephone in this room, so I had to wait." Poirot inquired, "Where did you wait, madame?" "There's a small alcove behind the stairs for coats. It's quite dark there. I slipped back into that space where I could see if George left this room. But he never came out, and then all the commotion started. Mr. Lee screamed and I ran upstairs." "So your husband did not leave this room until the moment of the murder?" "No, he did not." The chief constable confirmed, "And you yourself, from approximately 9 o'clock until 9:15, were waiting in that recess behind the stairs?" "Yes, but you understand I couldn't admit to that. They would demand to know what I was doing there. It has been terribly awkward for me. You do see that, don't you?" Johnson said dryly. "Awkward is certainly one word for it." She offered him a sweet, relieved smile. "I'm so glad to have told you, and you won't inform my husband, will you?" "No, I'm sure you won't. I feel I can trust all of you." With a final, pleading glance that included everyone in the room, she slipped out as quietly as she had entered. Colonel Johnson let out a deep breath. "Well," he said, It could have happened that way. It's a perfectly plausible story. On the other hand, Sugden finished the thought. It might not be. That's precisely the issue. We simply don't know. Meanwhile, Lydia Lee stood by the far window of the drawing-room, gazing out at the grounds, her thoughts as distant as the winter landscape. The entire affair felt like a poorly staged play, with everyone reciting lines that sounded just sincere enough to be believable. She was partially concealed by the thick drapes framing the window. A noise from within the room caused her to spin around, startled to find Hercule Poirot quietly positioned near the doorway. "You frightened me, M. Poirot," she said. "My apologies, madame. I move rather quietly." "I thought you were Horbury," she admitted. Poirot gave a slow nod. "Indeed, he moves with a soft step, like a cat or perhaps a thief." He paused, observing her closely. Her expression remained controlled, though a faint flicker of distaste crossed her features as she spoke. "I've never liked that man. I'll be relieved to see him go. I believe that would be a prudent decision, madame." She looked at him sharply. "What are you implying? Do you know something about him?" Poirot replied. "He is the sort of man who collects secrets and then leverages them for his own benefit. Are you suggesting he knows something about the murder?" she asked, her tone edged. Poirot gave a slight shrug. "He has quiet feet and attentive ears. It's possible he overheard something he is choosing to keep to himself." Lydia stated clearly, "You mean he might attempt to blackmail one of us?" "It is a possibility. However, that is not why I sought you out." "Then what is it?" Poirot spoke deliberately. "I have just had a conversation with Mr. Alfred Lee. He has proposed that I undertake a formal investigation, and I wish to consult you before giving my answer. But I must confess I was momentarily distracted. The elegant pattern of your sweater against those rich, crimson curtains created quite a striking picture." Lydia responded curtly. "Must we really waste time with compliments, Mime Poirot? Forgive me, madame. It is rare to find an Englishwoman with such an innate sense of style. That dress you wore the first evening I arrived, with its bold yet simple design, possessed real grace and distinction." With impatience, Lydia pressed, "What did you wish to discuss?" Poirot's manner turned serious. "Simply this, madame. Your husband wishes me to pursue this investigation thoroughly. He has asked that I remain here in the house and employ every resource to uncover the truth," Lydia said sharply, "and I would not wish to accept such an invitation without the approval of the lady of the house." Poirot continued slowly. She replied coolly, "Naturally, I support my husband's request. Yes, madame, but I require more than that. Do you genuinely wish for me to come here?" "Why wouldn't I?" "Let us speak more candidly. What I ask is this. Do you truly want the truth to be revealed or not?" "Of course I do," Poirot sighed. "Must you give me these polite, expected answers?" Lydia said, "I am a conventional woman." Then she hesitated, biting her lip before continuing in a more forthright tone. "Perhaps it is better to be frank. I understand your meaning perfectly. The situation is deeply unpleasant. My father-in-law was brutally murdered, and unless a case can be firmly made against the most obvious suspect, Horbury, for robbery and murder, which appears unlikely, then it leads to one conclusion: a member of his own family killed him. To bring that person to justice would cast shame and disgrace on all of us. To speak honestly, I do not wish for that to happen," Poirot asked. "You are content to let a murderer go unpunished?" "There are likely numerous murderers in the world who have never been caught. I will grant you that, then. Does one more truly matter?" Poirot said. "And what of the other family members, the innocent ones?" She stared. "What about them? Do you realize that if matters remain as you hope, no one will ever know the truth? The shadow of suspicion will linger over everyone equally?" "Uncertainly," she admitted. "I hadn't considered that." Poirot said, "No one will ever know who the guilty party is." He added softly, "Unless you already know, madame." She cried out, "You have no right to say that. It isn't true." "If only it could have been a stranger, not someone in the family," Poirot said. "It might be both." She stared at him. What do you mean it might be a member of the family, and at the same time a stranger? You do not see my meaning. Well, it is an idea that has occurred to Hercule Poirot. He watched her intently, the room suddenly feeling smaller, as if the very walls were leaning in to listen. Lydia lifted her hands in a helpless motion, then let them drop. You must accept, of course, she said. Pilar stood rigidly in the middle of the music room, her eyes shifting warily from side to side like a creature sensing danger. I want to leave this place, she declared. Stephen Farr spoke softly. You're not alone in that feeling, but they won't allow it, my dear. The police, you mean?
Yes.
Pilar said with grave seriousness. It is not proper for respectable people to be involved with the police. That should not happen. Stephen gave a faint smile. Are you including yourself in that category?
No.
Pilar replied thoughtfully. I mean Alfred and Lydia, David and George, Hilda and, yes, Magdalene as well. Stephen lit a cigarette, taking a slow puff before he spoke. Why make an exception? I do not understand why leave out Harry. Pilar laughed, her teeth gleaming white. Oh, Harry is different. I believe he is quite familiar with what it means to be mixed up with the police. Perhaps you're right. He does seem a bit too colourful to fit neatly into the family portrait, he continued. Do you like your English relatives, Pilar? Pilar hesitated. They are kind. All of them are very kind, but they do not laugh much. They are not cheerful. My dear, there's just been a murder in the house. Yes, Pilar said uncertainly. Stephen explained with a hint of dry humour. A murder is not an everyday event, whatever your casual attitude might suggest. Here in England they take their murders quite seriously, unlike what may be customary in Spain. Pilar looked at him. You're making fun of me. I'm not, Stephen said, his tone shifting. I'm not in a joking mood, because you also wish to get away. Yes, and the important policeman will not let you. I haven't asked him, but if I did, I'm sure the answer would be no. I have to be very careful, Pilar. Extremely careful. That is annoying, Pilar said with a firm nod, but then her expression softened with a touch of unexpected sympathy. No, it is more than annoying. It is a weight. You feel trapped and it changes the air in the room, doesn't it? I understand that. Stephen sighed. Then there's that peculiar foreign detective wandering about. I doubt he's any use, but he makes me nervous. Pilar frowned, her thoughts turning practical. My grandfather was very rich, wasn't he? I should think so. Where does his money go now to Alfred and the others? That depends on his will, Pilar mused. He might have left me something, but I'm afraid perhaps he did not. Stephen said kindly, You'll be fine. Your family. You belong here. They'll have to take care of you. Pilar sighed. I belong here. It is a strange feeling, and not a funny one at all. I can imagine you might not find it very amusing. She sighed again, then her mood lightened abruptly, a playful glint returning to her eyes. Do you think if we put on the gramophone we could dance? Stephen looked doubtful. It wouldn't appear very respectful. This is a house in mourning, you heartless creature. Pilar's eyes widened, but I do not feel sad. I did not really know my grandfather. I liked talking to him, but I do not want to cry and be unhappy because he is dead. It is silly to pretend. You're impossible, Stephen said. But he was smiling. Pilar suggested coaxingly, We could put some stockings and gloves in the gramophone to muffle the sound. Then no one would hear. All right then, you little temptress. She laughed happily and hurried out of the room toward the ballroom at the far end of the house. As she reached the side passage leading to the garden door, she stopped suddenly. Stephen caught up and halted beside her. Hercule Poirot had taken a portrait down from the wall and was examining it in the light from the terrace. He looked up and saw them. Aha! He said. You arrive at an opportune moment. Pilar asked. What are you doing? She moved to stand next to him. Hercule Poirot spoke with a serious tone. I'm examining something of great significance, the youthful countenance of Simeon Lee. Is that my grandfather? She asked. Indeed it is, Poirot confirmed. She studied the painted image intently. After a moment she said, "How utterly different he looks. When I knew him he was so aged and withered. Here he resembles Harry. It's as if this is what Harry might have looked like a decade ago." Poirot gave a nod. "Precisely. Harry Lee bears a strong resemblance to his father." He guided her a few steps further. "And here is your grandmother. Observe the long, gentle face, the very fair hair, and those calm blue eyes." "Like David," Pilar remarked. Stephen added, "There's a bit of Alfred in her, too." "The study of heredity is fascinating," Poirot mused. Mr. Lee and his wife were complete opposites. Generally, their children favoured their mother. He then indicated a portrait of a young woman, perhaps 19, with golden hair and bright, laughing blue eyes. While her colouring matched the grandmother's, the spirit and vivacity in her expression were entirely her own. Pilar caught her breath, colour rising to her cheeks. Her hand went to her throat, unfastening a long gold chain from which a locket hung. She opened it, revealing the same joyful face. "My mother," she said softly. Poirot nodded. The opposite side held the image of a handsome young man with dark hair and deep blue eyes. "And your father?" "Yes," Pilar replied, a note of pride in her voice. "He is very handsome, is he not? Extremely so." Poirot agreed. "It is uncommon for a Spaniard to have such blue eyes, is it not? Sometimes in the northern regions also my father's mother was Irish." Poirot considered this thoughtfully. "So you carry Spanish, Irish, and English blood, with perhaps a hint of something more nomadic, with such a heritage. Senorita, I should think you would be a formidable enemy to cross." Stephen laughed, then abruptly stopped, his own words dawning on him. "You said something similar on the train, Pilar, that your method for dealing with enemies involved cutting their throats." "Oh!" He fell silent, realizing the unfortunate implication. Poirot swiftly steered the conversation elsewhere. "Ah, that reminds me. There is a small matter I must ask you about, Senorita. Your passport. My friend the superintendent requires it. There are certain police regulations, quite tedious and bureaucratic, I'm afraid, that are necessary for foreigners in this country. Legally, you are considered a foreign national here." Pilar's eyebrows lifted. "My passport, of course, I will fetch it. It is in my room." "I'm terribly sorry to inconvenience you," Poirot said apologetically as they walked. They had reached the end of the long gallery, where a staircase ascended. Pilar hurried up with Poirot and Stephen following. Her bedroom was at the top. "I will get it for you," she said, disappearing inside. "Left in the hallway," Stephen said with remorse. "That was a damn foolish thing for me to say. I don't believe she took any notice, do you?" Poirot did not reply immediately. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening. Then he remarked, "The English have such a remarkable fondness for fresh air. It appears Miss Estravados has inherited the trait." Stephen looked puzzled. "Why do you say that?" "Because," Poirot said quietly, "although today is bitterly cold, what you call a black frost, unlike yesterday's mild sunshine, Miss Estravados has just opened her lower window sash. It is astonishing, this love of a draught." Suddenly, an exclamation in Spanish came from the room, and Pilar reappeared looking both amused and dismayed. "How clumsy of me," she cried. "My small case was on the window-sill. I was searching through it too hastily, and I have knocked my passport right out the window. It has fallen onto the flower-bed below. I will retrieve it." "Let me get it," Stephen offered, but Pilar was already past him, calling back over her shoulder as she hurried toward the stairs. "No, it was my mistake. Please go on to the drawing-room with Monsieur Poirot. Poirot and I will deliver it to you there." Stephen Farr looked as though he might follow her, but Poirot's hand rested lightly on his arm. "This way, if you please," Poirot suggested. They moved along the first-floor hallway toward the opposite wing of the house, stopping at the top of the grand staircase. "A moment before we descend," Poirot said, "I would appreciate your company in the scene of the crime. There is a particular question I wish to put to you." They proceeded down the corridor leading to Simeon Lee's suite. To their left, an alcove housed 2 marble statues, robust nymphs clutching their garments with a sort of prim, old-fashioned distress. Stephen shot them a glance and muttered, "Dreadful in the daylight. I could have sworn there were 3 of them when I passed the other evening. A small mercy, there are only 2. They are not to modern taste, I agree," Poirot conceded, "but undoubtedly they were very costly in their day. They possess a certain charm by night, perhaps." "Yes, at night you just see a pale shimmering shape," Poirot murmured softly. "In the dark, all cats are grey." Superintendent Sugden was in the room, kneeling by the safe and examining it with a magnifying glass. He glanced up as they entered. "Opened with the key, no question," he reported. "Someone who knew the combination? No signs of forced entry." Poirot approached, drew him aside, and whispered a brief instruction. The superintendent gave a nod and quietly left. Poirot then turned to Stephen Farr, who stood motionless, staring at the armchair where Simeon Lee had always sat. Stephen's brow was furrowed, the veins prominent on his forehead. After a moment of silent observation, Poirot asked gently, "The memories are returning?" "Yes." Stephen spoke slowly, as if from a distance. 2 days ago he was sitting there, alive. And now, he shook himself, breaking from his reverie. "But you brought me here to ask me something, Mem Poirot. Indeed, you were, I believe, among the first to arrive here that night. Was I? It's hard to recall precisely. I think one of the ladies may have reached the room before me." "Which lady?" "One of the wives, George's or David's. I know both appeared very shortly after, and you did not hear the scream, as I recall you mentioned." "I'm not certain I did. It's all a blur," someone cried out. "But that could have come from downstairs," Poirot said. "You did not hear a sound like this?" Then, without warning, he tipped his head back and emitted a sharp, ear-splitting shriek. The sudden noise made Stephen jump backward, nearly losing his balance. "Good Lord!" he exclaimed, his voice tight with anger. "Are you trying to terrify the entire household?" "No, I heard nothing remotely like that. You'll have everyone in a panic again. They'll think there's been another murder." Poirot looked suitably abashed. He murmured, "You're right, that was unwise. We must go immediately." He hurried from the room, downstairs. Lydia and Alfred were at the foot of the stairs, looking up anxiously. George emerged from the library to join them, and Pilar came running, a passport clutched in her hand. Poirot called out, "It is nothing, do not be alarmed. Merely a small experiment, that is all." Alfred appeared irritated, George openly annoyed. Leaving Stephen to offer explanations, Poirot slipped quickly away along the passage to the other end of the house. There, Superintendent Sugden emerged quietly from Pilar's room and met him. "Well?" Poirot asked. The superintendent shook his head. Not a sound. Their eyes met in mutual understanding, and Sugden gave a confirming nod. Later, Alfred Lee said, "So you accept, Poirot?" His hand trembled slightly as he raised it to his mouth. His usually mild brown eyes held a new, feverish intensity, and his words stumbled. "You cannot imagine what this M means to me. My father's killer must be found," Poirot replied. "Since you assure me you have considered this long and carefully, yes, I accept. But understand, Mr. Lee, there can be no turning back. I am not some hunting dog you can whistle back simply because you don't care for the quarry he's flushed." Poirot's voice was sharp, cutting through the tense air of the room. "Certainly, naturally, everything is arranged. Your room is ready. Please stay as long as you need." Alfred Lee's words tumbled out in a nervous rush. Poirot interrupted him, his tone grave and deliberate. "It will not be a long stay. The circle of possibility in this crime is so tightly drawn that the truth cannot remain hidden for much longer. I believe we are approaching the conclusion already." Alfred stared, disbelief etched on his face. "That's impossible, on the contrary," Poirot countered calmly. "The facts, with very few exceptions, point quite distinctly in one direction. There are merely a few irrelevant distractions to be swept aside. Once that is accomplished, the reality of the situation will be unmistakable." Alfred's voice was hushed with incredulity. "Are you saying you already know the truth?" A small knowing smile touched Poirot's lips. "But of course," he said simply. I know. Alfred turned away, a strangled sound escaping him. My father, he could not finish. Poirot, ever practical, moved briskly to the next matter. Monsieur Lee, I have 2 requests to make of you. In a muffled tone, Alfred replied, Anything at all. First, I would like the portrait of your father as a young man to be placed in the bedroom you have so kindly provided for me. Both Alfred and his wife Lydia fixed him with puzzled stares. My father's portrait? Alfred asked. But why? Poirot made an airy gesture. It will serve as an inspiration. It will focus the mind. Lydia's voice was sharp with skepticism. Do you intend to solve this crime through clairvoyance, Monsieur Poirot? Let us say, madame, that I intend to employ not merely the eyes of the body, but the eyes of the intellect, he replied enigmatically. She gave a dismissive shrug. Poirot continued, My second request, M. Lee, concerns the true circumstances surrounding the death of your sister's husband, Juan Estravados. Lydia interjected quickly, Is that really necessary? I require all the facts, madame. Poirot stated firmly. Alfred, looking to his wife for support, explained, Juan Estravados killed another man in a bar fight. It was over a woman. And his method. Poirot pressed. Alfred's gaze again appealed to Lydia. She answered in a cool, even tone, He stabbed him. The courts found there had been provocation, so it was not a death sentence. He was given a prison term and died while incarcerated. Does his daughter know the details of her father's history? I think not, Lydia said. Alfred confirmed, No, Jennifer never told her. Thank you, Poirot said. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, Now, M. Lee, provide me with some facts about your brother, Harry Lee. Lydia sighed. That was all so long ago. But Alfred's face flushed with sudden colour. If you must know, Monsieur Poirot, he stole a significant sum by forging our father's signature on a cheque. My father, of course, did not press charges. Harry was always crooked, in trouble all over the globe, constantly wiring for money to extract himself from one scrape or another. He has been in and out of prisons from here to Timbuktu. Lydia murmured a correction. You don't know all that for certain, Alfred. Alfred's hands trembled with anger. Harry is no good. He never has been. He took shameless advantage of our father. Poirot observed the bitter resentment. I see there is little affection between you brothers. He exploited my father, exploited him disgracefully, Alfred insisted. Lydia let out a quick, impatient sigh, which Poirot noted with a sharp glance. She said, If only those missing diamonds would turn up, I am convinced the answer lies with them. Poirot's voice became gentle. But they have been found, madame. What? They were discovered, he said softly, watching her closely. In your little garden by the Dead Sea. Lydia's cry was one of pure astonishment. In my garden? How extraordinary. Is it not, madame? Poirot echoed, his tone deceptively mild. Later, on the afternoon of December 27th, Alfred Lee sighed with palpable relief. That went better than I had feared. The group had just returned from the adjourned inquest. Mr. Charlton, their elderly, cautious solicitor with watchful blue eyes, had accompanied them. Just as I said, Charlton intoned, the proceedings were entirely procedural, a mere formality. An adjournment was inevitable to allow the police to complete their evidence gathering. George Lee, however, was visibly irritated. The whole situation is most disagreeable, he complained. A perfectly dreadful position for the family to be in. I'm absolutely certain this was the work of a madman who found a way into the house, that Superintendent Sugden is as stubborn as they come. Colonel Johnson ought to bring in Scotland Yard. These local officers are useless, completely thick-headed. Take that Horbury fellow, for instance. I've heard his past is rather questionable, yet the police haven't lifted a finger to investigate him. Mr. Charlton replied, Actually, I understand Mr. Horbury has a solid alibi for the time in question. The authorities have accepted it. Why should they just accept it? George fumed. If I were in charge, I'd treat any alibi with extreme skepticism. That's standard procedure. Criminals always arrange an alibi for themselves. It's the police's job to dismantle it, assuming they know what they're doing. Now, said Mr. Charlton. I don't believe it's our place to instruct the police on their duties, is it? They're generally a quite competent group. George shook his head with a dark expression. They should call in Scotland Yard. I have no confidence in Superintendent Sugden. He might be diligent, but he's far from brilliant. I must disagree, Mr. Charlton countered. Sugden is a good man. He doesn't make a show of it, but he gets results. Lydia interjected. I'm sure the police are doing everything they can, Mr. Charlton. Would you care for a glass of sherry? Mr. Charlton politely declined, then, clearing his throat, he began to read the will aloud to the assembled family. He delivered the document with a certain relish, lingering over its more convoluted phrases and savouring the legal jargon. Finishing, he removed his glasses, polished them, and looked around the room expectantly. Harry Lee spoke up. All that legal talk is a bit hard to follow. Can you just give us the plain facts, really? Mr. Charlton said. It's a perfectly straightforward will, Harry retorted. My God, what does a complicated one look like then? Mr. Charlton fixed him with a cool stare. The main terms are quite simple. Half of Mr. Lee's estate goes to his son, Mr. Alfred Lee. The remaining half is divided equally among his other children. Harry let out an unpleasant laugh. Typical. Alfred hits the jackpot again. Half of Dad's fortune. Lucky you, Alfred, isn't it? Alfred flushed. Lydia said sharply, Alfred was a loyal and devoted son. He's managed the business for years and carried all the responsibility. Oh, yes, Harry sneered. Alfred was always the perfect son. Alfred shot back. You should consider yourself fortunate, Harry, that father left you anything at all. Harry threw his head back and laughed. You'd have preferred it if he'd cut me out completely, wouldn't you? You've never liked me. Mr. Charlton coughed. He was all too familiar with the bitter scenes that followed a will reading. He was eager to depart before the usual family quarrel escalated. He murmured, I believe that is all I require. Harry cut in sharply. What about Pilar? Mr. Charlton coughed again, apologetically this time. Miss Estravados is not mentioned in the will. Harry pressed. Doesn't she get her mother's share? Mr. Charlton explained. If Mrs. Estravados had lived, she would have received an equal portion since she has passed. That share reverts to the estate to be divided among the rest of you. Pilar said slowly in her rich accent. So I receive nothing, Lydia said quickly. My dear, the family will naturally take care of you. George Lee added. You can make your home here with Alfred, right, Alfred? Well, you are our niece. It is our duty to provide for you. A flicker of genuine, if awkward, concern crossed his face, a rare break from his usual irritable demeanour. Hilda said, We would be happy to have Pilar stay with us. Harry insisted. She deserves her proper share. She ought to have Jennifer's portion. Mr. Charlton murmured. I really must be going. Goodbye, Mrs. Lee. Do consult me if there's anything. He made a quick escape. His seasoned understanding of family dynamics told him a storm was brewing. The moment the door closed, Lydia's clear voice cut through the silence. I stand with Harry. Pilar deserves a defined portion. That will was drafted long before Jennifer passed away. Nonsense, George countered, his tone clipped. That's a sloppy and legally unsound perspective, Lydia. The law is the law, and we must follow it. Magdalene quickly added her support. It's unfortunate, of course, and we all feel for Pilar. But George is correct, as he stated, the law stands firm. Lydia rose, taking Pilar gently by the hand. My dear, this must be distressing for you. Would you mind waiting outside while we talk this through? She guided the girl to the door, offering a reassuring whisper. Don't fret, Pilar. Leave this to me. After Pilar departed, Lydia closed the door and turned back to the room. A tense hush fell, broken almost instantly by the eruption of conflict. You've always been a miser, George, Harry accused. George shot back. At least I haven't been a freeloader and a wastrel. You've clung to father's support just as much as I have all these years. You overlook that. I hold a demanding, vital position, which demanding and vital my foot. You're just a pompous windbag, Harry retorted. Magdalene shrieked in outrage. How dare you speak to him like that? Hilda's calm, slightly raised voice interjected. Must we really shout? Can't we discuss this rationally? Lydia gave her a thankful look. David suddenly erupted with force. Must we disgrace ourselves with this vulgar squabbling over money? Magdalene turned on him venomously. It's easy for you to be so principled. You won't be refusing your inheritance, will you? You want the money as much as anyone here. All this saintly act is just a performance. David, his voice tight, muttered. You think I should refuse it? I wonder if... Hilda interjected sharply. Of course you shouldn't. Must we all act like spoiled children? Alfred, you're the head of this family. Alfred seemed to stir from a daze. I beg your pardon. All of you shouting at once. It overwhelms me. Lydia seized the moment. As Hilda just said, why must we act like greedy children? Let's discuss this calmly and sensibly, she added swiftly, and one point at a time. Alfred should speak first as the eldest. Alfred, what do you believe we should do for Pilar? He replied thoughtfully. She must have a home here without question, and we should provide her a stipend. However, I don't see a legal claim to the share intended for her mother. She is not a Lee, remember, she is a Spanish citizen. Legally, no, Lydia conceded, but she holds a moral claim. In my view, your father, despite his disapproval of his daughter's marriage to a Spaniard, still acknowledged her equal right. George, Harry, David and Jennifer were to share equally. Jennifer died only last year. I am certain when he summoned Mr. Charlton, he intended to make generous provision for Pilar in a new will. He would have allocated her at least her mother's portion, and likely more. She is his only grandchild. The least we can do is correct an injustice he himself was preparing to address. Alfred responded with conviction. Well said, Lydia. I was mistaken. I agree Pilar should receive Jennifer's share of our father's estate. Lydia nodded. Your turn, Harry? I agree, as you know, Harry said. Lydia has stated the case perfectly, and I admire her for it. Lydia turned. George? George's face was flushed. He sputtered, Absolutely not. The entire idea is absurd. A home and a proper clothing allowance is more than sufficient for her. So you refuse to cooperate? Alfred pressed. Yes, I do. And he's entirely right, Magdalene declared. Suggesting he do otherwise is utterly shameful. Lydia turned to her husband. David? David's response was distant, almost as if his thoughts were elsewhere. Yes, I suppose you're correct. It is unfortunate that something like this must be accompanied by such unpleasantness and argument. Hilda was quick to agree. Lydia is absolutely right. It's simply a matter of fairness. Harry surveyed the room. Well, that settles it within the family. Alfred, myself and David support the idea. George opposes it. The motion carries. George's voice cut through sharply. This isn't a vote. My inheritance from my father is mine without condition. I won't be surrendering a single cent of it. Certainly not, Magdalene echoed. Lydia retorted, If you choose to be the exception, that's your affair. The rest of us will contribute enough to cover the portion you're withholding. She looked for confirmation, and the others gave their silent nods. Harry added, Alfred received the largest portion. He should bear the biggest part of the cost, Alfred observed dryly. I see your initial proposal of shared sacrifice is already beginning to crumble, Hilda interjected firmly. Let's not reopen the debate. Lydia can inform Pilar of our decision. We can work out the specifics later, hoping to change the subject, she asked. I wonder where Mr. Farr and Monsieur Poirot have gone, Alfred replied. We left Poirot in the village on our way back from the inquest. He mentioned he had an important errand to run. Harry frowned. Why didn't he attend the inquest? He really should have been there. Lydia, glancing out the window, said, Perhaps he knew it wouldn't be particularly significant. Who is that outside in the garden? Is it Superintendent Sugden or Mr. Farr? The efforts of the two women succeeded in dispersing the tense family gathering. Later, Lydia spoke to Hilda privately. Thank you, Hilda. It was kind of you to support me. You've truly been a great comfort through all of this. Hilda reflected. It's strange how money unsettles people. They were alone now, the others having left the room. Lydia nodded. Yes, even Harry, though it was his suggestion. And my dear Alfred. He's so very British at heart. He isn't entirely comfortable with Lee family money going to someone he sees as a foreign national. With a slight smile, Hilda asked, Do you believe we women are less attached to worldly things? Lydia gave an elegant shrug. Well, you know, it isn't truly our money, not in the same way. Perhaps that makes a difference. Her tone then shifted, becoming almost sarcastic. Of course, it's always easier to be generous with what you never really had to earn in the first place, isn't it? A noble principle so long as it costs you nothing. Hilda considered this, then said thoughtfully, She is an unusual girl, Pilar. I wonder what will become of her. Lydia sighed. I'm relieved she'll have her own means. Simply living here, being given room and board and a clothing allowance, wouldn't have satisfied her, I think. She's too proud and in some ways too different, she added musingly. I once brought back a string of beautiful blue lapis from Egypt. Out there under the desert sun, it was a glorious, vibrant color, a brilliant, warm blue. But when I brought it home, the blue seemed to fade. It just became a dull, dark strand of beads. Hilda murmured, Yes, I understand. Lydia's voice softened again. I am so very glad to have gotten to know you and David properly at last. I'm glad you both came. Hilda sighed deeply. How many times in these last few days have I wished we hadn't? I know you must have, but, Hilda, in a way the shock hasn't affected David as severely as it might have. Given his sensitive nature, it could have devastated him completely. Strangely, since the murder, he seemed almost better. Hilda looked momentarily troubled. So you've noticed that too? It feels wrong to say it, but, oh, Lydia, it's undeniably true. She paused, recalling her husband's words from the previous night. He had said to her eagerly, his fair hair pushed back from his forehead, Hilda, do you remember in Tosca, after Scarpia is dead and Tosca places the candles at his head and feet? Remember what she says, now I can forgive him. That is what I feel about father. I see now that for all these years I was unable to forgive him, yet I desperately wanted to. But now the bitterness is gone. It's all been washed clean. A profound sense of relief washed over him, as if a crushing weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. She had asked, a flicker of apprehension in her voice, if it was simply because the man was gone. His response was swift and earnest, stumbling over his words in his haste to clarify. It wasn't about the death itself, he insisted, but about the death of his own childish, foolish hatred. Hilda remembered that conversation now. The words echoed in her mind, and she felt a strong urge to share them with the woman beside her, yet some instinct warned her to remain silent. She followed Lydia from the drawing-room into the hallway. Magdalene was already there, hovering near the hall table with a small, wrapped parcel in her hands. She started slightly at their approach. With a forced, giggling tone that didn't match the sharp anxiety in her eyes, she remarked, Oh, this must be that important thing Mr. Poirot bought. I saw him leave it here. I simply must know what it is. Her gaze darted between them, seeking a reaction. Lydia's eyebrows arched slightly. I really must go and freshen up before lunch, she stated, her voice cool, unable to contain her desperate curiosity. Magdalene's affected childishness fell away. I have to look, she declared, her voice tightening. She hastily unwrapped the paper and let out a sharp gasp, staring in bewilderment at the object in her palm. Both Lydia and Hilda stopped, their attention captured. Magdalene's puzzled voice broke the silence. It's a false moustache, but why on earth? Hilda ventured uncertain, a disguise perhaps, but that doesn't make any sense. Lydia finished the thought for her, a note of dry amusement in her tone. But Mr. Poirot already possesses a remarkably fine moustache of his own. It was almost laughable, the image of the fastidious detective needing such a cheap prop. Magdalene began rewrapping the parcel, her movements agitated. I don't understand it. It's completely absurd. Why would Mr. Poirot buy a false moustache? After leaving the others, Pilar wandered slowly down the hall. Stephen Farr was just coming in from the garden, brushing a light dusting of snow from his coat. "Well," he asked, "is the grand family meeting finished? Has the will been read?" Pilar's breath came quickly. "I received nothing, absolutely nothing. It was an old will. The money meant for my mother, because she is dead, does not come to me. It all goes back to them." Stephen whistled softly. "That's rather harsh, isn't it?" "If the old man had lived," Pilar said, her voice hardening, "he would have made a new one. He would have provided for me generously. In time, he might have left me everything." A smile touched Stephen's lips. And would that have been entirely fair either? "Why not?" she countered, her chin lifting. "He would have preferred my company." "That is reason enough. You're a mercenary little thing, aren't you?" Stephen said, though his tone was more teasing than accusatory. "A proper little fortune hunter." Pilar's expression turned sober, a sudden weary wisdom in her young eyes. "The world is unkind to women. We must secure our own futures while we are able. When we are old and our beauty fades, no one rushes to our aid." Stephen's smile faded. "That's more truth than I care to admit," he said slowly. "But it's not the whole truth. Look at Alfred Lee, for instance. He was genuinely devoted to his father, despite the old man being thoroughly difficult and demanding." "Alfred," Pilar said dismissively, "is something of a fool." Stephen laughed, the sound breaking the tension. "Well, don't fret, lovely Pilar. The Lee family is obligated to take care of you, you know." Pilar sighed, her shoulders slumping. "That does not sound like it will be very much fun?" "No," Stephen agreed, his voice softening. "No, I can't quite picture you settling here. What would you say to South Africa?" Pilar's eyes lit up with a spark of interest, and she nodded. Stephen continued, "There's sun there and vast open space. There's also hard work. Are you any good at hard work, Pilar?" Pilar considered this with genuine doubt. "I do not know." "Would you prefer to just sit on a veranda all day eating chocolates?" he teased, growing pleasantly plump and acquiring several impressive chins. This finally drew a real laugh from her. Stephen grinned. "There, I've made you smile. I thought this Christmas would be full of laughter," Pilar said, her mood lifting slightly. "In the storybooks I read, an English Christmas is so merry. They talk of flaming puddings and snapdragons with burning raisins, and a great Yule log burning in the hearth." "Ah," Stephen said, his tone turning wry, "but those stories generally don't include a murder complicating the festivities. Come with me for a moment." He led her to a small door. "Lydia showed me this yesterday. It's her storeroom." He opened the door to reveal a cramped space, little larger than a closet, lined with shelves. Pilar's eyes widened as she peered into the open boxes. "Look at all this," Stephen said, gesturing. "Crackers, jars of fruit, oranges, dates, nuts. And over here." "Oh." Pilar clasped her hands together. "These shiny gold and silver ornaments are beautiful. They were meant for a tree with gifts for the staff," Stephen explained. "And these little glittering snowmen for the dinner table. And look, balloons in every colour, ready to be filled." Pilar's face lit up. "Could we blow one up? Lydia wouldn't mind." "I adore balloons," with a smile, Stephen teased. "Like a child here. Pick your favourite." "A red one," Pilar decided immediately. Each chose a balloon and began to blow, their cheeks puffing out comically. Pilar had to stop to laugh, letting her balloon deflate. "You look so silly," she giggled, "with your cheeks all round like that." Her laughter echoed before she focused again, blowing with determination. Once the balloons were full and carefully tied, they batted them back and forth. "The hallway has more space," Pilar suggested. They moved their game there, laughing as they volleyed the bright spheres. Hercule Poirot found them in the hall, watching with an amused expression. "Playing children's games, I see. It is charming." "Breathless," Pilar said. "Mine is the red one. It's much larger than his. If we went outside, it could fly right up to the sky." "Let's release them and make a wish," Stephen proposed. Yes, a lovely idea, Pilar agreed. She hurried to the garden door, Stephen and Poirot following. Pilar stood on her toes, the balloon string tugging in a soft breeze. I wish for a fortune, she declared aloud, then let go. The red balloon drifted upward, carried by the wind. Stephen laughed. You mustn't say your wish out loud. Why not? It won't come true then. Now my turn. He released his, but it veered sideways, caught on a holly bush, and popped with a sharp bang. Pilar ran over. It's gone, she said sadly, poking the limp rubber with her shoe. She added thoughtfully, That's what I found in grandfather's room. He had a balloon too, but his was pink. Poirot gave a sudden sharp intake of breath. Pilar turned to him. It is nothing, he said quickly. I merely stubbed my toe. He turned and gazed at the house. Its many windows like watching eyes. A house, mademoiselle, has its own eyes and ears. It is most unfortunate the English are so devoted to open windows. Just then, Lydia appeared on the terrace. Lunch is ready, she announced. Pilar, dear, everything is settled quite well. Alfred will explain all the details to you afterward. Shall we go in? They filed inside, Poirot last, his expression unusually solemn. In the grand blue and gold drawing room at Gorston Hall, Alfred Lee and his wife Lydia were discussing their Christmas arrangements. Alfred, a solidly built man with a quiet demeanour and gentle brown eyes, spoke in measured, precise tones. He carried himself with a certain weary resignation, his head slightly sunk. Lydia, in contrast, was all restless energy, thin and graceful, with a tired, distinguished face and a captivating voice. Father insists, Alfred said quietly. There's no alternative? Lydia made a faint, impatient gesture. Must you always yield to him? He is very old, my dear. I know, she cut in, her tone dry. He expects his own way naturally since he's always had it. But Alfred, there will come a time when you have to take a stand. Alfred stared at her, visibly unsettled. What do you mean by that, Lydia? For a moment she hesitated, biting her lip, then simply shrugged her slender shoulders. Lydia weighed her words with care. Your father has a tendency toward being domineering. He's getting on in years, Alfred replied. And he'll only grow older, which means more set in his ways. Where does it stop? He already controls every aspect of our lives. We can't make a single plan for ourselves without the risk of him overturning it. Alfred countered. Father expects to be our priority. We must remember he's been very generous to us. Oh, generous! Lydia's tone was sharp. Extremely generous, Alfred insisted, a note of firmness entering his voice. Lydia remained calm. You're speaking of money, I assume? Precisely. His own needs are modest, yet he never begrudges us anything. You can order whatever you like for the house or your wardrobe, and the bills are settled without question. He just provided us with a brand-new automobile last week. I won't deny your father's financial generosity, Lydia conceded. But the price is our freedom. He expects complete obedience in return. Obedience. It's the only word for it. You live in his shadow, Alfred. If we arrange to go somewhere and he decides against it, you cancel everything without a word of protest. If he whimsically sends us away, we go. We have no independence, no life that is truly our own. Her husband looked pained. I wish you wouldn't speak this way, Lydia. It sounds terribly ungrateful. My father has provided us with everything. She swallowed the sharp reply on her tongue, giving another slight, elegant shrug. Alfred pressed on, You must realize the old man is genuinely fond of you. His wife's response was clear and cool. The feeling is not mutual, I'm afraid. Lydia, it hurts me to hear you say such things. It's so unkind. Perhaps, but sometimes the truth simply demands to be spoken. If father ever suspected, your father knows perfectly well how I feel. I rather think it amuses him. Now, I'm certain you're mistaken. He's told me on several occasions how charming he finds your manner. Naturally, I'm always polite. I always will be. I'm merely telling you my genuine feelings. I dislike your father, Alfred. I see him as a spiteful, controlling old man. He takes advantage of your affection and has bullied you for years. You should have asserted yourself long ago. Alfred's voice turned sharp. That's enough, Lydia. I don't wish to discuss this further. She sighed. I'm sorry, perhaps I went too far. Let's speak of our Christmas plans instead. Do you believe your brother David will actually come? Why wouldn't he? She looked doubtful. David is different. He hasn't set foot in this house for years, not since your mother passed. He was so devoted to her. This place holds difficult memories for him. David always irritated Father, Alfred said, with his music and his head in the clouds demeanour. Father was perhaps too harsh on him at times, but I think David and Hilda will come. It's Christmas, after all. Peace and goodwill, Lydia murmured, her delicate mouth twisting into a faint, ironic smile. We shall see. George and Magdalene are due to arrive tomorrow. I expect Magdalene will be utterly bored. Alfred showed a flash of annoyance. Why my brother ever married a woman 20 years his junior is beyond me. George has always lacked sense. He is quite successful in his career. Lydia noted. His constituents admire him. I believe Magdalene works rather hard campaigning for him. Alfred considered this. I can't say I particularly like her. She is certainly attractive, but she reminds me of those perfectly waxen pears you see with a rosy blush on the outside. He shook his head. And they're rotten at the core. Lydia finished. How unlike you to say something so pointed, Alfred. Why is that funny? Because you are usually the gentlest of men. You rarely speak ill of anyone. Sometimes it frustrates me that you aren't more discerning, more aware of the world as it is. Her husband offered a gentle smile. I've always believed the world is largely what you make of it. Lydia's response was swift and firm. No, evil isn't just a state of mind. It exists out there in the world. You seem unaware of it, but I'm not. I can feel it. The conversation had taken a sudden, darker turn, leaving the festive talk of Christmas plans feeling hollow and far away. I've always sensed it, right here in this house. She pressed her lips together and looked away. Alfred began. Lydia. She lifted a hand to stop him, her gaze fixed on something behind him. Alfred turned. A man with a composed expression stood there, respectfully. Lydia asked sharply, What is it, Horbury? Horbury's voice was soft, almost a whisper. Mr. Lee asked me to inform you that 2 additional guests will be arriving for Christmas, and to please have rooms prepared. 2 more guests? Lydia repeated. Yes, madam, another gentleman and a young lady. Alfred sounded puzzled. A young lady? That is what Mr. Lee said, sir? Lydia moved quickly. I'll go speak with him. Horbury shifted almost imperceptibly, yet it halted Lydia's progress. My apologies, madam, but Mr. Lee is resting. He was very clear he should not be disturbed. Of course we won't disturb him, Alfred said. Thank you, sir. Horbury left. Lydia exclaimed, I can't stand that man. He moves through the house like a shadow. You never hear a sound. I'm not fond of him either, but he's competent, and good attendants are hard to find. Most importantly, Father is comfortable with him. Yes, that is what matters, Lydia agreed. Alfred, who is this young lady? Who could it possibly be? He shook his head. I have no idea. I can't think of anyone it might be. They looked at each other, perplexed. Then Lydia's mouth curved into a knowing smile. Do you want to know what I believe, Alfred? What? I think your father has been restless lately. I think he's orchestrating a little holiday entertainment for himself by bringing strangers into a family gathering. Oh, I don't know the details, but I strongly suspect your father is setting the stage for his own amusement. I hope he finds some joy in it, Alfred said solemnly. Poor man confined like this, an invalid, after the life he's led. Lydia repeated slowly, after the life he's led. She paused, giving the words a weight that seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Alfred appeared to notice, flushing slightly. She burst out, How he ever had a son like you is beyond me. You are complete opposites. And yet he captivates you. You absolutely idolize him. Alfred replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Aren't you exaggerating, Lydia? It's natural for a son to love his father. It would be strange not to. In that case, Lydia said, Most of this family is downright strange. Let's not argue. I'm sorry I've upset you. I truly didn't mean to. I actually admire your loyalty tremendously. It's a rare quality these days. Let's just say I'm jealous, shall we? Women are supposed to be jealous of their mothers-in-law. Why not their fathers-in-law? He put a gentle arm around her. You let your words run away with you, Lydia. There's no need for jealousy. She gave him a quick, apologetic kiss on his cheek. I know still, Alfred. I don't think I would have been the least bit jealous of your mother. I wish I had met her. She was a fragile person, he said. His wife studied him with interest. So that's how you saw her, as fragile. How fascinating, he said thoughtfully. I remember her being often unwell, frequently in tears. He shook his head. She lacked spirit. Still watching him, she murmured softly, How curious! But as he looked at her questioningly, she shook her head and changed the subject. Since we aren't permitted to know who our mystery guests are, I'm going outside to finish in the garden. It's bitterly cold out, dear, a sharp wind. I'll bundle up. She left the room. Alfred Lee stood alone for several moments, a slight frown creasing his brow. He moved finally to the tall window at the room's end, gazing out at the long terrace that stretched the length of the house. After a minute, he saw Lydia step outside carrying a shallow basket wrapped in a heavy blanket coat. She placed the basket down and bent over a raised stone sink, beginning her work. Alfred watched her for a long while before turning away. He fetched his own coat and a scarf, then stepped out onto the terrace through a side door. As he walked along, he passed the series of miniature gardens that were Lydia's creations. One depicted a desert scene with smooth golden sand, a cluster of green palm trees fashioned from painted tin, and a procession of camels accompanied by tiny Arab figures moulded from clay. Nearby was an Italian garden with terraced beds of flowers made from coloured wax. Another sink held an Arctic landscape, with jagged clumps of green glass serving as icebergs and a little gathering of penguins. He paused by a Japanese garden featuring 2 exquisitely stunted trees, a mirror laid for a pond, and delicate bridges shaped from modelling clay. He reached her side just as she was pouring coarse grey pebbles from a small bag, forming a narrow beach. She had laid down blue paper and covered it with glass, surrounding it with piled rock formations and small, spiky cactuses. Lydia was whispering to herself, Yes, that's perfect. Exactly the effect I wanted. You've been busy, Alfred said. What is this one meant to be? She started, not having heard his approach. It's the Dead Sea. What do you think? It seems a bit barren, he remarked. Shouldn't there be more plant life? She shook her head. It's the Dead Sea, Alfred. The point is that it's dead. It's not as pleasing to look at as your others. It isn't supposed to be pleasing, she replied, a trace of sharpness in her tone. It's supposed to be true. Footsteps sounded on the flagstones. The elderly butler, white-haired and slightly stooped, approached them. Mrs. George Lee is on the telephone, madam. She wishes to know if arriving on the 5:20 train tomorrow will be suitable. Yes, that will be perfectly fine, Lydia answered. Thank you, madam. The butler retreated toward the house. Lydia's expression softened as she watched him go. Dear old Tresillian, what a rock he is. I truly don't know what we'd do without him. Alfred agreed. He's from the old school, been with the family almost 40 years. His loyalty is absolute. Oh, absolutely, Lydia said with a wry smile. He's the very picture of the faithful family retainer from a storybook. I honestly believe he'd swear black was white if he thought it would protect one of us. I believe he would, Alfred said quietly. Yes, I do believe it. Lydia smoothed the last of the pebbles into place. There, she announced. All finished? Finished? Alfred looked puzzled. She laughed lightly. For Christmas, of course, for this wonderfully sentimental family Christmas we're all about to enjoy later, after lunch, as the group left the dining room, Alfred spoke to Pilar. Would you come to my study? There's something I need to discuss with you. He led her across the hall, closing the study door firmly behind them. The others continued into the drawing room, but Hercule Poirot remained in the hall, his eyes fixed thoughtfully on the closed door. He became aware of the old butler hovering nearby, an air of unease about him. "Yes, Tressilian?" Poirot asked. "What is it?" The old man appeared troubled. "I wish to speak with Mr. Lee, sir, but I dislike disturbing him now." "Has something happened?" Poirot inquired. Tressilian spoke slowly, his voice low. "It's a very odd thing, sir. It doesn't make any sense." "Tell me," Poirot urged. Tressilian hesitated, then said, "Well, sir, it's about the cannonballs. You may have noticed there was one on each side of the front steps. Big, heavy stone things. One of them is missing, sir." Hercule Poirot's eyebrows arched upward. "Since when?" he inquired. "They were both there this morning, sir. I'd swear to it." "Let us see." They stepped outside together. Poirot bent to examine the single remaining cannonball. When he straightened, his expression was deeply troubled. The butler, Tressilian, asked with a tremor in his voice, "Who would want to steal such a thing? It makes no sense," Poirot replied. "I do not like this. Not at all." Tressilian watched him with growing unease. "What has happened to this house, sir?" he said slowly. "Ever since the master was killed, it feels like a different place. I move through the days as if in a fog, mixing things up, doubting my own eyes." Hercule Poirot shook his head. "You're mistaken. Your own eyes are precisely what you must rely upon." But Tressilian only shook his head again. "My sight is failing. I don't see as I once did. I confuse objects and people. I am too old for my duties now." A sudden vivid memory flashed before him. Young David and Alfred racing across this very lawn, their laughter carried away by the wind, a stark contrast to the heavy silence that now clung to the walls. Poirot placed a hand on his shoulder. "Courage! Thank you, sir, that is kind. But the truth remains. I dwell too much in the past, always seeing the old faces. Miss Jenny, Master David, Master Alfred, as they were in their youth. It started that night Mr. Harry returned." Poirot gave a knowing nod. "Yes, that is what I suspected. You said, ever since the master was murdered. But the change began earlier, did it not? Things began to feel unreal from the moment Mr. Harry came home." The butler agreed, his eyes drifting back to the empty stone pedestal. "You're quite right, sir. Mr. Harry always brought trouble with him, even years ago. But who could have taken it, and why? It feels like a madhouse," Hercule Poirot said gravely. "It is not madness, I fear. It is a cold, calculated sanity. Somebody, Tressilian, is in grave peril." He turned and re-entered the house, his mind racing. At that moment, Pilar emerged from the study, twin spots of colour high on her cheeks, her eyes flashing. She held her head defiantly high. As Poirot approached, she stamped her foot. "I will not accept it!" Poirot raised his eyebrows. "And what is it you will not accept, mademoiselle?" "Alfred has just informed me," Pilar said, her voice tight, "that they intend to give me my mother's portion of my grandfather's estate. He says the law cannot compel it, but that he, Lydia, and the others believe it is only just, so they wish to hand it over." Poirot simply said, "Well." She stamped her foot again, the sound sharp on the polished floor. "Do you not understand? They are giving it to me. It is a charity. Need that injure your pride? If they acknowledge it is rightfully yours by justice, you do not understand at all?" "On the contrary," Poirot said, his tone softening slightly. "I understand perfectly." With a frustrated sound, she turned away. The doorbell rang. Glancing over his shoulder, Poirot saw the unmistakable silhouette of Superintendent Sugden beyond the glass. He spoke hurriedly to Pilar. "Where are you going? To the drawing-room," she said sulkily. "To the others." "Good. Stay with them. Do not wander the house alone, especially after dark. Be on your guard. You are in great danger, mademoiselle. You may never be in greater danger than you are at this very moment." He left her and went to meet Sugden. The superintendent waited until Tressilian had withdrawn, then thrust a cable form toward Poirot. "Now we have it," he said. "Read this from the South African police. The cable was brief. Ebenezer Farr's only son died 2 years ago. Sugden's earlier confidence had evaporated. replaced by a grim focus. "So now we know," he said flatly. "Funny, I was pursuing an entirely different theory altogether." Meanwhile, Pilar marched into the drawing room. She went directly to Lydia, who was seated by the window with her knitting. "Lydia," Pilar announced, her voice clear and firm, "I have come to tell you I will not take the money. I must leave immediately." Lydia appeared genuinely surprised. She set her knitting aside. "My dear, Alfred must have explained this terribly. It is absolutely not about charity, if that is what you are thinking. Truly, this isn't a question of our kindness or generosity. It is a simple matter of what is right. Normally your mother would have received this inheritance, and it would have passed to you from her. It is your rightful due, your birthright. This is about justice, not pity." Pilar responded with fierce intensity, "And that is precisely why I cannot accept it. Not when you speak that way, not when you are being so noble. I was enjoying my time here. It was exciting an adventure. But now you have ruined everything. I am leaving now immediately. You will never be troubled by me again." Her voice broke with emotion. She turned and rushed from the room, blinded by tears. Lydia stared after her, bewildered. I had no idea she would react that way. Hilda remarked quietly, "The girl seems terribly distressed." George cleared his throat with an air of importance. "As I mentioned earlier, the entire principle is flawed. Pilar is clever enough to recognize it herself. She will not accept what she perceives as charity." Lydia cut in sharply. "It is not charity. It is her right. She evidently does not share that view," George retorted. At that moment, Superintendent Sugden and Hercule Poirot entered. The superintendent glanced around. "Where is Mr. Farr? I need a word with him." Before anyone could respond, Hercule Poirot interjected sharply. "Where is Miss Estravados?" George Lee replied with a hint of spiteful satisfaction. "Preparing to depart, or so she claims. It seems she has had her fill of her English relatives." Poirot turned swiftly. He said to Sugden, "Come." As the two men hurried into the hall, a heavy thud echoed, followed by a distant cry. Poirot exclaimed, "Quickly, this way!" They sprinted down the hall and up the staircase. The door to Pilar's room stood open, with Stephen Farr framed in the doorway. He turned as they approached. "She's unharmed." Pilar was pressed against the wall of her room, her gaze fixed on the floor where a large stone cannonball lay. She spoke breathlessly. "It was balanced on top of my door. It would have fallen on my head when I entered, but my skirt caught on a nail and pulled me back just in time." Poirot knelt to examine the nail, finding a thread of purple tweed caught on it. He looked up solemnly. "That nail, mademoiselle, saved your life." The superintendent, confused, demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" "Simeon tried to kill me," Pilar insisted, nodding emphatically. Superintendent Sugden looked up at the door. "A booby trap," he said, "an old-fashioned one, and its intent was murder. That's the second attempted murder in this house." This time, it failed. Stephen Farr said, his voice rough with relief, "Thank God you're safe." Pilar spread her hands in a desperate, pleading gesture. "Mother of God," she cried, "why would anyone want me dead? What have I done?" Hercule Poirot replied slowly, "You should ask instead, mademoiselle, what do I know?" She stared at him. "No, I know nothing." Hercule Poirot continued, "That is where you are mistaken. Tell me, Miss Pilar, where were you when the murder occurred? You were not in this room." "I was. I told you so," Superintendent Sugden said with deceptive calm. "Yes, but you were not being truthful, you know. You claimed you heard your grandfather scream. You could not have heard that from in here. Mr. Poirot and I verified that yesterday." "Oh," Pilar gasped. Poirot said, "You were somewhere much closer to his room. I will tell you where I believe you were, mademoiselle. You were in the alcove with the statues, very near your grandfather's door." Pilar said, startled, "How did you know that?" Poirot offered a faint smile. "Mr. Farr saw you there," Stephen said sharply. "I did not. That is a complete falsehood," Poirot declared. He continued, "You must forgive me, Mr. Farr, but you did see her. Recall your feeling that there were 3 statues in that alcove, not merely 2. Only one person was dressed in white that evening, Miss Estravados. She was the 3rd pale figure you observed. That is correct, is it not, miss?" After a brief pause, Pilar replied, "Yes, it is true," Poirot spoke gently. "Now, please tell us everything, miss." "Why were you there?" Pilar explained. "I left the drawing-room after dinner, intending to visit my grandfather. I believed he would be happy to see me. However, as I entered the hallway, I noticed someone else already at his door. I did not wish to be seen, knowing my grandfather had stated he would not receive visitors that night. I slipped into the alcove in case the person at the door turned around. Suddenly I heard the most dreadful noises, tables, chairs. She gestured with her hands, everything toppling and breaking. I did not move. I'm not sure why, I was terrified. Then came a horrible scream. She made the sign of the cross. And my heart seemed to stop, I thought to myself. Someone has died. And then Poirot prompted, and then people began rushing down the hallway. I emerged from the far end and joined them. Superintendent Sugden spoke sharply. "You said nothing of this when we first questioned you. Why not?" Pilar shook her head with an air of practiced wisdom. "It is not wise to tell the police too much. I feared if I admitted being nearby, you might think I had killed him. So I said I was in my room." Sugden retorted, "When you tell deliberate lies, it only results in drawing suspicion directly to yourself." Stephen Farr interjected, "Pilar,
Yes.
who did you see standing at the door when you entered the passage?" "Tell us," Sugden added. "Yes, tell us." The girl hesitated, her eyes widening, then narrowing thoughtfully. She said slowly, "I do not know who it was. The lighting was too dim to see clearly. But it was a woman." Superintendent Sugden looked around the circle of faces, his expression showing clear irritation. "This is highly irregular, Mr. Poirot." Poirot responded, "It is a small idea of mine. I wish to share what I have learned with everyone present. I will then request their cooperation, and together we shall arrive at the truth." Sugden muttered under his breath, "Theatrical nonsense." He leaned back in his chair. Poirot said, "To begin, you have an explanation to request from Mr. Farr, I believe." Sugden's mouth tightened. "I would have chosen a less public moment," he said. "Nevertheless, I have no objection." He handed a cable to Stephen Farr. "Now, Mr. Farr, as you call yourself, perhaps you can explain this." Stephen Farr took the cable, raising his eyebrows. He read it aloud slowly, before handing it back with a slight bow. "Yes," he admitted. "It looks very bad, doesn't it?" Sugden said, "Is that all you have to say? You understand you're not obliged to make a statement." Stephen Farr interrupted. "You need not caution me, Superintendent. I can see the words on your lips. Very well, I will give you an explanation. It is not a particularly good one, but it is the truth." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "I'm not Ebenezer Farr's son, however. I knew both the father and his actual son quite well now. Try to see it from my perspective. My real name is Stephen Grant. I had just arrived in this country for the very first time. I was feeling rather disappointed. Everything and everyone seemed so dull and colourless. Then, while travelling by train, I saw a girl. I must be direct. I was completely captivated by her. She was the most beautiful and extraordinary creature I had ever seen. We spoke for a time on the train, and I decided then that I would not lose sight of her. As I was leaving the compartment, I noticed the label on her suitcase. Her name meant nothing to me, but the address to which she was travelling certainly did. I was familiar with Gorston Hall and its owner, having heard all about him from Ebenezer Farr. Old E.B., my former partner, often spoke of Simeon Lee, describing him as a real character. The idea struck me to visit Gorston Hall and present myself as E.B.'s son. I knew from this cable that Ebb had passed away 2 years prior, but I recalled him mentioning he hadn't heard from Simeon Lee in ages. I figured Lee wouldn't be aware of the son's death, so I decided it was worth a shot. Superintendent Sugden pointed out I hadn't acted immediately. noting I'd spent 2 days at the King's Arms in Addlesfield first. He was right. I needed time to consider the plan. Ultimately, the sheer adventure of it won me over. To my surprise, it worked perfectly. The old man welcomed me with open arms and insisted I stay at the house. I accepted. There you have it, Superintendent. My full explanation. If it sounds far-fetched, think back to your own youth and some reckless stunt you might have pulled. My real name is Stephen Grant. You can cable South Africa to verify everything. You'll find I'm a respectable man, not some crook or jewel thief. Poirot murmured gently that he never believed I was. Superintendent Sugden rubbed his chin thoughtfully, stating he'd have to verify my story. What puzzled him was why I hadn't told the truth after the murder instead of spinning a web of lies. My answer was simple. I was an idiot. I thought I could bluff my way through, fearing that admitting to a false name would look suspicious. Any sensible person would have known you'd cabled Johannesburg. Sugden replied that he wasn't dismissing my account, but proof would come soon enough. He then glanced at Poirot, who indicated that Miss Estravados had something to say. Pilar had turned pale. In a rushed, breathless voice, she confessed it was all true. She never would have spoken up if not for Lydia and the money. The pretending and cheating had been fun, a grand game. But when Lydia spoke of the money being rightfully hers, a matter of justice, it stopped being a game. It felt wrong. Alfred Lee, confused, said he didn't understand what she was talking about. Pilar explained they thought she was his niece, Pilar Estravados, but she wasn't. The real Pilar had been killed in Spain when a bomb hit their car during their travels. Pilar had shared all about her life, how her rich grandfather had sent for her in England. With no money and nowhere to go, the impostor saw an opportunity. Why not take Pilar's passport and become the heiress? Her face brightened with a sudden, mischievous smile. Oh, the thrill of wondering if she could pull it off. The passport photos were somewhat similar. When asked for her passport here, she threw it out the window, retrieved it, and smudged some dirt over the face, enough to pass a quick barrier check, but not a close inspection. Alfred Lee was furious, demanding to know if she had deceived his father, playing on his affection. Pilar nodded, quite pleased with herself. She had seen immediately that she could make him like her. George Lee sputtered, calling it preposterous and criminal, an attempt to get money under false pretenses. Harry Lee cut in, laughing. She hadn't gotten any money from him, had she? He declared his profound admiration for her daring and, thank goodness, he wasn't her uncle anymore, which freed him up considerably. Pilar turned to Poirot and asked, "You knew?" Poirot allowed a small, knowing smile to touch his lips. Mademoiselle, a basic understanding of heredity tells us that two parents with blue eyes are exceedingly unlikely to produce a child with brown eyes. Your mother was, I am certain, a woman of impeccable virtue. The logical conclusion, therefore, was that you could not possibly be the true Pilar Estravados. Your little maneuver with the passport merely confirmed my suspicion. It was clever, I grant you, but not quite clever enough. Superintendent Sugden's voice was cold and dismissive. Nothing about this entire affair has been quite clever enough. Pilar stared at him, bewildered. I do not understand what you mean. What I mean, Sugden pressed, is that the story you've told us is incomplete. There is a great deal you're choosing to leave out. Stephen Farr moved protectively. You will leave her alone. Ignoring him, the superintendent continued. You claimed you went to your grandfather's room on a mere impulse after dinner. I propose a different theory. You were the one who stole the diamonds. You had handled them before, perhaps even placed them in the safe yourself on occasion without his direct supervision. When he discovered they were missing, he realized only two people could be responsible, Horbury, who might have learned the combination, or you. He acted swiftly, summoning me, and then demanding you see him immediately after the meal. He confronted you with the theft. You denied it, but he pressed the accusation. What happened next? Perhaps he suddenly saw through your disguise, realizing you were not his granddaughter but a skilled professional thief. Whatever the trigger your deception was unraveling, exposure was imminent, and in a panic, You slashed at him with a knife. A struggle ensued, and he cried out. Trapped. You fled the room, locked the door from the outside, and then, with nowhere to run before the household arrived, you hid yourself in that alcove near the statues. It is a lie. Pilar's cry was sharp and desperate. A complete lie. I did not take the diamonds, and I did not kill him. I swear this on my soul. Then who did? Sugden shot back. Your own account states you saw a figure outside Mr. Lee's door. By your logic, that person must be the murderer, as no one else passed your hiding place. But we have only your word that this figure ever existed. It is a convenient fiction invented to divert suspicion from yourself. George Lee interjected, his tone shrill with vindication. Of course she is guilty. It is perfectly obvious. I have always maintained an outsider was responsible for my father's death. The idea that a member of his own family could commit such an act is preposterous. It goes against all natural feeling. Poirot shifted in his chair, his voice cutting through the tension. I must disagree, given the particular character of Simeon Lee. It would, in fact, be a very natural thing to occur. He paused, letting the silence deepen as George gaped at him. And in my professional opinion, that is precisely what happened. Simeon Lee was killed by a member of his own family, for what the murderer believed to be an entirely valid and compelling reason. One of us? I deny it. Absolutely. George began to splutter. Poirot's voice turned hard and precise as a surgical instrument. There is a case to be made against every person in this room. We shall begin with you, Mr. George Lee. You felt no affection for your father. You maintained a civil relationship purely for financial gain. On the day he died, he threatened to reduce your allowance. You knew his death would likely bring you a substantial inheritance. There is your motive. You claim you went to make a telephone call after dinner. You did make a call, but it lasted a mere 5 minutes. After that, you had ample time to go to your father's room, speak with him, and then carry out the attack. You left locking the door from the outside in the hope the crime would be attributed to a burglar. In your panic, however, you failed to properly stage the scene, neglecting to ensure the window was fully open to support that theory. A foolish oversight, but you are, if you will forgive my bluntness, a rather foolish man. Poirot allowed a brief silence to hang in the air, a moment George attempted to fill, but found himself unable. Yet, the detective continued, history is full of foolish men who have turned to crime. His gaze shifted to Magdalene. Madame also possessed a motive. Her financial situation is, I understand, precarious. Certain remarks from your father may have caused her considerable anxiety. Her alibi, like others, rests solely on her own word. She claims to have gone to telephone, yet no call was placed. We have only her account of those missing minutes. He paused again, the weight of his words settling. Then we consider Mr. David Lee. We have heard repeatedly of the vengeful temperament and long memory that runs in the Lee bloodline. He never forgave his father for the cruel treatment of his mother. A final callous insult aimed at her memory could have been the breaking point. It is said David was at the piano playing the Dead March at the precise time of the murder. A grim coincidence, certainly. But what if someone else was playing that somber tune, someone who knew what was about to happen and silently endorsed the act? Hilda Lee's voice was low and firm. That is a despicable insinuation. Poirot turned to her. Then allow me to present an alternative, madame. Perhaps it was your hand that carried out the deed, you who stole upstairs to deliver a judgment you believed was denied by earthly courts. You are one of those rare people, madame, whose calm exterior can hide a righteous fury capable of terrifying acts. I did not kill him, Hilda stated flatly. Superintendent Sugden interjected brusquely. Mr. Poirot has a point. We could build a conceivable case against nearly everyone here. The only apparent exceptions are Mr. Alfred Lee, Mr. Harry Lee, and Mrs. Alfred Lee. Poirot's tone softened, yet carried a sharper edge. I would not be so quick to grant exceptions, not even to those three. Now really, Mr. Poirot, the superintendent protested. Lydia Lee raised an ironic eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips. And what precisely is the case against me, Meme Poirot? Poirot gave a slight bow. Your motive, madame, I shall leave to the imagination. It is plain enough. As for opportunity, you wore a distinctive flowered taffeta dress with a cape last evening. Recall that Tressilian, the butler, is quite short-sighted. Distant objects appear blurred to him. Your drawing-room is large and lit by heavily shaded lamps. Moments before the cries were heard, Tressilian entered to clear the coffee service. He saw, or believed he saw you in your customary place by the far window, partially hidden by the thick curtains. I was there, Lydia stated. Alfred began, How dare you imply? Let him finish, Alfred. Harry cut in, his tone almost amused. It's our turn in the barrel. So, how do you propose dear Alfred murdered the old man when we were both conveniently cooped up in the dining room together? Poirot beamed at him, as if delighted by the question. That element is simplicity itself. An alibi gains tremendous force when it is given reluctantly. You and your brother are famously at odds. You publicly mock him. He speaks of you with contempt. But what if this animosity was an elaborate performance? What if Alfred had grown weary of his role as a devoted attendant to a demanding tyrant? Imagine you had reconciled your differences some time ago and devised this plan. You arrive home. Alfred feigns resentment and jealousy. You display your habitual scorn. Then, on the appointed night, one of you remains in the dining room, maintaining a loud, perhaps even quarrelsome, conversation to simulate two voices. The other slips away upstairs to perform the act. Alfred leaped to his feet, his face contorted. "You vicious!" he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. Sugden was staring, dumbfounded. "Are you seriously suggesting?" Poirot's voice suddenly rang out, clear and commanding, cutting through the tension. "I have been required to illustrate the possibilities. These are the scenarios that could have unfolded." The room seemed to hold its breath, every comfortable assumption now shattered. We can only determine what truly occurred by moving beyond surface appearances to uncover the inner truth. After a brief silence, he continued thoughtfully, returning to the central figure of the mystery. We must, as I mentioned earlier, revisit the very essence of Simeon Lee himself. The room was utterly still, all previous anger and bitterness having dissolved away. Hercule Poirot held everyone captivated, his presence commanding absolute attention. He began to speak deliberately. "You see, everything revolves around the deceased. He is the core of this puzzle to understand. We must delve into the psyche of Simeon Lee, for a man's life and death are never isolated. What he possesses, he inevitably passes on to those who follow him. What legacy did Simeon Lee leave for his sons and daughter? First, pride. A pride that festered in the old man, twisted by his profound disappointment in his offspring. Then there was patience. We've heard how Simeon Lee could wait for years, nursing a grievance until he exacted his revenge. Interestingly, this trait surfaced most strongly in the son who looked least like him. David Lee also possessed that long memory and capacity for harboring resentment. In physical appearance, Harry Lee was the only child who bore a striking resemblance to his father, evident in the youthful portrait, the same prominent aquiline nose, the sharp jawline, the distinctive way he held his head. Harry even inherited certain mannerisms like that booming laugh with his head thrown back, or the habit of tracing a finger along his jaw. With a conviction that the murderer was intimately connected to the victim, I approached the family from a psychological perspective. My task was to assess which individuals were psychologically capable of such an act. In my judgment, only two qualified, Alfred Lee and Hilda Lee, David's wife. David himself I dismissed. A man of his refined sensitivities seemed unlikely to confront the brutal reality of a slashed throat. George Lee and his wife were also eliminated. Whatever their motives, they lacked the necessary daring, being fundamentally cautious souls. Lydia, Alfred's wife, struck me as incapable of violence, her nature being too steeped in irony. I did hesitate over Harry Lee. He had a coarse, aggressive exterior, yet I sensed he was beneath the bluster, essentially weak. A view I later learned his father shared. Harry, he'd said, was no better than the others. That left the two I've named. Alfred Lee was a man capable of deep, selfless devotion, having subjugated his own will for decades. Such prolonged suppression can lead to a sudden, catastrophic breaking point. He might have nurtured a hidden grievance that grew in silence until it became overwhelming. It is often the quietest souls who erupt with the most shocking violence when their control finally shatters. The other possibility, Hilda Lee is the type who might take justice into her own hands, driven not by selfishness but by a formidable personal conviction. She is a judge and an executor, reminiscent of certain formidable figures from ancient tales. Having reached these conclusions, I then turn to the circumstances of the crime itself. And the first thing that emerges, what truly strikes one, are the utterly bizarre and extraordinary conditions under which this murder was committed. Let's revisit the scene of Simeon Lee's death. The room was a scene of chaos, with a heavy mahogany table and an equally solid chair knocked over, alongside a shattered lamp and scattered glassware. It was a puzzling tableau. The sheer force required to overturn such substantial furniture seemed at odds with the idea of a struggle involving a frail, elderly man. The effect felt staged, almost theatrical. Yet what murderer in their right mind would create such a noisy, attention-grabbing disturbance unless it served a deliberate purpose? Perhaps to mislead, to suggest the killer was physically weak, but that theory falls apart immediately. Such a racket would only hasten discovery, cutting the killer's escape time dangerously short. A silent, efficient act would be far more logical. Then there was the locked door, the key turned from the outside. What possible reason could there be for that? It didn't point to suicide, as the nature of the death ruled that out. It didn't facilitate an escape through the windows, which were utterly impassable. Once again, it was an action that consumed precious, risky moments. Alongside these oddities were two small, baffling items recovered from the floor: a snipped piece of rubber from a sponge bag and a tiny wooden peg, presented to me by Superintendent Sugden. They sat there, these meaningless tokens, contributing nothing to a coherent narrative. The entire affair was becoming a maddening puzzle without a clear pattern. It was, in a word, unreasonable, and the peculiarities extended beyond the murderer's actions to Simeon Lee's own behavior that evening. Why summon the superintendent to report a theft, only to ask him to leave and return 90 minutes later? If Lee suspected a family member, why not have Sugden remain in the house while he confronted the suspect? Having the law present would have given him immense leverage. So now we have it. Not only the killer's actions, but the victim's final arrangements defy easy explanation. This is where I had to stop and recalibrate. The picture was all wrong because we were viewing it from the perspective the murderer crafted for us. We're stuck on three nonsensical details: the violent struggle, the locked door, and that scrap of rubber. There must be a viewpoint, a different angle, where these pieces click into a sensible whole. So I cleared my mind. Forget the crime's context for a moment. Take the elements on their own. A struggle implies violence, breakage, noise, a turned key. You turn a key to lock something in, or to lock something out. A piece of a sponge bag is just that, a worthless bit of material. It's almost laughable, isn't it? You'd think there's nothing of substance here, and yet impressions linger: overwhelming noise, deliberate seclusion, and that frustrating blankness of the rubber scrap. Do these fit with my primary suspects? They do not. For both Alfred and Hilda Lee, a quiet murder would have been essential. Locking a door from the outside is a ridiculous, time-wasting flourish, and the sponge bag fragment is, for the third time, utterly meaningless. But here's the twist: I have this unshakable conviction that this crime is not absurd at all. On the contrary, it feels meticulously planned and flawlessly carried out. In fact, it has succeeded brilliantly. The very absurdity is its genius. Everything that unfolded was destined to happen. As I reflected on it all, a first flicker of understanding began to dawn. There was so much blood, it was everywhere. A shocking, gleaming insistence on fresh, wet blood. The sheer quantity of it was overwhelming. And with that observation came a second, more chilling thought. This was a crime rooted in blood, a violence that sprang from the blood itself. It was the blood of Simeon Lee rising up in rebellion against him. Hercule Poirot leaned forward intently. The two most crucial hints in this entire affair were spoken without any conscious intent by two different individuals. The first was when Mrs. Alfred Lee absent-mindedly quoted a line from Macbeth. Who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? The second clue came from the butler, Tressilian. He described a strange sense of déjà vu, a feeling that events were repeating themselves. This sensation was triggered by a simple recurring action, answering the doorbell. He did so first for Harry Lee, and then, the very next day, for Stephen Farr. Why would that give him such an eerie feeling? One only needs to look at Harry Lee and Stephen Farr to understand. Their resemblance is startling. Opening the door for Stephen Farr felt precisely like opening it for Harry Lee again. It could almost have been the same man waiting on the step. Earlier today, Tressilian even mentioned he often gets people confused. No wonder Stephen Farr shares that high-bridged nose, the habit of throwing his head back when he laughs, and the characteristic gesture of stroking his jaw with a forefinger. If you study the portrait of the young Simeon Lee long enough, you see not just Harry Lee but Stephen Farr staring back at you. Stephen shifted in his chair, the wood groaning in protest. Poirot continued, "That was your true motive, wasn't it? Not that charming story about meeting a girl on a train. You were coming here long before you met her. You came to see for yourself what kind of man your father really was." Stephen's face had gone ashen. His voice, when it came, was fractured and rough. "Yes, I've always wondered. My mother spoke of him sometimes. It became an obsession for me to see him, to know him. I saved some money and came to England. I never intended to reveal my identity. I pretended to be the son of old E.B. I had one purpose, to look upon the man who was my father." Superintendent Sugden's voice dropped to a hushed tone. "Good Lord, I've been blind. I see it now. Twice I mistook you for Mr. Harry Lee before correcting myself. And yet I never pieced it together." He turned sharply to Pilar. "That was it, wasn't it? It was Stephen Farr you saw standing outside that door. You hesitated, I recall, and looked right at him before you claimed it was a woman. You saw Farr, and you chose not to betray him." A soft rustle of fabric broke the silence. Hilda Lee's low, resonant voice filled the room. "No," she stated firmly, "you are mistaken. It was I whom Pilar saw." Poirot gave a slight nod. "You, madam? Yes, I suspected as much." Hilda spoke with quiet resolve. "The instinct for self-preservation is a powerful and strange force. I never believed myself capable of such cowardice, to remain silent purely out of fear." She let out a breath, a mix of shame and defiance coloring her tone. It was a jarring shift from her usual composed sadness to this raw, embittered admission. Poirot prompted gently, "You will tell us now." She nodded. "I was with David in the music room. He was playing, but in a very strange, unsettling mood. I felt frightened and acutely aware of my responsibility, as it was my insistence that brought us here. When David began to play the Dead March, a cold dread settled over me. I made a sudden, firm decision. No matter how peculiar it might appear, we would leave this house immediately, that very night. I slipped quietly out of the music room and went upstairs, my heart pounding with an urgency I hadn't felt since I was a girl fleeing a storm back home. My plan was to pack our things quietly and be gone before anyone could stop us. I intended to go directly to old Mr. Lee and explain clearly why we were leaving. I walked down the hall to his room and knocked. There was no reply. I knocked once more, a bit louder. Still nothing. I tried the handle, but the door was locked. As I stood there, uncertain, I heard a noise from inside the room. She paused. "You won't believe this, but it's the truth. Someone was in there attacking Mr. Lee." I heard furniture being knocked over, the shattering of glass and dishes, and then that final awful cry that faded into nothing, followed by complete silence. I was frozen in place, utterly unable to move. Then Mr. Farr came running down the corridor with Magdalen and the others right behind him. Mr. Farr and Harry started pounding on the door. It gave way, and we saw the room. There was no one inside except Mr. Lee, lying dead in all that blood. Her calm voice grew strained and sharp. She exclaimed, "There was no one else there. No one at all, do you understand? And no one had come out of that room?" Superintendent Sugden took a long breath. He said, "Either I'm losing my mind, or everyone else is. What you've described, Mrs. Lee, is completely impossible." "It's insane," Hilda Lee insisted. "I'm telling you, I heard them struggling in there, and I heard the old man scream when his throat was cut, and yet no one left, and no one was inside. Hercule Poirot observed, and all this time you have remained silent." Hilda Lee's face was pale, but she replied firmly, "Yes, because if I had told you what occurred, there is only one conclusion you could reach, that I was the one who killed him." Poirot shook his head. "No," he said, "you did not kill him. His son killed him." Stephen Farr declared, "I swear to God I never laid a hand on him." "Not you," said Poirot. "He had other sons," Harry snapped. "What in the world?" George stared. David passed a hand over his eyes. Alfred blinked rapidly. Poirot continued, "On the very first night I was here, the night of the murder, I saw a ghost. It was the ghost of the deceased. When I initially saw Harry Lee, I was perplexed. I felt I had encountered him before. I studied his features and recognized how strongly he resembled his father, and I told myself that was the source of the familiarity. But yesterday a man sitting across from me threw back his head and laughed, and then I understood who Harry Lee reminded me of. I identified in another face the distinct features of the dead man. No wonder the elderly Tresillian felt bewildered when he answered the door not to two, but to three men who looked remarkably alike. No wonder he admitted to becoming confused about individuals when there were three men in the house who, from a slight distance, could easily be mistaken for one another. The same build, the same mannerisms, one particular habit of stroking the jaw, the same way of laughing with the head tilted back, the same prominent, high-bridged nose. Yet the resemblance was not always obvious, for the third man wore a moustache. He leaned forward. People sometimes forget that police officers are human beings, with wives and children, mothers. He hesitated, and fathers recall Simeon Lee's local reputation, a man who shattered his wife's heart with his affairs. An illegitimate son may inherit many traits. He may inherit his father's appearance and even his gestures. He may inherit his pride, his patience, and his vengeful nature. His voice rose. "All your life, Sugden, you've resented the wrong your father did you. I believe you decided long ago to kill him. You are from the neighbouring county, not far away. Your mother, with the money Simeon Lee so generously provided, likely found a husband willing to act as father to her child. It was simple for you to join the Middleshire police force and wait for your chance. A police superintendent has a perfect opportunity to commit murder and escape consequences." Sugden's face had turned as white as paper. He said, "You're mad. I was outside the house when he was killed." Poirot shook his head. "No, you murdered him before you ever stepped out of the house that first time. No one laid eyes on him alive after your departure. For a man of your strength, it was all too simple. Simeon Lee was expecting you, that much is true, but he never actually sent for you. It was you who placed the call, spinning a vague story about a potential robbery. You told him you'd come by just before 8 that evening, pretending to collect for a police charity fund. Simeon Lee had no reason to be suspicious. He didn't know you were his son. You arrived, fed him your tale about swapped diamonds. He opened the safe to prove the genuine stones were still there. After your apology, you both walked back to the fireplace then, catching him completely off guard. You slit his throat, your hand clamped over his mouth to stifle any sound. For someone built like you, it was child's play. Next, you staged the entire scene. You took the diamonds, then you built a precarious tower from tables, chairs, lamps, and glasses, weaving a very thin cord you'd brought coiled around your torso in and out among them. You had a bottle of blood taken from a freshly slaughtered animal and treated with sodium citrate to keep it from clotting. You splashed this around liberally and added more of the chemical to the actual pool spreading from Simeon Lee's fatal wound. You stoked the fire to keep the room and the body warm. Then you threaded the two ends of your cord out through the narrow gap at the bottom of the window, letting them dangle down the outside wall. You left the room and locked the door from the outside. That part was critical. No one could be allowed to enter that room by chance. After that, you went outside and hid the diamonds in the old stone sink in the garden. If they were ever found there, it would only point suspicion more firmly where you wanted it, squarely at the legitimate members of Simeon Lee's family. A little before 9:15 you returned. Standing beneath that window, you gave the cord a sharp pull. That brought your carefully balanced structure crashing down in a tumult of falling furniture and shattering china. You then hauled in one end of the cord, winding it back around your body beneath your coat and waistcoat. But you had one more trick up your sleeve. He turned to address the others in the room. Do you all remember how each of you described Simeon Lee's dying scream in a completely different way? You, Mr. Lee, called it the cry of a man in mortal agony. Your wife and David Lee both said it sounded like a soul in hell. Mrs. David Lee, however, said it was the cry of someone with no soul at all, inhuman, like a beast. Harry Lee came closest to the truth. He said it sounded like killing a pig. Do you know those long pink rubber bladders they sell at carnivals with faces painted on them? They're called dying pigs. As the air rushes out, they let out a horrible wailing shriek. That Whodunit was your finishing touch. You had one of those in the room. Its mouth was plugged with a wooden peg, and that peg was tied to your cord. When you pulled the cord, the peg came free and the pig began to deflate with a scream. So, on top of the noise of the falling furniture, came the wail of the dying pig. He turned back to the others. Now you see what it was that Pilar Estravados picked up from the floor. The superintendent had hoped to get there in time to retrieve that little scrap of rubber before anyone noticed. He did take it from Pilar quickly enough in his most official manner, but think he never mentioned that incident to a soul in itself. That was deeply suspicious. I heard about it from Magdalene Lee and confronted him. He was ready for that. He'd cut a piece from Mr. Lee's rubber sponge bag and produced that along with a bit of wood. Superficially, it matched the description, a fragment of rubber and a piece of wood. It meant, as I realized right then, absolutely nothing. But fool that I was, I didn't immediately declare this is meaningless, so it couldn't have been there. Which means Superintendent Sugden is lying? No. I stupidly kept trying to find some logical explanation for it. The truth only became clear when Mademoiselle Estravados was playing with a balloon that popped. She cried out that it must have been a burst balloon she had picked up in Simeon Lee's room. Suddenly, everything fell into place. The improbable struggle, essential to create a false time of death. The locked door, ensuring the body wouldn't be discovered prematurely. The dying man's scream, it all became logical and coherent. From the moment Pilar Estravados voiced her discovery about that balloon, she became a serious threat to the murderer. If her high, clear voice carried through the open windows back to the house, her own safety was in real jeopardy. She had already given the killer one terrible scare earlier, when she remarked that old Mr. Lee must have been very handsome in his youth. She had turned directly to Sugden and added, like you. She meant it literally, and Sugden knew it. No wonder he turned purple and nearly choked. It was a devastatingly dangerous moment, utterly unexpected. After that, he hoped to pin the guilt on her, but it proved difficult since, as the old man's penniless granddaughter, she had no obvious motive. Later, overhearing her clear voice from the house, as she exclaimed about the balloon, he decided on desperate measures. He set that crude trap for her while we were all at lunch. By some miracle, it failed. A heavy silence filled the room. Then Sugden asked quietly, "When were you certain?" Poirot replied, "I was not entirely sure until I brought home a false moustache and tried it on a portrait of Simeon Lee. Then the face that looked back at me was yours." Sugden said, "May his soul rot in hell. I'm glad I did it." Lydia Lee spoke to Pilar. I think you should stay with us until we can arrange something definite for you. Pilar answered meekly, You are very kind, Lydia. You forgive people so easily without making a big fuss about it. Lydia smiled. I still call you Pilar, though I suppose your real name is something else. Yes, I am really Conchita Lopez. Conchita is a pretty name too. You're almost too nice, Lydia. But you needn't be bothered. I'm going to marry Stephen and we are going to South Africa. Lydia smiled again. Well, that rounds things off very nicely, Pilar asked timidly. Since you have been so kind, do you think, Lydia, that one day we might come back and visit, perhaps for Christmas? Then we could have the crackers and the burning raisins and those shiny ornaments on a tree and the little snowmen. Certainly you shall come and have a real English Christmas. That will be lovely. You see, Lydia, I feel this year it was not a nice Christmas at all. Lydia caught her breath. She said softly, No, it was not a nice Christmas. Harry said to Alfred, Well, goodbye, don't suppose you'll be seeing much of me. I'm off to Hawaii, always meant to live there if I ever had a bit of money. Alfred replied, Goodbye, Harry. I expect you'll enjoy yourself. I hope so, Harry said, rather awkwardly. Sorry I annoyed you so much, old man. I've got a rotten sense of humour. Can't help trying to pull a fellow's leg. Alfred made an effort. I suppose I must learn to take a joke, Harry said with relief. Well, so long, Alfred spoke to David. Lydia and I have decided to sell this place. I thought you might like some of our mother's things, her chair and that footstool. You were always her favourite. David hesitated. Then he said slowly, Thanks for the thought, Alfred, but you know I don't think I will. I don't want anything from this house. I feel it's better to make a clean break with the past altogether. Alfred nodded. Yes, I understand. Maybe you're right, George said. Well, goodbye, Alfred. Goodbye, Lydia. What an awful ordeal we've all endured. And now there's the trial ahead. I imagine the entire sordid affair will become public. The truth about Sugden being well, my father's son. I don't suppose there's any way to suggest he might claim it was political, that he held extreme communist views and despised my father as a capitalist, something along those lines. Lydia replied, George, my dear, do you honestly believe a man like Sugden would lie to spare our reputations?
Perhaps not.
George conceded with a sigh. No, I understand. Still, the man must be unhinged. Well, goodbye once more, Magdalene added brightly. Goodbye next Christmas. Let's all just escape to the Riviera or somewhere delightful and actually enjoy ourselves. Depends on the financial situation, George muttered. Oh, darling, Magdalene chided. Don't be so stingy. On the terrace, Alfred found Lydia tending to a stone planter. She stood as he approached. Well, he said with a weary breath, they've finally all departed. What a relief, Lydia answered. It truly is, Alfred agreed. Then, his tone softening, he said, You'll be happy to leave this place, I expect. Will you mind terribly? She asked. Not at all, I'll be glad. There are so many things we can do together now. Staying here would only mean reliving that nightmare. Thank God it's finished, Lydia said quietly. Thanks to Hercule Poirot. Absolutely. It was remarkable, wasn't it? How everything clicked into place when he laid it all out. I know, like completing a difficult puzzle where all the strange, stubborn pieces finally find their home, she mused. Alfred's expression turned thoughtful. There's one small detail that never quite fit for me. What was George doing after he made that telephone call? Why was he so evasive about it? Don't you realize? I understood immediately. He was rifling through the papers on your desk. Oh, Lydia, no, surely no one would do such a thing, George would. He has an insatiable curiosity about financial affairs, but of course he could never admit to it. He'd have to be standing in the dock at trial before confessing that. A wry, almost sarcastic smile touched her lips. The man was more concerned with gossip and money than the tragedy that had unfolded in their own home. Alfred watched as she turned back to her work. Starting another garden. Yes. What's the theme this time? Lydia paused, her hands resting on the soil. I think, she said, it's an attempt at the Garden of Eden. A new version, one without any serpent. and this adamant Eve are decidedly middle-aged. Alfred's voice was gentle. "Dear Lydia, you've been so patient all these years. You have been so very good to me." Lydia looked at him, her earlier irony gone, replaced by a quiet strength. "But Alfred, you see, I love you." In another room, David was reading a letter. Once he crumpled it violently and shoved it away. Then, with a shaky hand, he retrieved it, smoothed the paper, and read it again. His wife Hilda watched him in silence. She noted the nervous tick in his temple, the faint tremor in his slender hands, the restless energy coursing through him. When he pushed the stray lock of fair hair from his forehead and looked at her with those pleading blue eyes, she was ready. "Hilda, what should we do about this?" Hilda waited a moment before speaking. She heard the desperation in his voice, recognized how deeply he relied on her, a dependency that had defined their marriage. Precisely because her word could be final, she was cautious. Her voice, when she finally spoke, held the calm, steadying quality of someone used to managing delicate situations. "That depends entirely on how you feel, David." Hilda was a substantial woman, not beautiful, but possessing a certain magnetic warmth. There was something comforting and solid about her, like a figure in a Dutch painting, a hidden vital strength that naturally appealed to frailty. Here was an overstout, middle-aged woman who was neither clever nor brilliant, yet carried an undeniable force. David Lee began to pace. His hair still boyishly fair, his entire being radiating a nervous tension that only her presence seemed able to soothe. His face held a gentle, almost dreamlike quality, like one of those knights from a Burne-Jones painting. It seemed, in a way, not entirely of this world. His voice grew wistful as he spoke. "You understand how I feel about it all, Hilda?" "You have to." "I'm not certain I do," she replied. "But I've explained it. I've told you so many times I despise it, the house, the surrounding countryside, everything about that place. It only brings back wretched memories. I was miserable every single moment I lived there. When I remember what my mother endured—" His voice trailed off heavy with emotion. His wife offered a sympathetic nod. She was so kind, Hilda, and so incredibly patient. Lying there often in pain, yet she bore it all without complaint. And when I think of my father, his expression darkened, inflicting that misery upon her, humiliating her, bragging about his affairs, constantly unfaithful, and never even trying to hide it. Hilda Lee responded firmly, "She shouldn't have tolerated it. She should have left him," he answered with a hint of reproach. "She was too good for that. She believed it was her duty to stay. Besides, it was her home. Where else would she have gone? She could have built a new life for herself," David replied with agitation. "Not back then, you don't understand the times. Women didn't act that way. They endured, they bore things patiently. She had us to think about. Even if she had divorced him, what then? He likely would have remarried. There could have been a second family. Our inheritance, our futures might have been jeopardized. She had to weigh all those factors." Hilda remained silent. David continued, "No, she did the right thing. She was a saint. She endured to the very end without a word of complaint." "Not entirely without complaint," Hilda pointed out gently. "Or you wouldn't know so much about it, David." His face softened, brightening slightly. "True, she confided in me. She knew how deeply I loved her when she passed away." He stopped, running a hand through his hair. "Hilda, it was devastating, absolutely horrible, the sheer emptiness. She was still so young. She didn't have to die. He killed her, my father did. He was responsible. He broke her heart. Right then, I decided I would not spend another day under his roof. I broke away. I got out of there for good." Hilda nodded. "You were very wise. It was the right decision," David went on. "Father wanted me to join the family business that would have meant living at home. I couldn't have borne it. I don't know how Alfred manages it, how he's put up with it all these years." "Did he never rebel?" Hilda asked with interest. "I thought you mentioned he'd given up another path." David nodded. "Alfred was meant for the army. Father had it all planned. Alfred, as the eldest, was to join a cavalry regiment. Harry and I were destined for the business, and George was to go into politics, and it didn't turn out that way. David shook his head. Harry ruined those plans. He was always wildly irresponsible, got into debt, all sorts of trouble. Finally, he just left one day, taking several £100 that weren't his, leaving a note saying an office job didn't suit him and he was off to see the world. And you never heard from him again? Oh, we heard from him plenty. David laughed, a dry, humourless sound. We got cables regularly from all corners of the globe, always asking for money, and he usually got it too, and Alfred— Father made him abandon the army and come back to work in the business. Did he resent it? Terribly. At first, he hated it. But Father always could twist Alfred around his little finger. I believe he still is, completely under Father's thumb. And you, said Hilda, you escaped. Yes, I went to London to study painting. Father told me plainly that if I ran off on such a fool's errand, I'd get a small allowance while he lived and nothing after he died. I told him I didn't care. He called me a young fool, and that was that. I haven't seen him since. Hilda asked softly, and you've never regretted it? Not for a moment. I know I'll never be a great artist. I've made my peace with that. But we're content here in this cottage. We have everything we truly need, all the essentials and each other. A sudden sharp breeze rattled the window pane, and for an instant his serene expression flickered with something harder, almost cynical. Funny, isn't it? We spend our lives running from the ghosts of other people's choices, only to find our own peace is just a quieter kind of haunt. And if anything happens to me, at least you're taken care of, he said, pausing before adding, and now this. He slapped the letter with his open palm. Hilda replied gently, I'm sorry your father sent that. If it's troubling you so much, David continued, as if he hadn't heard her. Inviting us for Christmas, hoping we can all be together as a family. What is he really after? Hilda offered a smile. Couldn't it just be what it says? Your father isn't young anymore. Sometimes people get sentimental about family as they age. I suppose, David said slowly, he's lonely. He glanced at her. You want me to go, don't you? She considered her words. It feels wrong to ignore a request like that. Call me old-fashioned, but isn't Christmas about peace and goodwill? After everything I've told you? I know, darling, I know, but that's in the past. It's over. Not for me, only because you won't let it be, Hilda said, a hint of frustration in her voice. You keep it alive in your mind. I can't forget. You won't forget. That's what you mean, David. His expression hardened. We Lees are like that. We remember, we brood. We hold on to things. Is that really something to be proud of? Hilda asked. I don't think so. He looked at her thoughtfully, a coolness entering his manner. So loyalty to a memory means little to you. I believe the present is what matters, not the past. Clinging to it only distorts it. We end up seeing everything in exaggerated, unbalanced terms. I remember every word, every moment from that time perfectly, David said with intensity. But you shouldn't, my dear. It isn't healthy. You're still viewing it all through the eyes of that hurt boy, not with the steadier understanding of the man you are now. What difference would that make? David demanded. Hilda hesitated, knowing she was treading on dangerous ground, but feeling compelled to speak. I think you've built your father up into a monster in your mind. If you saw him now, you might just see a flawed, ordinary man, someone whose passion sometimes ruled him, far from perfect, but human, not some inhuman creature. You don't understand. The way he treated my mother, Hilda said gravely. Sometimes a certain kind of meekness, of endless yielding, can bring out the worst in a person. That same man, faced with strength and spirit, might have been very different. So you're saying it was her fault? No, of course not, Hilda interrupted. I've no doubt he treated her badly, but marriage is complicated, and I doubt any outsider, even a child, can truly judge. Besides, holding on to this resentment now doesn't help your mother. It's all gone. What's left is an old man, not in the best health, asking his son to come home for Christmas. And you want me to go? Hilda paused, then decided. "Yes," she said firmly. "I do. I want you to go and face that ghost once and for all." Colonel Johnson leaned back in his chair, staring at Poirot. "Good heavens," he exclaimed then, after a moment. "Upon my word," he shook his head in dismay. "My best officer." "What is the world coming to?" Poirot replied calmly. "Even policemen have personal lives, Colonel. Sugden was a very proud man." With a sigh, Colonel Johnson nudged the logs in the fireplace with his foot, the crackling flames doing little to ease his troubled mind. He spoke in a halting, abrupt manner. "There's nothing quite like a real wood fire, I always say." Hercule Poirot, acutely aware of the chilly draught swirling around his neck, thought privately. "For me, it is central heating every single time. George Lee, the Member of Parliament for Westringham, was a portly man of 41. His pale blue eyes held a permanently suspicious glint and protruded slightly, set above a heavy jowl. His speech was slow and deliberate. He declared now with great solemnity, "I have made my position clear, Magdalene. I consider it my duty to attend." His wife gave an impatient shrug. She was a slender woman, a platinum blonde with carefully shaped eyebrows and a face as smooth and expressionless as a porcelain egg. It wore that utterly blank look now. "Darling," she said, "it's going to be perfectly dreadful. I just know it." Furthermore, George continued, his face brightening with a suddenly appealing thought, "It will allow for significant economies. The Christmas season is always ruinously expensive. We can place the household staff on board wages." "Oh, very well," Magdalene sighed. "I suppose Christmas is fairly grim no matter where one spends it. I should imagine," George went on, following his own train of thought, "the staff will still expect some sort of festive meal. A good joint of beef, perhaps, rather than an extravagant turkey. The servants, really, George, don't fuss so endlessly. You are perpetually agonizing over money." "Someone has to be practical," George retorted stiffly. "Yet pinching pennies in these petty ways is utterly absurd. Why don't you simply demand a larger allowance from your father? He provides a more than adequate sum as it is." "It's humiliating to be so entirely dependent on his whims," Magdalene pressed. "He ought to settle a proper sum on you outright, make you financially independent. That is not his way of operating." Magdalene studied him. Her hazel eyes grew sharp and perceptive, the vacant, egg-like face suddenly filled with cunning intelligence. "He's fabulously wealthy, though, isn't he, George? A genuine millionaire, I've heard. A multi-millionaire, I believe. Several times over." Magdalene released a sigh of pure envy. "However, did he amass it all? It began in South Africa, didn't it?" "Indeed. He made his initial fortune there in his youth. Diamonds, primarily." "How thrilling," Magdalene murmured. "Then he returned to England, expanded his interests, and from what one hears, his wealth has practically tripled since." "What happens to it all when he dies?" Magdalene asked bluntly. "Your father is so terribly close-mouthed on the subject. One can hardly come right out and ask, of course. I assume the bulk will go to you and Alfred. Alfred being the elder, he'll likely get the lion's share. You have other siblings, don't you?" "Yes, there's my brother, David. I shouldn't think he'll inherit much. He ran off to be an artist or some such foolishness. I believe father warned him he'd be cut off entirely, and David said he didn't care a fig." "How idiotic," Magdalene said with contempt. Then, as if remembering a piece of gossip, she added, "And your sister Jennifer, the one who ran off with that foreign painter, a Spaniard." "Yes, one of David's dubious acquaintances. She died a little over a year ago. She left a daughter, I believe. Father might leave the child a small token, but nothing substantial. And then, of course, there is Harry," he broke off, visibly uncomfortable. "Harry?" Magdalene was genuinely surprised. "Who is Harry?" "Ah, well, another brother. I never knew you had another brother. My dear, he was not a great source of pride to the family. We do not speak of him. His conduct was scandalous. We haven't had word of him for years. He is most likely dead." Magdalene let out a sudden, sharp laugh. "What is it? What are you laughing at?" I was merely thinking how amusing it is, Magdalene said, a sly smile playing on her lips, that you, of all people, George, so impeccably respectable, should have a black sheep for a brother. It's wonderfully ironic. I should hope I am respectable, George replied coldly. Her eyes narrowed. Your father isn't always terribly respectable, George, is he? Really, Magdalene, some of the remarks he makes leave me quite flustered. He has a wicked tongue. George shifted uncomfortably. You astonish me. Does Lydia share this opinion? Does he speak to her in that manner? A flash of irritation crossed Magdalene's face. He doesn't say those kinds of things to Lydia, she said, her voice tightening with a sudden, unexpected bitterness. No, of course he doesn't. He saves his more colourful commentary strictly for me. I don't see why we shouldn't go, George said, though his eyes darted away from hers as he spoke. We really should make an effort. Considering father's age and his health isn't what it used to be. He trailed off, and Magdalene pressed him. Is he truly that unwell? Oh, I wouldn't go that far. He's surprisingly resilient. Still, if he wants the family together for Christmas, I believe we should be there. It might be his last one. Her voice turned sharp. You say that, George, but honestly, couldn't he live for years more? Caught off guard, he fumbled for words. Well, yes, of course he could. Magdalene turned away with a sigh. All right, then. I suppose we're doing the proper thing by going. I have no question about it, but I dread it. Alfred is so tedious, and Lydia always looks down on me. Don't be ridiculous. She does, and I can't stand that awful valet. You mean Tressilian? No, Horbury, slinking around like a shadow with that smug little smile. Magdalene, really, how could Horbury possibly bother you? He simply gets under my skin, but fine, let's not argue, we're going. I see that wouldn't want to upset the old man. Exactly, that's the whole point now, about the staff's Christmas dinner. Not now, George, later. I'll just call Lydia and tell her we'll take the 5:20 train tomorrow. She hurried from the room after making the call. She went upstairs to her own chamber and sat at the writing desk. Lifting the flap, she sifted through the crowded compartments, and a waterfall of unpaid bills spilled out. Magdalene shuffled through them, attempting to bring some order to the chaos, but with a frustrated sigh, she finally gathered them all and shoved them back into disarray. She ran a hand over her sleek platinum hair. What in the world am I going to do? She whispered to herself. Upstairs at Gorston Hall, a lengthy corridor led to a grand room overlooking the front drive. It was furnished in an opulent, old-fashioned manner, heavy brocaded wallpaper, rich leather armchairs, large vases adorned with dragons, and various bronze sculptures. Every item was magnificent, costly, and substantial. In the largest and most imposing armchair sat a thin, withered old man. His long, claw-like hands rested on the chair arms, a gold-topped walking stick beside him. He wore a faded blue dressing gown and carpet slippers. His hair was white, his skin a parchment yellow. At first glance, he might have seemed a shabby, insignificant figure, but the proud, aquiline nose and the dark, fiercely alert eyes hinted at something more. Here was undimmed fire and vigour. Old Simeon Lee let out a sudden, high cackle of amusement. "You delivered my message to Mrs. Alfred, did you?" he asked. Horbury stood beside the chair, replying in his soft, respectful tone. "Yes, sir. Exactly as I told you, word for word, mind." "Yes, sir. I made no mistake, sir." "No, you don't make mistakes. You'd better not either, or you'll regret it." "And what did she say, Horbury? What did Mr. Alfred say?" Quietly and without emotion, Horbury repeated the exchange. The old man cackled again, rubbing his hands together. "Excellent. Perfect. They'll have been fretting and wondering all afternoon. Splendid. Fetch them now. Go and get them." "Yes, sir." Horbury moved noiselessly across the room and departed. "And Horbury," the old man glanced around, then cursed under his breath. "Moves like a ghost. Never know where he is." He sat perfectly still, fingers stroking his chin, until a tap came at the door, and Alfred and Lydia entered. Ah, there you are. Sit here, Lydia, my dear, beside me. You've got such a lovely colour in your cheeks. I've been outside in the cold. It makes them burn afterward. Alfred asked. How are you feeling, Father? Did you rest well this afternoon? First rate, dreamt of the old days. That was before I decided to become a respectable member of the community. He let out a sharp, sudden laugh. His daughter-in-law sat quietly, offering a polite, attentive smile. Alfred spoke up. What's this about 2 extra guests for Christmas, Father? Ah, yes, I should explain. This is shaping up to be a spectacular Christmas for me, truly spectacular. Let's see, George is coming, and Magdalene, Lydia added. Yes, their train arrives tomorrow at 5:20. Old Simeon waved a dismissive hand. George is a bore, nothing but hot air. Still, he is my son. His voters seem to like him, Alfred noted. Simeon cackled again. They probably mistake his chatter for integrity. Honest, there hasn't been an honest Lee born yet. Now, Father, that's a bit much. I'll make an exception for you, my boy, just you. What about David? Lydia inquired. I'm quite curious to see him after so long. He was such a timid boy. I wonder what his wife is like. At least he didn't marry someone half his age, unlike that fool George. Hilda's letter was very thoughtful, Lydia replied. I just received a telegram confirming they'll definitely be here tomorrow. Her father-in-law shot her a piercing look and chuckled. I never get anything past, Lydia. I'll give you this. You have excellent breeding, it shows. Heredity is a strange thing, though, out of the whole bunch. Only one of you takes after me. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Now, guess who else is joining us for Christmas? I'll give you 3 tries, and I'll wager $5 you won't guess it. He looked back and forth between them. Alfred frowned. Horbury mentioned you were expecting a young woman. That got your attention, didn't it? Pilar should be here any moment. I sent the car to fetch her. Alfred's voice was sharp. Pilar? Pilar Estravados, Jennifer's daughter. My granddaughter. I'm rather curious to see what she's like. Alfred exclaimed. Good heavens, Father, you never said a word. The old man grinned broadly. No, I wanted it to be a surprise. I had Charlton handle all the arrangements. Alfred repeated, his tone wounded. You never told me, his father's eyes twinkled wickedly. It would have ruined the fun. I wonder what it will be like to have young energy in this house again. I never met Estravados. I wonder if the girl favours her mother or her father. But Father, Alfred began, is that really wise, all things considered? The old man cut him off. Safety, safety. You always play it too safe, Alfred, always have. That was never my style. Do what you want and hang the consequences. That's my motto. The girl is my granddaughter, the only grandchild in the family. I don't care who her father was or what he did. She's my own flesh and blood. And she will live here in my home. Lydia asked pointedly. She's coming to live here. He glanced at her sharply. Do you have an objection? She shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. How could I object to you inviting someone to your own house? No, I was just thinking about her. About her? What do you mean? Whether she would be happy here? Old Simeon lifted his chin. She hasn't a cent to her name. She should be grateful. Lydia gave a slight shrug. Simeon turned back to Alfred. You see, it's going to be a grand Christmas. All my children around me, everyone. There's your clue, Alfred. Now guess who the other visitor is. Alfred stared at him. All your children. Guess, it's not Harry. Harry himself. Alfred had gone pale, but we thought he was dead. Not a chance. You're letting him come back here after everything? The prodigal son returns. You've got it, the fatted calf. We must prepare a feast, Alfred. We must give him a proper welcome. Alfred said. The way he treated you, treated all of us, was disgraceful. He. No need to list his offences. It's a very long list. But Christmas, as we all know, is a time for forgiveness. We shall welcome the wayward son back into the fold. Alfred stood up, his voice low. This is quite a shock. I never imagined Harry would ever cross this threshold again. Simeon leaned in, his tone soft. You never did care for Harry, did you? Not after how he treated you. He let out a dry chuckle. But what's past is past. That's the Christmas spirit, isn't it, Lydia? Lydia had also gone pale, she replied coolly. I see you've given Christmas a great deal of thought this season. I want my family around me, peace and goodwill. I'm an old man. Are you leaving, my dear? Alfred had already hurried from the room. Lydia lingered a moment before following. Simeon nodded toward the retreating figure. It's unsettled him. He and Harry never saw eye to eye. Harry used to mock Alfred relentlessly, called him old slow and steady. Lydia's lips parted. She was on the verge of speaking, but seeing the old man's keen, expectant look, she held her tongue. She realized her composure disappointed him, and that very perception allowed her to say, the tortoise and the hare. Well, we all know who wins that race. Not every time, Simeon countered. Not every single time, my dear Lydia. She maintained her smile. If you'll excuse me, I should see to Alfred. Sudden surprises always disturb his equilibrium. Simeon cackled. Yes, Alfred isn't fond of change. He was always such a serious soul. Alfred is very devoted to you, Lydia stated. That seems strange to you, doesn't it? Sometimes, Lydia admitted, it truly does. She left the room. Simeon watched her go, chuckling softly and rubbing his hands together. Plenty of amusement, he murmured. Plenty of amusement to come. I am going to relish this Christmas with considerable effort. He heaved himself upright and, leaning heavily on his stick, shuffled across the floor to a large safe in the corner. His trembling fingers worked the combination lock. The heavy door swung open, and he reached inside, drawing out a small wash-leather bag. He loosened the drawstring and let a stream of uncut diamonds cascade through his fingers. There now, my beauties. There, still here, still my oldest companions. Those were the days, truly splendid days. They won't carve you up or slice you into pieces, my friends. You won't dangle from women's necks or sit imprisoned on their fingers. You belong to me. We understand each other, you and I. They say I'm old and sick, but I'm far from finished. There's still life in this old dog, and there is still considerable enjoyment to be found. Yes, still considerable fun. The doorbell rang on the afternoon of December 23rd, an unusually insistent and aggressive peal. Before the butler, Tressilian, could make his measured way across the hall, it sounded again sharp and impatient. He flushed with irritation. What ill-mannered person rang a gentleman's bell in such a fashion? If it was another group of those carol singers, he'd give them a firm piece of his mind. Through the frosted glass of the upper door panel, he saw a silhouette, a large man in a slouched hat. He opened the door. As he suspected, a cheap, flashy sort of stranger, wearing a suit with a loud, nasty pattern. Some impudent beggar, no doubt. Well, I'll be blessed if it isn't old Tressilian, said the stranger. How are you, Tressilian? Tressilian stared, took a sharp breath, and stared again. That bold, arrogant jaw, the high-bridged nose, the roguish glint in the eye. Yes, they had all been there 3 years prior, though somewhat more subdued back then. He managed to gasp. Mr. Harry. Harry Lee laughed, a booming sound. Looks like I gave you quite a turn. Why, I am expected, aren't I? Yes, sir, indeed you are, sir. Then why the dramatic performance? Harry took a step back and looked up at the house, a solid, unimaginative block of red brick. Same ugly old pile, he remarked. Still standing, though, that's what counts. How's the old man, Tressilian? He is something of an invalid, sir, keeps to his rooms and doesn't get about much. But he's remarkably well, all things considered. The old scoundrel, Harry declared with a grin. Harry Lee stepped inside, allowing Tressilian to take his dramatic, wide-brimmed hat and his long scarf, the very picture of a man who had finally come home. How's my brother Alfred doing, Tressilian? He's quite well, sir. Harry gave a wide grin. Is he excited to see me? I imagine so, sir. I doubt it. Honestly, I'm sure it gave him a real shock, me showing up like this. Alfred and I never really clicked. Do you ever read the Bible, Tressilian? Yes, sir, on occasion. Recall the story about the prodigal son coming home. The older brother wasn't pleased, remember. Not one bit. I'll bet good old Alfred, who never left, feels exactly the same way. Tressilian stayed quiet, his gaze fixed downward, his rigid posture conveyed clear disapproval. Harry slapped him on the back. "Show me the way, old friend," he said. "I hear there's a celebration waiting. Take me straight to it." Tressilian said softly, "If you would come with me to the drawing-room, sir. I'm not entirely certain where everyone is at the moment. They couldn't arrange to meet you, sir, as they weren't sure when you'd arrive." Harry gave a nod. He trailed Tressilian down the hall, turning his head to take in his surroundings. "All the old relics are still in their places, I see," he commented. "I don't think a single thing has changed since I left 20 years ago." He followed Tressilian into the drawing-room. The elderly butler murmured, "I'll try to locate Mr. or Mrs. Alfred," and hurried away. Harry Lee had strode into the room and then halted, his eyes fixed on the figure seated by the window. His gaze travelled with disbelief over the dark hair and the strikingly pale complexion. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Are you my father's latest and most stunning wife?" Pilar slid down and walked toward him. "I'm Pilar Estravados," she stated, "and you must be my Uncle Harry, my mother's brother," Harry said, still staring. "So that's who you are, Jenny's girl," Pilar asked. "Why did you ask if I was your father's 7th wife? Has he truly had 6? Harry laughed. "No, I think he's only had 1 official marriage, so, Pil, what was your name again?" Pilar, yes. "Well, Pilar, it's honestly a real surprise to see someone like you brightening up this dreary old tomb." "This tomb? What do you mean?" "This museum full of stiff, boring people. I always thought this house was awful. Seeing it now, I think it's even worse," Pilar replied, sounding genuinely shocked. "Oh no, it is very beautiful here. The furniture is excellent and the carpets are so thick everywhere, and there are so many decorations. Everything is of very fine quality and extremely rich." "You're absolutely right about that," said Harry, his grin returning. He looked at her with clear amusement. "You know, I can't help finding it hilarious to see you right in the middle of all this." He stopped speaking as Lydia entered the room quickly. She walked directly to him. "Hello, Harry. I'm Lydia, Alfred's wife." "Hello, Lydia." He shook her hand, giving her sharp, lively face a quick once-over and privately approving of her graceful walk. It was rare to see a woman move so well. Lydia, in turn, rapidly assessed him. She thought, "He looks like a real scoundrel, but a charming one. I wouldn't trust him for a second," she said with a smile. "How does it seem, after all this time, completely different or mostly the same?" "Mostly the same." He glanced around, though this room has been redone. "Oh, many times over the years." He clarified, "I meant by you. You've made it feel different." "Yes, I suppose I have." He grinned at her, a sudden mischievous smile that, to her surprise, vividly reminded her of the old man upstairs. "It has more style now. I remember hearing that Alfred married a woman whose family arrived with William the Conqueror." Lydia smiled. She said, "I believe that's true. But they've lost a bit of their sparkle since those ancient days," Harry asked. "How is old Alfred still the same predictable, boring fellow as always? I really couldn't say whether you'll find him changed or not. And the rest of the family scattered all over the country?" "No, they're all here for Christmas, actually." Harry's eyes widened. "A full family Christmas reunion? What's gotten into the old man? He never used to care about sentiment. I don't remember him having much affection for his family either. He must have softened." "Perhaps," Lydia replied, her tone dry and unreadable. The thought crossed her mind that this sudden gathering felt less like sentiment and more like a carefully set stage, though she kept that observation to herself. Pilar stared, her large eyes wide with curiosity. Harry asked, "How is old George these days, still as tight-fisted as ever?" "I remember how he'd complain if he had to spend even a penny of his allowance." Lydia replied, "George is in Parliament now. He represents Westringham." "What?" "Our old friend Popeye in Parliament." "That's absolutely priceless." Harry threw his head back and laughed, a deep, booming sound that felt too loud and harsh for the small room. Pilar inhaled sharply, and Lydia winced. Then, noticing movement behind him, Harry cut his laughter short and spun around. He hadn't heard anyone enter, but Alfred was standing there quietly, wearing a peculiar expression. Harry paused, then a slow smile spread across his face. He took a step forward. "Well," he said, "it's Alfred." Alfred gave a nod. "Hello, Harry." The two men stood staring at one another. Lydia held her breath, thinking how ridiculous they looked, like two dogs sizing each other up. Pilar's eyes grew even wider. She wondered why they just stood there so awkwardly. Why didn't they hug? Of course, the English weren't prone to that sort of display, but they could at least say something. Why only stare? Finally, Harry broke the silence. "Well, well, strange to be back here after all this time. I imagine it must be, yes. It's been many years since you left." Harry lifted his chin, running a finger along his jawline in a familiar, defiant gesture. "Yes," he said, "I'm glad I've returned." He paused to emphasize the word home. Simeon Lee leaned back in his chair, stroking his jaw thoughtfully. "I suppose I've been a very wicked man," he said. A large fire crackled before him. Beside it, Pilar sat holding a small papier-mâché screen, using it to shield her face from the heat, occasionally fanning herself with a graceful turn of her wrist. Simeon watched her with approval, speaking more to himself than to her, yet energized by her presence. "Yes," he continued, "I've been a wicked man. What do you think of that, Pilar?" Pilar shrugged. "All men are wicked, so the nuns say. That is why we must pray for them." "Ah, but I've been more wicked than most." Simeon chuckled. "And I don't regret a bit of it, you know, not a single thing. I've enjoyed myself every minute. They claim you repent when you grow old. That's nonsense. I feel no remorse, and as I'm telling you, I've done nearly everything. All the classic sins. I've cheated, stolen, and lied. Goodness, yes, and women, always women. Someone mentioned an Arab chief who had a personal guard of 40 sons all around the same age. Ha! 40. I don't know about 40, but I'd wager I could assemble a respectable guard if I went searching for my own offspring. What do you say to that, Pilar? Are you shocked?" Pilar looked at him steadily. "No, why should I be? Men always desire women. My father was the same. That is why wives are so often unhappy and why they go to church to pray." Old Simeon frowned. "I made Adelaide unhappy," he murmured almost to himself. "Goodness, what a woman she was! So pink and white and pretty when I married her. And afterward, always weeping and wailing. It stirs the devil in a man when his wife is constantly in tears. She had no backbone. That was Adelaide's trouble. If only she had stood up to me. But she never did, not once. When I married her, I truly believed I could settle down, raise a family, leave the old life behind." His voice trailed off as he stared into the glowing embers. "Raise a family. Lord, what a family I got." He let out a sudden, sharp laugh of frustration. "Just look at them. Look at them all. Not a real child among them to carry on the name. What's wrong with them? Don't they have any of my blood in their veins? Not a single son, legitimate or otherwise. Take Alfred, for example. Heavens above, how he bores me. He looked at me with those loyal, dog-like eyes ready to do anything I asked. What a fool, his wife, Lydia. Now there's a woman with spirit. She doesn't care for me, not one bit, but she tolerates me for the sake of that nincompoop Alfred." His gaze shifted to the girl by the fireplace. "Pilar. Remember, nothing is as tedious as blind devotion." She gave him a knowing smile, encouraged by her youthful, vibrant presence. He continued, "George, a bore, a stuffed shirt, a pompous windbag with no courage and a stingy heart. David, always a dreamer, tied to his mother's apron strings. The only sensible move he ever made was marrying that steady, sensible woman." Simeon's hand came down hard on the arm of his chair. "Harry's the best of the lot. Poor old Harry, the black sheep, but at least he's alive." Pilar nodded in agreement. "Yes, he is nice." He laughs freely, throwing his head back. "I like him very much," the old man studied her. "Do you now?" Harry always had a way with women takes after me in that. He began to laugh, a slow, wheezing chuckle. I've lived well, very well. Wanted for nothing. Pilar's voice was clear and deliberate. In my country, we have a saying. It goes, "Take what you like," says God, "but be prepared to pay for it." Simeon slapped the arm of his chair appreciatively. That's good. That's the spirit. Take what you like. I've done that all my life. Taken exactly what I wanted. Her tone shifted, sharp and arresting. And have you paid for it? The laughter died in his throat. He sat up, staring at her. What did you say? I asked if you have paid for it, grandfather. Simeon Lee replied slowly. I don't know then. Striking his fist against the chair, he burst out with sudden anger. Why would you say that? What makes you ask such a thing? Pilar's hand holding the fire screen went still. Her eyes were dark, unreadable. She sat with her head tilted back, fully aware of her own power. I was just wondering, you little devil, he muttered. But you like me, grandfather. You like having me sit here with you. Yes, I like it. It's been too long since I've been near anything so young and beautiful. It warms my old bones, and you're my own flesh and blood. Good for Jennifer. She turned out to be the best of them all. Pilar sat smiling. Don't think you fool me, Simeon said. I know why you sit here so patiently, listening to an old man ramble. It's the money. Or are you pretending to love your grandfather? I do not love you, Pilar stated plainly, but I like you. I like you very much, and you should believe that because it's true. I think you have been wicked, and I like that too. You feel more real than anyone else in this house. You have interesting stories. You've traveled, lived a life of adventure. If I were a man, I would want the same. Simeon nodded. Yes, I believe you would. They say we have gypsy blood in us. It didn't show much in my children except Harry, but I see it in you. I can be patient when I need to be. Once I waited 15 years to settle a score with a man who wronged me. That's another Lee trait, we don't forget. We'll bide our time for years to get our revenge. A man cheated me. I waited 15 years for my chance, and then I ruined him. Wiped him out completely. He laughed softly. Pilar asked, That was in South Africa? Yes. A grand country. You went back, didn't you? I returned about 5 years after I married. That was the last time, but before that, you spent many years there?
Yes! Tell me about it!
He began to recount his tales. Pilar, shielding her face from the fire's glow, listened intently. His voice gradually grew slower, warier. Wait, he said finally. Let me show you something. He pushed himself carefully to his feet and, leaning on his stick, limped slowly across the room. He opened the large safe. He motioned for her to come closer. Here, take a look at these. Hold them. Let them slip through your hands. Seeing the curiosity on her face, he chuckled. Do you realize what these are? Diamonds, my dear. Genuine diamonds. Pilar's eyes widened. Leaning in, she said, But they just look like ordinary little stones to me. Simeon laughed warmly. They're uncut diamonds. This is exactly how they're discovered, just like this. With a hint of disbelief, Pilar asked, and if someone cut them, they'd become real diamonds. Absolutely. They'd shine and glitter. They'd shine and glitter brilliantly. Pilar whispered, almost to herself, I can hardly believe it. He found her innocence charming. It's the truth. Are they worth a lot? Quite a lot, yes. It's hard to say exactly before they're cut, but this small collection is easily worth several £1,000s. Pilar repeated slowly, letting each word sink in. Several £1,000s? Perhaps 9 or 10,000. They're rather large stones, you see. Her eyes grew even wider. Then why don't you sell them? Because I enjoy keeping them right here. But all that money, I have no need for it. Oh, Pilar said, clearly impressed. After a moment she asked, why not have them cut and made beautiful then? Because I prefer them just as they are. His expression hardened slightly, and he turned away, speaking more to himself. They bring it all back to me, the feel of them against my skin, the weight in my palm. It returns, the heat of the sun, the scent of the open plains, the oxen, old Ebe, all the men from those days, the quiet evenings. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Simeon instructed quickly, "Put them back in the safe and lock it." Then he called out, "Come in." Horbury entered, quiet and respectful. "Tea is served downstairs, Sir Hercule Poirot's Christmas." Hilda said, "There you are, David. I've been searching everywhere for you. Let's not stay in this room. It's freezing." David didn't respond immediately. He was staring at a low chair with faded satin upholstery. Abruptly, he said, "That was her chair, the one she always used." "It's exactly the same, only more faded, of course." A faint frown appeared on Hilda's forehead. "I understand. Please, let's go, David. It's terribly cold in here." David seemed not to hear. Looking around, he murmured, "She spent most of her time in this room. I remember sitting on that very stool while she read to me. Jack, the giant killer. That was the story. I must have been about 6. Hilda slipped a firm hand through his arm. "Come back to the drawing room, dear. There's no heat in here." He turned obediently, but she felt a slight shiver run through him. "Just the same," he whispered, as if time had stopped completely. Hilda looked concerned. In a bright, resolute tone, she said, "I wonder where everyone else is. It must be nearly time for tea." David gently pulled his arm away and opened another door. "There used to be a piano in here." "Ah, yes, here it is. I wonder if it's still in tune." He sat down and opened the lid, his fingers lightly brushing the keys. "Yes, someone's kept it tuned." He began to play. His touch was skilled, and a melody flowed from the piano. Hilda asked, "What is that? It sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it." "I haven't played it in years," he said. "She used to play it. It's one of Mendelssohn's songs without words." The sweet, almost cloying melody filled the room. Hilda suggested, "Play some Mozart instead, please." David shook his head and started another Mendelssohn piece. Then suddenly he slammed his hands down on the keys in a harsh, jarring discord. He stood up, trembling visibly. Hilda went to him. "David, David, it's nothing," he said, his voice unsteady. "It's nothing at all."